morning. No, it's true. What since that day, our first late nights. Oh, love is a crazy game, baby. It's how I feel. Make you walk so high, but it takes so long. Man. Don't please, baby. Since you gone, ain't a misery. On that thing, one day. Since you gone, it's pain and misery. Sometimes I call that day when came along. I was happy, but it's been pain now for so very long. Oh, I'm begging you, honey, please, won't you stay? 'Cause I've been so lonely since you gone away. Every day is pain. It's hard. Every painful day is all. So bad. Now that I've lost the best friend that I ever had. They with me. But since you don't, it's a pain in me. But I'm please, for me, won't stay with me. Since you gone, it's pain in me. You had I want you to love me. Yeah, I want you to love me. You just don't care. All the time.
That's about to be up there for a bit.
Part of it's because I don't turn on the mic.
There we go.
I always find that turning the mic on has a better assist when I'm projecting my voice to the back of the room, which, wow, good morning, everyone. I got thumbs up. A great, still doesn't hear it too, but you guys can adjust the volume behind we have the wizard behind the curtain here that has been doing a great job. And speaking of that wizard behind this curtain and those in the kitchen, can we have a round of applause for our catering staff? What a great job and a great reception last night. You know, if you take a look at the bottom of your agendas, you'll see in the sponsors recognized here and on the sponsor boards. We could not make this event possible without their assistance. And especially those at the bottom of the agenda that have gone above and beyond. Really appreciate that. Today's breakfast has been sponsored by Travel Juno. The Queen of Hospitality is here to, I would ask Liz to just say a few words about the work they're doing and the community here. So Liz Perry is here. So Liz.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Liz Perry, and I'm President and CEO of Travel Juneau. We are the Convention and Visitors Bureau for the city of Juneau. Our job is to market Juneau to independent travelers, to meetings and conventions in an effort to get those people to come into town and take advantage of everything that Juneau has to offer. So on behalf of Travel Juneau, because we have a large number of people who have traveled in from out of town, thank you for being here. We rely on hotel bed tax and some marine passenger fees to fund our operations. So your stay in a hotel or a B&B that collects those taxes is really important to us. So on behalf of the organization, thank you again for being here, and a reminder that your local Convention and Visitors Bureau is also known as a destination marketing organization. If you want to plan a meeting, if you have VIPs coming into town, you're not sure where to start, call your local Convention and Visitors Bureau because they can get you out the gate with hotel rates, getting RFPs out for caterers, all of those kinds of things. So again, welcome and enjoy your day here at SEC, and we are honored to have provided your breakfast this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our second day here. Thanks for being with us. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the great work that Southeast Conference is doing and kind of alluded to the fact that we'd hear more about that later. So that's how we're going to start the day with our executive director. And then just another kind of jam-packed schedule today. Some following Robert, we'll have an energy committee and then into the CEDS with Meilani. So, and then many wonderful things after that. So without further ado, we will hear from Mr. Robert Venables.
All right. And good morning again. So one of the things that thrills me is to see new faces. And there's a number of folks that are here for the first time and thought, well, giving a good overview of what we do would be helpful. For those of you that have been around a long time, you know we convene just those most wonderful events. But sometimes there's a lack of awareness of some of the programs that we are actually working on throughout the year with our staff. So I thought, well, I'd pick a clicker that doesn't work for the second time this morning and tell you a little bit about that. We're not working this morning. We actually went through this and tried ahead of time. There we go. So I think everyone knows this. We've been around since 1958. Our municipal, tribal, and business leaders all gathered together in Petersburg, 1958, to create the organization, which has continued on to this day. We have an amazing board of directors. There's many of them here. Okay, Let's shame them. Okay, raise your hand if you're on the board, or even if you were on the board. Okay, we got a bunch of them. Okay. Um, Diverse from around the region. We have public, we have private, we have a couple at large. Our president went through this yesterday with you, so you see the work that has been done to better articulate not just what we do, what our goals are, but why we do it. And really do appreciate the feedback that we've gotten just even yesterday. But if you have thoughts, and hopefully this resonates, uh, let us know. We have an amazing staff. I apologize, Mr. Bowling. Somehow you seem to escape the little picture there, even though he says he's mostly retired, and he is. Nobody ever leaves. But we have just a great staff. If you're staff, we've got a bunch in the back. Raise your hands. There we go. We got a bunch of them here. And they're always available to answer questions that you have as well. You know, at the very basis of what we do, we are in charge with economic planning. And that's what you see in the publications in the back. We get the CEDS, which you can hear about after their energy panel, that we have a 5-year plan. We do the annual report card by the numbers, which there's copies of in the back that gets released in September. And then we do the annual business climate survey, which is really the foundational work of what's going on. And we get that information from the survey in the spring. We also get that from you being in the room. And even though the agenda, I think, is always worth the trip, the networking and the camaraderie and the relationships that get built are really the most important value that I think that gets provided with all of us here at Southeast Conference. The core economic sectors that we work on, we have staff support, are demonstrated here. And let me just go back to this. So we gather twice a year, right? We have the annual fly-in here in Juneau each February, and we have the dates clear to 2030, so you can book them in your calendar. But in the fall, we have our annual meeting where the work plan gets reviewed, revised, and then in between those is our committee work. So if you're not involved with the committee already, each of these sectors have committees that are structured to continue the work that we commit to in our gathering. So feel free to sign up for a committee, because we generally have at least one in between our face-to-face meetings and more as work demands it, which will certainly be the case in transportation. As you heard the commissioners speak yesterday, we are being established as a regional transportation organization, and you're going to hear more about each of these sectors as we go forward. Transportation, we have 2 full-time and 2 part-time employees that are working on transportation and moving each of these things forward. You heard a little bit about these yesterday. Tomorrow, those of you that can stay for the Transportation Symposium, will get a much deeper dive into these different areas, especially the long-range plan and the low-no emission ferries, which I really think is the fleet of the future. So I'm excited about what we're able to do with the ferry system, which is near and dear to our heart, has been since 1958 and will continue to be so. You're going to hear more about this when Cady speaks at the next panel, but there's multifaceted. We've been working on energy programs for a long time, as well as the biomass program, which we won't touch much on in the energy panel, but if you, I don't know, where's Charles? Is Charles here? Okay, we're going to have a press release on the BDO zone. Is that BDO zone available in the room today, or is that coming? It is coming. Okay, so we've been working on the island, Prince Wales Island, to really take a look at what feedstock is there. And there's certainly challenges, but there's opportunities. And some of the things that we discussed with the Forest Service folks about how we can be involved with the planning of the Tongass and what forestry opportunities are there. Yesterday, the Southeast Alaska Solid Waste Authority met. Chris Cotta is the chair. Chris, thank you. And there's a lot of folks that are involved with that. Really excited about the opportunities to revisit the vision that the region articulated how many years ago? It's close to 20 years? 15 anyway? Somewhere in there. Well, one of the things we did is we were able to get funding for a tire shredder so that we can move that around the communities. But we're looking at how we can change the paradigm of solid waste management in the region to lower those costs and be more effective. You're going to hear about the Mariculture cluster. Very excited about the impact that this is having and this will continue to have in coastal Alaska. You know, in my mind, the public funds are really there to create infrastructure and lower risk to attract private investment. And that's where we're at here. Excited about the investment in people first. And then that's what we've been doing with technical advising, business planning, the courses at the university, increasing capacity within the businesses that exist already, and then taking a look at where that future investment is going to be coming from the private sector. The revolving loan fund will be a piece of that as well. We've been working for the last couple of years on the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy. Now, there's a publication in the back that talks a little bit about the project the Southeast Conference has been working on. Very much appreciate that approach from the federal agency at taking the funds and saying, okay, it can be better managed on the ground by the regional entities that can make it happen and have the relationships to make it effective and well-spent funds. So Clinton Haida has been one of those strengthening partners, Southeast Conference, and technical support from Spruce Root. And as you can see, a real focus on either lowering the cost or creating capacity, incubators, and investment that leads to private jobs and place-based economies. You're going to hear from Meilani more on this. These are the emerging priority objectives that have come out of this year-long planning process that we've been in. So I just want to put a nod out to that. We'll be doing that again after the Energy Committee. And then some of the opportunities that we see on the future is the young growth timber probably just reimagining what forestry could be. And we really see the epicenter of that being in southern southeast, mostly on Prince Wills Island, with a nexus to Ketchikan as well. So, and you're going to hear about the fisheries modernization effort at the committee meeting, at the breakout, or not a breakout session, but during the agenda this afternoon. And that's something that's being led by the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. But we've got many challenges and a lot of work to do. And the world around us is not necessarily an easy place to conduct business. And, you know, I talk about the mariculture and the challenges with that. You know, agriculture has been subsidized in America for almost ever. And, you know, it struggles to be profitable. And so I tell folks, think about that paradigm 3,000 miles away, you know, from the supply chains in Alaska, and try to do agriculture, and then now try to do it underwater. You know, that's, you know, that mariculture has got its challenges, but we see opportunity, and I'm really excited about what that can be. But one of the things that's really important about the CEDS program is that it provides the umbrella for investments to communities, and that's what the funding agencies often look for. And so we get contact for letters of support, and we have written many, and we're happy to do that. And if you have a project that's seeking funding, we're certainly happy to help, even with the project developments, and to write letters of support for those. Really want to do a shout out to the different funding partners that we have, and you're going to hear from the Alaska Energy Authority today. And there's a lot of little niches where we're able to help accomplish their mission and with the Forest Service, the Denali Commission, Department of Energy. You'll hear a little bit about that from Cady as well, the different things that we're involved in. So, and then just the ability to network with so many different partner organizations on the things that are important to all of us. And I love this picture. That's the Wrangell 80-foot Christmas tree that was put out there on the Capitol lawn this Christmas. So with that, you heard from, you know, our president yesterday on this. So, you know, just want to give you an overview of what we do. This is the why we do it. And, you know, Winston Churchill said that, you know, kites rise highest against the wind, not with it. And it certainly feels like that's where we're at these days. And I appreciated the comment that came out of the Tribal Enterprise panel yesterday when Elena talked about these relationships that are being formed and have been formed, how critically important they are, but they weren't made for the days of the easy and the good. They're made for the days of challenges, hardships, uncertainty, and that's why they're so critically important now. So I want to say thank you so much for being Southeast Conference and being partners and enablers, and we look forward to seeing you in Sitka this fall. So just want to give you a quick overview on that, and invite the energy panel to come on forward and say thank you and good morning. So we have, Mr. Rovito was a casualty of the evening. I'm not sure. He woke up this morning not well, and so he sends his regrets and apologies for not being able to participate with us today. But we have with us the Executive Director for the Alaska Energy Authority, the Alaska State Energy Office, who has seen just a massive explosion of growth and funding throughout the state. And Curtis, kind of just give us a kind of a keynote overview of what's happening there, and just kind of have a conversation. Robert Siedman from SEPA is going to follow with kind of an overview of some of the big pictures. Really pleased to see him working at a statewide level as well. But SEPA is the GNT for the Generation and Transmission Organization for Southern Southeast, but they have always been a great resource for energy issues and, and understanding of things well beyond their issues into the region and now across the state. And so we'll ask him to have some remarks. And then we're going to go to one of our projects that we've been supporting for so long in Angoon, and get an update from Devany, who's been part of the project management team there. And then she's also working on heat pumps, which will be a great segue into what Cady Lister, Southeast Conference's Senior Energy Advisor, and she's going to talk about some of the other programs we've been doing. So with that, Curtis?
All right. Fair enough. First of all, I'm Curtis Thayer, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Alaska Energy Authority. And ironically, I got a little note on LinkedIn congratulating me, which I didn't realize I've been there 6 years now, going on my 7th year at the Alaska Energy Authority. I would like to acknowledge that my favorite board member happens to be in the room, actually on the panel. Robert Siedman serves on the board of directors of AEA. That's a recent change with HB 307 that passed the legislature last year. Just a little bit about AEA. Alaska's energy landscape has changed. We're very vast, diverse, full of challenges. And our mission is simple, and that is to lower the cost of energy across the state, from urban centers to far-flung rural communities. AEA was created in 1976 by the legislature as a public corporation. We are governed by a board of directors of 8 now, but specialists in the field. And I think that's really key to what we do. On the rail belt and urban, we own the state's largest hydro facility. We're right now studying, and we'll be filing a FERC license to increase Bradley Lake by 50%. It's a $343 million project. For people that live in South Central Alaska, that will displace 1.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas, which we all know there's a shortage in Cook Inlet on that. In addition to that, we own transmission lines from all the way from the Kenai to Fairbanks. We own 2 sections. We own 40 miles in the Kenai and 170 miles north. In addition, we are the recipient of a grant of $200 million. There's a match required of $200 million, roughly 206, which we've already put $67 million towards that match. So we'll be looking at doing a redundancy off Cook Inlet. So there's a lot of emphasis, I have to admit, on Cook Inlet and the rail belt region. In rural Alaska, the governor has been very active, which we'll talk later about the Renewable Energy Fund. The state has put $47 million into that fund in the last 4 years. It was dormant during the previous administration, and we kick-started that. 80% of that goes to rural Alaska and Southeast, and it has displaced over 100 million gallons of diesel fuel since its inception. So it's a program. The matter of fact, there's in the legislature today, there's a request to fund $21 million worth of projects. 4 million of those projects are just right now in Ketchikan, Wrangell, and Ketchikan, Wrangell, and I'm going to look. I'm missing one. Yeah, here, sorry, Juneau, duh, sorry. So we have that. We have $7 million in no pun intended, or nothing, to the Thayer Creek Hydro in Angoon. It was named before I came into the role, but they have $7 million into that project. One of the things I just want to touch base on is the governor created an Alaska Energy Task Force. We had 15 board members. Robert actually was one of the board members on that task force. And during the course of 9 months, we held over 70 subcommittee meetings, 11 full task force meetings, 150 hours of public meetings, 8 energy symposiums, and 16 hours of on-demand learning through the university. And the 6 subcommittees created over 60 recommendations. And the legislature has taken a lot of those recommendations last year and incorporated it in legislation. We're seeing it being incorporated in legislation this year across the state. A couple of the real big one was HB 307, which is really a game changer for energy policy across the state, not only for AEA, but also for the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. It updated their salaries, it updated their qualifications. It also increased the regulatory charge on utilities, telecom, and pipelines, and it requires RCA approval for wholesale power agreements between utilities and independent power producers. And it also allowed for independent power producers to be tax-free, and if we can encourage people to be IPPs and to a community that they would not be taxed. And then for us at AEA, it restructured our board. Out of our 8 board members, 3 of them are in Southeast. So I think not only wasn't the goal, wasn't a regional balance, but that's exactly what it turned out to be. We have 3 in Southeast and 3 in South Central Alaska. And then we have 2 members that represent rural Alaska. And I had to scan very carefully, make sure Clay Copeland wasn't in the room, because he would be my second favorite board member from Cordova, as he sits on our board. Yeah, he happens to be the chair too. Just to touch on federal funding, I think, that's kind of the elephant in the room with where we are with federal funding, with the pause, as we call it. I was in DC last week, but just to give an idea, every administration pauses funding. This is not new. Biden came in, he paused Trump programs. Trump came in, he paused Obama and that. So this pause is nothing new. It's something just to look back for transparency's sake. I think that from my understanding and talking to the delegation and talking to people from the Department of Energy, a lot of this money is safe. It's just a matter of looking back at it and allowing for the Trump people to get approved by the Senate and get in there and actually look at some of these programs. And so from that perspective, AEA, we have $500 million on pause. We actually have over another $500 million in projects that has not affected. There's no federal funding in it. So for us, it's $1 billion, but half of that money is on pause. And so that's something of great importance to us to look at. And same things, a lot of the money is paused. It affects across the region, including down here in Southeast. It includes our GRIP funding. It includes solar for all, home energy efficiency. But again, I think the real takeaway that we have to keep in mind is when the president can pause it, the president does not have the ability to change the funding source or how that money is to be spent when it's been previously approved by a previous Congress and signed by the president. Now, they can go back to Congress, and this Congress could do a previous Congress. So having a pause to make sure the money is being spent appropriately, the goals are established in it, and I'll be one just to, and I don't want to pick fun, but like the NEVI program, National Electric Vehicles, that one has been suspended for further look. Well, if you look at that program, $5 billion, they managed to put 52 charging stations in the country. $5 billion. That's ripe for kind of like, hey, we're going to suspend that. We need to take another look at that project because obviously the goals are not matching how the money is being spent. Alaska had $52 million in that project. We were waiting for 9 charging stations for the last 2 years And our next phase was here in Southeast Alaska. So having that one suspended, doesn't mean it's stopped, it's just suspended to relook at the goals and see how that program could be more effective. So I think I'll just kind of leave it on that note because there's just a whole lot going on federally. I think the state is pretty straightforward. You know, there's not a lot, you know, every year we don't have a lot of money, but there's things in the governor's budget that tackle energy issues. He's been very good with across the state on that. Powerhouses, bulk fuel, matching funds. Our budget was $25 million in operating budgets 6 years ago, and now we're over $1 billion in an operating budget, 2,700% increase. Not bad. So you know, clearly the state and the feds have lined up with a lot of Alaskan issues and on energy. But with that, I'll kind of turn it over.
All right, thank you, Curtis, my favorite employee at AEA. Seconds, Tim, you're in the room too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Robert Siedman, CEO for Southeast Alaska Power Agency. So Curtis did a great job going, talking about energy at a state level, and I'm going to deep dive into Southeast, particularly Southern Southeast. So Southeast Alaska Power Agency, we're a joint action agency of the state of Alaska. We're nonprofit, so the energy we sell is wholesale. It is sold at the rate that we create it. We connect between Petersburg, or all the way from Petersburg through Wrangell, all the way to Ketchikan, 175 miles transmission line. That includes submarine cables because we all know in Southeast we live on islands. So we have to go underwater to deliver energy. With that, we have 2 hydroelectric facilities, our Thayer Lake facility just outside of Wrangell and our Swan Lake facility outside of Ketchikan. Both those facilities combined produce on average, at least in 2024, 200 gigawatt hours of energy. So it's interesting. Our system is still growing. 2009, we made a transmission connection between Swan and Thayer. And what that did was bring that 175-mile connection all into one single loop. Before that, we didn't have, we had no way to get energy from Swan to Petersburg or from Thayer to Ketchikan. So it was a huge investment in 2009, and it really has helped us grow the system and make it more stable. With that, we are still growing. I talked to Mayor here from Metlakatla. We're getting an interconnection. They have a power sales agreement with Ketchikan Public Utilities. And an interconnection into Metlakatla. So the grid is still growing in Southeast, and we hope to see it continue down that path. One thing is we have, you know, we sell 200 gigawatt hours of energy, but we still have fuel in the tank, if you will. So our fuel source is water in Southeast. That's a great thing. It's like, I call it liquid gold, if you will. But we still have too much of it. Or we have enough of it to meet the needs of our ratepayers, and then we still actually, at the end of the year, still spill some of it. So in 2022, we spilled about 35 gigawatt hours of energy. So I'm going to go, that's an overview of SEPA. I'm going to move on to the past, what we're seeing for load growth on our system. In the past, since about 2016, we've been seeing about a 2 to 3% year-over-year increase in the peak demand. And that is how much horsepower do we need to meet the energy loads of our ratepayers. We've been seeing about a 0.5% to 1% increase in the energy demand, and then that's how much water it takes to meet those needs. But this has been directly related to the oil burner to electric heating conversions. So in 2016, actually, Southeast Conference did this through McDowell Group, I believe. They did an energy update. They showed about 72% of Southeast Alaskan homes were heating their homes with heating oil. SEPA did a study in 2023, and that rate went to 50%. So about 22% of us converted off of oil-based heating to electric in the last 6 years. So that correlates to about exactly what our load growth is. So direct correlation is the transfer from oil heating to electric. And the challenge that we face, or SEPA has to look into the future for, is we still have 50% to go. And it's happening right now by attrition. The heat pump program that we've discussed here will help accelerate that. So SEPA is preparing for that future. And I'll go into projects that we're going to be doing to meet those future energy needs here in a minute. Let's see. I want to talk about future growth. So past growth has been mainly due to heat pump conversions. But future growth, we have potential for dock electrification. I think we've talked about that in the transportation sector. So we're preparing for that. We're expecting approximately 24 megawatts of energy needed to convert the docks in Ketchikan and potentially in Wrangell and Petersburg if they so go down that path. And then, of course, the heat pump conversions, we're looking potentially in about 24 megawatts for that energy need. The nice thing about those two is they balance each other because the cruise ships come in the summer and we need the heat pumps in the winter. So that 24 megawatts is a balance all year round and it's not additive. It's not 48 megawatts all at once. Other things we anticipate are additional energy needs. Let's see, there's a lot of other different projects going on as well. I've heard from Wrangell potentially server farms, and we've heard of those potentially going in. Fisheries are ramping up different technologies there. So we look into the future on what the future energy growth is going to be. So how we're going to meet those. Currently, SEPA has the Thayer Lake facility I mentioned earlier. It was built in 1984, has 2 hydroelectric generators in it, but it was built to handle 3. It has a bay, what we call a skeleton bay in it. And that skeleton bay, it's low-hanging fruit to add another generator. So we have a project online that is moving forward as we speak, actually, to put a 3rd generator at Thayer. That would increase the capacity of that facility by 50%. And so that's a big increase there for us. Currently, we are in the middle. We have applied for a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license for that. So that is in the Fed's hands in DC. We have completed 100% design on that project. And we are currently on the street right now with requests for proposals for the procurement of it. What we're seeing though in the industry right now is long lead time items, especially on transformers. And so that project, although we anticipate to be complete in 2027, it's really going to come down to what the industry can do and how fast they can make these long lead time items, including the generator itself. Other things for projects, if we increase horsepower or we increase capacity at our hydroelectric facilities, we're actually really blessed in Southeast Alaska. Our transmission lines are about 20 to 25% utilized. So we got a lot of room to go. We can add more to the transmission system, but we do need to increase our delivery capacity. So in Wrangell, they have a 10 megawatt transformer, and year over year, they use all 10 of it, actually about 125% in 2022, so about 12 megawatts. And Ketchikan has a 24 megawatt transformer, and they use all 24 of that as well. So future projects would be to double the capacity in Wrangell from 10 megawatts to 20, and do the same thing in Ketchikan by adding a new substation in Ketchikan. That's pretty much what I got for an update for Southeast. Thanks.
Hey, Robert, I've got slides. So when you work in Angoon, you cannot do a presentation without beautiful pictures of the community. So I'm Devany Plentovich. I work with Deerstone Consulting. We're a small consulting firm out of Anchorage that works in remote Alaska on all types of energy systems. And I'm just the project engineer for Kootznoowoo on Thayer Creek Hydroelectric Project. I've been working on this for about 5 years, and I'm going to talk today about excess renewables and electrification and kind of look at it through Thayer Creek Hydro projects. You want to drive? Katie's going to drive. I'm an engineer. I'm technically incompetent. Okay, so Thayer Creek Hydro
Trust me.
Project is going to be owned by Kootznoowoo Incorporated, partnering with IPEC, Inside Passage Electric Co-op, who will operate and maintain the system. There's a lease agreement between the two entities. It is a run-of-the-river project, and it's actually a brilliant design. We're going to pull the water at the top of a waterfall. It's about a 19-foot waterfall. Pull the water there and return it at the bottom of the fall. So it's going to have minimal environmental impact to the environment, to the fish. The project is capable of displacing just about all of the electrical generation in Angoon. So the diesel system will virtually be a backup. There will be a few times during the year where they will need diesel, but Angoon is going to be virtually all on hydroelectric power at the end of this project. That's about 128,000 gallons of displaced diesel. Because IPEC has a postage stamp rate, so rates are the same for all of the different communities within IPEC, the benefits from Thayer are going to be shared with all of the different communities. There will be economic development opportunities for the construction of the project. We are already developing training programs for people in Angoon that are interested in, learning how to operate heavy equipment. We're looking for marine mammal monitors when we're doing the water construction. So there's that work is in progress right now. And the total project cost, this has been the challenge of the project, is $39,600,000. What we're going to talk about a little bit later is this project also has the opportunity to produce a large amount of excess renewables. And that's kind of a trend that we're seeing in a lot of the renewable energy production is excess renewables. If we look at that from a heating standpoint, we could displace another 130,000 gallons of diesel by using excess hydro production for electricity or for heating needs. Next slide, please. So quick project update, where we are on Thayer. U.S. Forest Service has issued the construction permit, and that was a major hurdle. I'll keep going on. And I just want to call out U.S. Forest Service. This project is on Admiralty Island National Monument. And the thought of permitting a project on a national monument was somewhat overwhelming, but it has been a relatively painful process. So that construction permit was issued last summer. We also did find some historical features, some discoveries on the construction site, Stillwater Landing specifically, right across from Angoon. And we have developed a mitigation plan with all of the regulatory agencies, and that is actually to the final signature for the SHPO, the State Historical Preservation, to be ready to go. So we're thinking in the next week, we are going to have that permit in place, and we might have a big party to celebrate that one. That has been a challenge. We are on track for construction this summer, maybe May, June, to do the barge landing on Stillwater Landing. The project has been fully funded with grants. We have received funding from Alaska Energy Authority, Denali Commission, Department of Energy, and Bureau of Indian Affairs. Unfortunately, $33 million of the $39 million is on pause right now. So I can say the stress level for the project last few weeks has been very, very high, but Alaska Energy Authority and Denali Commission have actually been the funding heroes. They've allowed us to adjust our allocation of where the spending is going to go, and we are continuing to prepare for the 2025 construction season.
Maybe we go outside.
Well, that's gonna bring down the house, don't you? Yeah, that's how you bring down the house. Thank you very much. That was fun. We always make this a memorable stop for you. We always have a surprise for you. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, it's pretty, as I say, people kind of get over, everybody is done. Thank you.
So during the wrap up, how about I going to ask you about the energy conference?
Sure.
So if we're going to.
Sure.
That took up the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's probably Michael Rovito that did that. We can just tell next slides when.
Okay, I just want to like, just, okay, it seems like maybe this is the forward button.
Okay.
It is.
And this is, what is this?
No,
button?
that's the power button. You keep turning it off.
Oh,
So,
all
yeah.
right, well, mystery solved.
That's forward, that's backwards.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got the backwards part. Okay.
All right.
Did you even go outside, Rob? I feel like we all walked in and you were on stage just taking a.
Sir, how are you?
I was fighting the fire.
You were, okay, thank you. Thank you for putting that out. Yeah.
That's true.
Yep. Yep,
You-
it worked great and then they paused it and then we
Yeah.
picked it back up again.
You and Speaker Harris.
Man, where are my glasses?
It's been a good program
Okay. Okay. but click
and
up
like,
here.
like even
Okay.
like, Andoon and
Thank you for
that,
doing
Yeah.
that money started with rough money. And if it hadn't started with rough money, it wouldn't be where it is today.
It was perfect timing. She had me set somebody up outside.
I really
Yeah.
think they wanted to take money away from. Then we figured out it shipped off.
Right. That's nice.
Now you get to restart.
I know.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was.
Other than hydro.
Good,
I mean,
good, good timing.
People think solar is good for Southeast Alaska. But depends on the possible rate.
So you're almost done. with this one.
Yeah, I just had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more little point.
And then I'll blow through the electrification.
Don't blow. Yeah.
Are we
I
doing
mean,
okay, Tommy? Well,
I don't, well, Mike Rovito, was sick.
okay.
Different than. We're all about making memories at Southeast Conference. So you will remember the 2025 Mid-Session Summit. Apparently there's construction going on the second floor, so apologies for that, but everyone's awake and we'll resume with Devany's update on Thayer Creek.
All right. So I was just talking about thanking AEA and Denali Commission for allowing the funding to continue. So this project is not going to lose a construction season, which could be traumatic for a $40 million project in Southeast Alaska. And Kutsunwu is working very closely with the Alaska Delegation to figure out what's going to happen with the funding. So next slide, Cady. I'm going to jump into electrification opportunities. So I said earlier that kind of a new trend is renewable energy projects that have a large amount of excess capacity. With Thayer Creek Hydroelectric Project, there's going to be up to 4 times the amount of electricity when you compare to the current community load. So that is a lot of opportunity. We've been brainstorming with community technical experts, and probably the biggest opportunity is electrification for heating. And you're going to hear more about heat pumps from Cady. You can also put in like a large electric heater with water storage at the water treatment plant or the school to reduce cost and displace diesel. And there's also some fairly new technology where you can have a electric resistance heater that has ceramic bricks that'll store the heat so it can displace your Toyo stoves. And so heating is, I'd say, sort of easy with electrification. And then there's also other opportunities with electric vehicles. I think you mentioned the marine transportation. There's also manufacturing or processing. Does anyone in Angoon want to start a wood processor or a pellet mill? So lots of opportunities there. Next slide. But with the excess renewable electrification, there are some challenges. You'll hear the word interruptible power a lot in the future. And that's, when the excess renewables, they're not always available when you need them. So with the flow in Thayer and the production of electricity, the highest levels are going to be in September, October, November, and January, which is good for heating. Unfortunately, the lowest levels are going to be in February and March. So what do you do when you have need for excess, but the renewables aren't there? And that's one of the challenges that the project team is looking at. And so from a heating standpoint, you really need to have a backup heating system because it is kind of risky if you have a heat pump and it's February and there's no excess. You really don't want to crank up your diesel generators to run heat pumps. And we also need to understand the number of heat pumps that the community can handle, that the power plant can handle. And then from a policy standpoint, I'm not going to talk very much on this because you would all be dead asleep within 2 minutes. But the way the Regulatory Commission of Alaska interprets the PCE program, it really discourages excess renewables to heat. And so there's going to be some work going on how we can work with the policies to really encourage the proper behavior and the proper uses of excess electrification. So next up, or next slide. So very quickly, number one, we've got to resolve this funding pause and make sure that we do have a fully funded project to complete Thayer Creek Hydroelectric. We need to continue the policy collaborations to look at, what do we do with how the PCE program works with excess electricity? And are there rate structures that can really encourage the economic development with maybe lower costs, interruptible power? Look for other creative ways to share the electricity benefits with the community. One idea that's floating around is, can we provide very low cost power to the water treatment plant that displaces most of their diesel fuel, and then everyone in the community sees a lower power or water bill every month? So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And then for the geeks in the community, we're doing a lot of good work on understanding how to control this dispatch of electricity when it is available. There's still a lot more things that we can do to help improve that technology. And so I think Thayer is going to be a good place to demonstrate this new technology. So that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
I have a slide deck as well. It is. It was. Okay. Robert's giving the instructions on what the buttons do on all the pieces of equipment up here. I appreciate that. So hi, everyone. I'm Cady Lister. I'm the Senior Energy Advisor for Southeast Conference. And like Devany said, I'm going to and Robert said, I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into heat pumps and sort of beneficial electrification in Southeast Alaska. Do sort of an overview of that, and then just round out at the end with just a flavor of some of the other energy work that Southeast Conference is involved with. Okay, I'm pushing the button, the right button. Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. So Southeast Alaska is really, I mean, many of you already know this, but is really uniquely well positioned to take advantage and benefit from recent advances in heat pump technology and other beneficial electrification technology. like transportation and sort of just advances in batteries. The region includes communities that are 100 or nearly 100% really renewable, stable priced energy. You have a relatively mild climate and really limited road miles, making it just ideal for beneficial electrification. In Juneau right now, I called a couple of days ago, the cost of heating fuel is around $4.80 per gallon. A heat pump in Juneau at sort of your current rates can produce that same amount of heat for a home, at the same amount of heat as that gallon of gas for about $1.75. And when you go down to sort of off-peak rates at the utility, that moves to the sort of equivalent of about $1.50 a gallon for heating fuel. And I've lived in Alaska my entire life. I'm not sure when the last time heating fuel was $1.50 a gallon, but it was a very, very long time ago. As a general rule of thumb, just for folks who are interested and from other communities, I know there's a really wide variety in terms of like electric rates and also the price of heating fuel in communities. But a general rule of thumb is if you take the electric rate that you pay and you multiply it by 13, what you get is kind of the price to beat for a gallon of heating fuel. So an example would be if electricity costs 20 cents, then you would be saving money as long as the price of heating oil is higher than $2.60 a gallon. So that's just your electric rate times 13. In communities with higher cost power, the PCE and that power cost equalization program will help reduce the cost for heat pump users because it subsidizes the rate up to 750 kilowatt hours per month for residential users. And there are months where folks will go over 750 kilowatt hours if they convert to heat pumps. And in some communities, like IPEC communities, have a heat pump rate that can kind of like help subsidize or help reduce the cost if folks go over that 750 kilowatt hours. And so like Devany said, we're looking at ways to sort of create the framework that keeps the utility financially whole and benefits that system and also allows folks to convert to electric heat as their primary heating source. I would say just sort of I know this is been a theme over the last couple of days, but it feels right now like the future holds pretty significant unknowns for Alaska and the region. But the cost of heating our homes and getting to and from work really doesn't have to be one of them. If we can sort of do this market transformation and take advantage of these advances in technology in our communities where we have such stable priced power. So the program that was on Robert's slide this morning, that was an award from EPA, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, is a $38.6 million award, and it is to install more than 6,000 heat pumps in residential housing units from Ketchikan to Kodiak, so all of Southeast Alaska and then parts of sort of the south coast of Alaska. And there are places where it doesn't really make sense to install heat pumps, unless from a financial point of view. I would say if you have access to natural gas, you're definitely right at current natural gas rates. You're definitely going to be losing money if you install a heat pump to replace that for your thermal load. If you collect wood or you have a free access to wood and that's your primary heating source, it's probably also going to increase, it will also increase the cost. I will note that LIHEAP can be used to pay for electricity produced thermal load. There's some paperwork that needs to happen to make to sort of make that transfer. That was a lesson learned in some of the sort of some communities in Southeast where low-income households were converting over. And but now everybody kind of knows that and knows what the paperwork is, so we can accommodate those. Most residential buildings in Southeast Alaska do currently rely on heating fuel as their primary heat source. Heat pump technology used to be, I think that it's new to Alaska, but it is certainly not new to the world. It has, been being used in parts of the lower 48 and definitely in Europe for a very long time. But but it always worked kind of not very well in colder climates. And so we were really a little gun shy of it up here. But the technology has really improved a lot in the last decade, and continues to improve, frankly. The household level benefit not only could include sort of substantial cost savings with the estimated average reduction of 500 to 600 gallons of heating fuel per year. There's also improvements to indoor air quality, and in a, much more limited way, cooling during the summer. I will say that, I have family in Juneau, the people who I stay with prefer their house at about 60 degrees. So they actually do use their heat pump during the summer as an air conditioner. So yeah, not very many people do, but some people will. So this is just sort of shows where the geographic area, the rough geographic area of that program once it gets going. The community sizes range from less than 100 in population to Juneau is the sort of the largest community in there. Roughly half of the housing stock in the region is estimated to be built before 1980. These houses tend to be less efficient. They were generally built, 2x4 instead of 2x6 if they're stick-built houses. And so they just tend to be like much more expensive to make more efficient, to retrofit to make more efficient. And then an estimated 10% of occupied homes are rated 1 star for energy efficiency. That's very inefficient. So I think there's just a lot of opportunity to really reduce the operating costs of people's houses. I know I've heard Robert say in a lot of different settings that heating is generally the biggest cost in operating our homes. It's our biggest utility bill. And a lot of programs in the state tend to, or in this and just in the country, there's a lot of emphasis on utility projects. They're much easier to accomplish. They have benefit that goes to everybody sort of in a fairly equitable way. So there's good reason for that. But it's much harder to do these distributed projects, right? Like we're talking about 6,000 individual small construction projects rather than and that's a lot of different people to interact with, a lot of different contractors. So, but it is critically important if you want to sort of help stabilize households and provide a renewable heat source. So just, yeah, I just sort of want to, I don't know how many different ways I can say that this is just a really tremendous opportunity for this region. I spent a little bit of time working outside and was sort of getting familiar with the grid in the lower 48 and working with some of the power system users and generators down there. And the Southeast Alaska is really unique in the country and potentially the world. I mean, the islanded grids that are fully renewable provides this opportunity to have kind of complete energy independence. So if the price of diesel goes way up, that doesn't impact your household cost and it doesn't impact potentially your transportation costs. It's is just a huge benefit to the region, having that stability. Southeast Conference's 2021 economic analysis determined that for the 4 out of 6 weaknesses relate directly to the cost of living, housing, and energy. I know for those of you who were here yesterday, Meilani's presentation noted a new economic development plan that's going out for public comment, and housing was at the top of that very short list of economic development priorities. This heat pump grant is an opportunity to transform the market, moving households from using heating oil to electric heat pumps as their primary heat source, but supports community, like individual household, but also community and regional energy independence. And then this is the slide that has just sort of, this is kind of all the other stuff, but not really all the other stuff. I just wanted to mention some of the other some of the other energy work that Southeast Conference is involved with. So, and really just give you some examples, not a comprehensive list, but Southeast Conference supports energy planning and has for a very long time at the local, regional, and statewide level. Over the last year, an example of this is the DOE-funded Energy Shed project, which was working with Cake, Angoon, Hoona, Haynes, Yakutat, and Metlakatla. And we sort of are just at the tail end of completing phase one. There is a phase two, which is a little bit up in the air as to whether or not that will move forward. But phase one for those communities was able to sort of develop a comprehensive asset inventory, and then that is hosted on a platform so that utilities, and engineers who maybe are hired and not necessarily on site can look at that and have just a very detailed visualization of the power system in the community, and including things like manuals that are also uploaded into the platform so that if you're consulting with an expert outside to try and troubleshoot a problem, you maybe don't have to fly them out to the location and pay for those costs. So that has been an exciting project. The next phase, should it move forward, will be to bring in sort of national lab scientists to help work on some analysis and feasibility for the top energy project priorities within the community. We work closely with communities and institutional partners to effectively leverage the world-class technical and research expertise at the National Renewable Energy Lab, which, thanks to Senator Murkowski, now has staff and facilities in Alaska, and also with the Alaska Center for Energy and Power out of the University of Alaska, and they have staff all over the state, including here in Juneau and also in Ketchikan. We're coordinating with our state partners to ensure that equipment and contractor requirements for heat pump installations are aligned. We've been working really closely with Alaska Housing Finance Corporation on that, and in a way that, with the intention that we want to benefit the workers, the contractors who are installing these, so they don't have to navigate different requirements, and for customers who will, be able to sort of have high quality products that are more easily locally serviceable. So just making sure that all of the different programs that are going on are aligned, and there's less customer confusion and less contractor confusion. And then the last thing is just that biomass, it's not the last thing, but it is a thing. Biomass Devany thinks it's the best thing. Biomass is a long-standing body of work at Southeast Conference, including providing biomass operator training, which is a really important to the success of those systems, and something that Devany is, works with us on as well, and supporting forest product economic development initiatives in the region. And then I guess the only last thing I'll mention is just the transportation, which is really part of the DNA of Southeast Conference, in addition to ongoing work to support the Alaska Marine Highway System and communities that rely on them, and a whole bunch of other transportation work that will all be covered tomorrow. I'm not even familiar with all of it. But Southeast Conference is also engaged in electric vehicle charging infrastructure development, and is currently sitting on 2 new advisory committees that are statewide but focused on transportation. One focused on transportation electrification and one focused on biofuels, and really wanting to make sure that the sort of specific requirements and needs of Southeast communities are being considered in those statewide conversations as policies are being developed or programs are being developed, just wanting to make sure that they aren't, being driven by the road system, or they aren't being driven by, it's always driven by the people who are in the room. So we want to be one of the people in the room. And that is my presentation.
There's a lot going on in the energy world all across the region and state. No, I gotta be closer. Okay, well, just do this. All right. So since we did a stroll in the park, we don't have a lot more time. I did want to recognize the other Southeast Conference Energy staff, Energy Coordinator Charles Westmoreland in the very back, manning the desk. Where's Angie? There she is up front. So we're really pleased to be able to undertake the robust work that we do in partnership with communities, business sector, utilities, and the Alaska Energy Authority. Before we leave, though, I did want to ask Curtis to say a few words about the upcoming energy conference that the governor's been putting on each year that really brings in just a lot of attention and a lot of policymakers across the globe. Would you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Governor Dunleavy, this is year 4 of the Alaska Governor's Sustainability Conference. And he hosts that in Anchorage. It is going to be the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday after Memorial Day. I don't recall those dates. I want to say second, third, and fourth, but don't hold me to those. But the conference is held in Anchorage, and it is not only a chance for Alaskans to come together to talk about success stories and learn more, but we have national people on a national scale. We had Jurgen was there in the past, Ernie Bakovich, if you remember the movie from her. She's attended a teleconference, the ambassador last year from the United Arab Emirates, which seems like an odd fit for a conference like that. But one of the reasons she was there is because in the United Arab Emirates, they have their permanent fund for 1 million people is $2.5 trillion. And they're investing in energy projects, renewable energy projects around the world. And so she was there representing that. We expect a contingency from the United Arab Emirates to look at opportunities here in Alaska for investing. Granted, it's probably a rounding error for what they have, but for us, it could make or break a community. So really, that conference is something to look at across the board. It's pretty intense for 3 days. The ASAP usually does a day on Monday, which is a pre-conference. It's held at the Denina Center, and the last year we had over almost 1,200 people attend. So it is something to look at, and encourage you to look online for the Alaska Governor's Sustainability Conference. See if the agenda works, and would welcome you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And yes, sir.
Is that something that you guys could share with us?
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll put that in a future newsletter and make sure everyone gets that. All right, thank you. All right, so we're going to, I'm going to invite Meilani to come up. Apologies to the panel. This is the first time we've ever had the entire place walk out on a panel, but thank you all for your resilience. And would you please thank our energy panel? So Meilani is going to take us into the CEDS, and then we're going to follow that with the workforce development, which Caitlin will be facilitating. So I get to step off the stage and let's roll up our sleeves and let's plan the next 5 years of what we're going to do.
All right. So, thank you, Robert. So every 5 years at Southeast Conference, we get to do something that's very exciting, and that is to put together a 5-year economic plan for the region. And it is 2025, and the first time I ever was asked to do this for Southeast Conference was 2000. So I'm on 25 years of helping Southeast Conference with their economic development plans. So one thing, normally when I give presentations, I like to be very dynamic and have just a presentation that you can't take your eyes away from. Today, we're going to get in the weeds. So what I did is I put a QR code on the very introduction slide. So if you want to download the report and look along with it as we're talking, you are very welcome to. There's a 1-page summary in the back. I think if anyone wants copies, maybe Dan could hand out some copies of the 1-page plan. Anyway, what we want to do is just go through all the elements of the plan. There's something in here for everyone, and I'm really, really excited. We're all really, really excited to share it with you today. And so where are we in the plan? We started this process just about a year ago. So we started it just after the mid-session summit last year. We are a year in. We have done all the different elements of the plan. We've worked on the summary background, the SWOT analysis, the strategic direction action plan, the evaluation framework. We've done the economic resilience. And now here we are with a 30-day review document for you. So you've got some time to look through the 5-year plan, see if it works for you, see if there was anything we were missing, see how we can improve it. And so we're really excited to hear what you think about the 5-year plan for the region. So how this plan is put together, as you know, Southeast Conference has several very robust committees. There's 6 committees. There's seafood, energy, transportation, natural resources, economic development, and tourism. And then there's also the board of directors. So what we have done is worked within that committee framework, developing draft economic initiatives in each of those committees, and then further developing the ones that had the most support as we move forward. Whenever I describe a CED, so this is the Economic Development Plan for the region. It's also the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS for short. And how I like to think of it is a puzzle, an enormous jigsaw puzzle, and you guys have all the pieces. And so what we've spent the last year doing, and when I say we, I want to give a special shout out to some Southeast Conference staff who've really worked very hard on this, including Caitlin and Charles, Colette, Sarah, and of course, Robert. And so we've been there with our hands out asking you for your puzzle pieces. I really liked how Millie put it yesterday. She talked about everyone's got their toolbox, and like we all need to show up with our box of tools. And so that's really how the CEDS was put together. We've worked with probably every single one of you in the room to get your input in some way, whether it was prioritization or talking about the economic initiatives. We've asked you, and we're still asking you to bring your toolbox, to bring your puzzle piece, so we can develop this framework. It's really a collaborative process from every single one of you, our regional leaders and community leaders, to work together to develop this plan. So there's a number of key elements of a CEDS. That one key element is the summary background. We've decided to call the summary background Southeast Alaska by the numbers, and we update it annually. We gave a update to that yesterday, and so I won't go through that at all. You've got Southeast by the numbers in the back. You can take a copy, but it also sits in the larger economic report as well. The next thing we do is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats analysis. And so this was actually how we did our SWOT analysis, I think 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm not exactly sure. I had this great idea. We ended up with so many stickies. But the nice thing is, if you Google like how to do, or like what is a CEDS, you will see this image, because this is like, EDA loved this so much. They're like, this is exactly like what we want to show, like the community working together and everyone developing the strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats. And so what we've just continued to workshop the top SWOT of the region and continued to have you prioritize it. And so this year, and I presented this slide yesterday, this year you said that the top economic strength of Southeast Alaska is our rich Alaska Native culture and heritage. Our top weakness is housing. It's not enough. It's too expensive. Our top opportunity is to expand housing, and our top threat is the cost of living. Just delving into each of these a little bit more. So just looking at strengths, our other strengths include the beauty and recreation opportunities of Southeast Alaska, our tourism sector, our people, our subsistence, our high quality of life, our access to natural resources, and our seafood. You said that our top weaknesses, including housing, it's not enough, it's too expensive, the cost of living, the cost of doing business, the decline of our ferries, the lack of childcare, the lack of workforce age residents, the lack of infrastructure, or the aging of our infrastructure, the aging or decline of our population, and our transportation issues. You said our top opportunities include expanding housing, strengthening our ferry system, attracting and retaining those young families and workers to Southeast Alaska, our mariculture, improving our infrastructure, renewable energy and reducing diesel use, and improving public land development, increasing access to it, increasing housing on it, development, what have you. And you said our top threats include our cost of living, the further loss or reduction of our ferry service, the decline of our youth, our population, our workforce, the decline of our fisheries, decline of our education, climate change, natural disaster, and barge disruption. We also did SWOT analysis for each of our specific sectors. I'm just going to focus on the top one in each category. In our seafood sector, you said our top strength is the high quality seafood product we have here in the region. You said our top weakness is our high costs in seafood. Our top opportunity is to increase value added processing, and our top threat is our low seafood prices. In the visitor sector, you said our top strength is just the beauty of Southeast Alaska, our natural beauty. Our top weakness is the limited seasonal housing. It's really hard to house people here when they're coming up for the summer. The top opportunity comes straight from that, workforce housing development, and the top threat is housing shortages. So you see a theme, especially in the visitor sector. In transportation, our top strength is connecting communities. Our top weakness, the lack of qualified workforce. Our top opportunity is improved ferry service, and our top threat is the demise of AMHS. And in energy, you just saw the panel. Our top strength is high renewable percentage of renewables, especially hydropower. Our top weakness is the high cost of infrastructure that was just discussed. Our top opportunity is heat pump insulation, and our top threat is an inadequate workforce. This is the full analysis. I gave you the slide, so if you wanted to download the PowerPoint later, you can zoom in and see the full SWOT analysis for each of our sectors. The next piece that we put together was the strategic action plan. And the way that we did this is we went and we worked within each of those committees. We worked with the board. We had other meetings like the annual meeting in Ketchikan, different presentations that we gave. We had 30 meetings altogether. 400 stakeholders were involved, including probably everyone or almost everyone in this room. Through the process, we developed many more initiatives, but we settled on 81 draft initiatives, and we brought them to you in September in Ketchikan and asked you to prioritize them. We prioritized them with everyone who was at the Ketchikan meeting, but we also sent it out to the Southeast Conference membership and committees. So we just had tremendous involvement in the prioritization process. And our prioritizations looked like this. We had 81 initiatives. We did a couple of different types of sorts. So we sorted it just the base sort, and then we also went to our subject matter experts in seafood and tourism and energy, and we did a sort in each of those sectors for those, and we ended up. Here's our top 10 list. I'm not going to read through this as I'll read through them as further. But we ended up with 46 initiatives that ended up making the plan and 7 priority objectives. And I tried to figure out a more dynamic way to go through this, but I think these are all just incredibly important. So I'm just going to read through them. So in economic development, our #1 initiative for the whole plan, but also for economic development, was housing. We need more housing for our young people in Southeast Alaska to attract and retain that workforce. We need more childcare. That was our #3 priority coming out of the entire plan. We've got childcare deserts here in Southeast Alaska, and we need to come up with a childcare solution to address that and funding for that solution. We need infrastructure. We need to maintain the infrastructure that we have. We need high quality education in Southeast Alaska. We need to attract and retain our workforce. Coast Guard, we want to be home porting Coast Guard vessels here in Southeast Alaska. We've got our natural disaster planning objective, our solid waste objective, our healthcare, telecommunications, manufacturing, and food security. And all of this is written up in detail in the report. In transportation, our #2 priority coming out of the entire Southeast Alaska plan is to support the stability, sustainability, and longevity of the Alaska Marine Highway System. We also want to develop a long-term strategic multimodal regional transportation plan. We want to improve and expand opportunities to move freight to and from markets. We want our ports and harbors infrastructure to be improved, as does Carl. We've got transportation workforce development that we want to see happen. We want to ensure the stability and safety of passenger transportation. We want improved marine and road connections to the lower 48, and we want disaster resilient transportation infrastructure. Within our seafood sector, we have 2 priorities that move to to priority objective status, as I call it. We want to further develop our seafood markets for Alaska seafood. We want to modernize our seafood infrastructure and methodology. We want to work to promote a year-round seafood economy. We want to use full resource utilization of our ocean products. We want mariculture. We want to bring back seafood jobs to our smallest communities like Angoon and Cake to bring more seafood jobs back there. We want to support access to capital for harvesters and processors. We want to maintain a stable regulatory regime. In natural resources, maybe we're worried less about this now, I don't know, but preparing for the potential of king salmon, Chinook salmon on the Endangered Species Act, to work directly with the Forest Service to direct federal contracts towards locally owned businesses, Southeast businesses. We want to support an innovative, integrated timber industry. We want to attract capital investments, maintain global competitiveness. We want to provide an economically viable supply of timber to the Tongass for our regional operators. We want to increase access to minerals and energy. We want to advocate for our regulators. We want to make sure there's enough regulators, that they're funded, and that we can move things through the regulatory process with high-quality regulators in place. And we also want to revise the Tongass National Land Management Plan. These are the priorities that came out of the natural resource sector. In our tourism sector, we want to support local tourism ownership and entrepreneurship. We want workforce housing. We want to develop cultural tourism. We want a collective regional strategy for accommodating tourism growth in Southeast Alaska, so we're not doing it community by community, but we've got a collective, organized regional strategy. In energy, I'm preaching to the choir because we just had the great, robust energy panel. We want to reduce the energy costs and decrease deployment of renewables. We want to promote beneficial electrification. We want to support consumer education on heat pumps. We want policy regulatory development to meet community and energy needs and priorities. We want to continue support for PCE, and we want biomass. Whew, okay. I told people I was going to just read the 46 objectives, and they're like, you can't do that. That's going to be so boring. And I was like, I don't know any better way to do it. They're all critical. Every one of them is critical. So thank you for sitting through this. And so the next thing that we want to really talk about is our champions. So what we did, I told you that there were 7 priorities that we elevated to that priority objective status. And what we needed for each of those is we wanted the person with the biggest toolbox for each of these strategies. And so we asked, or they came to us either way, and we have 7 incredible champions that know more about their issue. They are the subject matter expert for Southeast Alaska. We've got Jackie Peda in housing. We have Blue in childcare. We have Susan Bell. We have Robert Venables. We've got Jason Custer, Jeremy Woodrow. So these are amazing people who've worked really hard with us to develop these sort of mini economic plans for each of these areas. So, and just to be clear, we're not asking our champions to do all the work. These are just the people who really understand the levers of power that need to be pulled. They understand what are the processes that need to take place to make these initiatives successful, and they understand the costs. And so we worked with them to develop these sort of mini economic plans for each of our 7 priority areas, to develop the steps, the timeline, the funding, the sources, the costs, the partners, who are the people that are going to be responsible for making these things happen, and also the evaluation measures. What are the metrics that we're going to look at to see if these different priority objectives are successful? So our priority objective number 1, I'm not going to go into great detail of it. We do have Jackie Peda working to just help support us. She's the CEO of the Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority. She just has her mind fully wrapped around regional housing. It's amazing. This is what the housing plan looks like. We're not going to go through all the details of it, but if you do download the plan, you can look at it and you can go through all of the details that we've worked out. The second priority, the top priority objective is supporting the Alaska Marine Highway System. We've got Robert Venables, who's been working on transportation for so long and the ferries for so long. And so just a fantastic person there to be leading this objective. We've got childcare, and we've got Blue in the back of the room. She has worked in every stage in childcare in Juneau and Southeast Alaska. She understands childcare better than anybody I've ever met, and we're very lucky to have her collaborating on this project. Further developing markets for Alaska seafood. Obviously, we needed to partner with ASME for this, so Jeremy Woodrow agreed to work on this with us and help develop a 5-year plan for marketing Alaska seafood in Southeast. When it comes to tourism, putting together a small tourism plan. We couldn't think of anyone better than Susan Bell. She used to be at Gold Belt. She used to be at McDowell Group. She used to be the Commissioner of Commerce. She is now working at Huna Totem, and she understands tourism and the best way to really support our local entrepreneurs and our local businesses across Southeast. So just an amazing opportunity there to get to work with her. And Jason Custer, Southeast Conference Board, he's here in the room and, you know, understands energy and increasing energy costs, reducing energy costs and increasing deployment of renewables. And finally, we have our seafood modernization initiative. We've got Christy Clement online. She's dealing with a broken foot or something, and so wasn't able to be with us here today, but she's really working hard. She's at AFDF in Julie Decker's old role and just doing fantastic. So these are our 7 priority objectives. Again, you can read a lot more about them in the plan. And so here we are. We are at the end of this year-long process. You have some time to think about it, to give us some feedback. So how can you use the CEDS? So I don't know if anyone remember, who in this room remembers Carrie Sykes? Anyone remember Carrie? Carrie used to just go up and this was the thing that she did so well. And so I was trying to channel Carrie Sykes for this exact slide, but this is your planning document. This is a CEDS that Southeast Conference has created, but you can use it. We are hoping that you can use it too, as you're going through all of your grants. You can use just the document. You can attach it to show that the regional process and the support for your project, if it's related to one of these. You know, we know that there's plagiarism in the world. There's not plagiarism when it comes to the CEDS. Cut and paste, put this in all of your grants and all of your documentation as you're going after different funding opportunities. You can take this plan, you can cut and paste it, you can make it into your community plan, your tribal plan. You can personalize it. You can take what we have and say, you know, how does this work for my community, for my organization? I need a tourism plan, so I'll just take this one and go from there. We want you to use this in any way that you can. We want this to be your plan and work for you. I'd like to invite Caitlin up to the stage. Do we have Caitlin? Oh, there you are. Perfect. Caitlin's going to talk to you about our last economic plan and the successes. You know, as I'm telling you how to use it moving forward, Caitlin will tell you how we used the last economic plan.
Yeah. So working with the committees and Meilani and the champions on the new CEDS, I had to take a moment to reflect on where we went and what happened with the 2025 CEDS. You know, we went through COVID with it. As Meilani just said, it's a plan for the communities, it's a plan for the region, and we saw a lot of success through our priority objectives in the last that we had in the last plan, and those objectives are not going anywhere. You know, the importance of mariculture, the importance of beneficial electrification, they're not going anywhere. They're still very active projects. And I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on the success of the region and our communities in accomplishing the actions laid out in the 2025 CEDS. So we've seen a lot of investment and time go into the AMHS process. You know, we have the AMHOB, the Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board. We've got a new long-range plan that you'll hear about coming out very soon that has had a lot of community input, a lot of time invested into developing a plan to take AMHS into 2045 for the region, and it works for the south coast of Alaska. You've heard a lot about mariculture, and you'll hear more about it today, and the success that we've had with the $49 million EDA award funds, and then promoting beneficial electrification, the CPRG program with the heat pump initiatives. And I think, though, Alex, the only one that we have not yet accomplished in that action plan is electrifying one additional cruise port in the region. So still really trying to get that one knocked out. But, you know, we saw our region grow with over 500 electric vehicles into the region, multiple charging ports come in. And so I thought it was important to reflect on what happened and make sure that those successes are highlighted, and just keep moving the region forward as we go. And that's all I wanted to say, and why I told Meilani we needed to reflect on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. And that was actually our last slide. So thanks to all of you. You can get the report. You've got a QR code on your table that will bring you to the supporting documents. We can send it to you however you want to get it. And then as we go through all of your changes and comments, we will continue to work on it. So thank you so much for the time. It's a lot, but it was an important way to go through it. So appreciate it. Thank you.
And we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, but that's okay. If I can get the workforce development panel folks to come on up here, and we will get rolling, and maybe we'll get to our break early. Okay. Yeah.
Being brave to do the whole computer. All from in here.
Oh, good job.
I need
Well, it's
to.
because you live and breathe it.
That's very true.
Yes.
Dream about it.
Wait, is your actual job title workforce? Because that's what
I'm the, so state, you have to choose the job class that, so I'm a program coordinator technically, but I'm statewide workforce for commissioners.
okay.
Yeah. So yes, you are correct. To answer your question.
And those lights are bright.
Hi, I see you. I know.
Kaz, how are you?
We should
I see it.
talk after this.
I know, I've been trying to get plugged into that, but, we just finally got secure funding so we could focus on programs rather than just keep lights on.
Awesome.
First year we were there just to keep the lights on.
Yeah, yeah.
We're just missing Robin. UAS.
Are you gonna talk about all the things like the career awareness? Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, that's why you're here.
partnership, Yes.
Okay. That's why
Sorry,
you're
I'm like, what am I missing?
The big project.
Yes.
That big project.
I'm just, she sent it.
Only saw the one question from what she sent me. Was there more than one?
Well, I just am going to talk about our workforce plan because the questions that she asked kind of are answered there, like innovative ways of going about reaching students, meeting needs. What message do you want the community and businesses to leave with?
We all pretty much,
We just talked about what. I know, I
we all
just like,
pretty much think it's all in the same line.
right? Which is probably good. You know,
Yeah.
same page, don't confuse anybody. But do you have anything else extra? Are you gonna just talk about?
I am
this?
just going to talk about the plan and I'll just say you're going to talk more detail about their time.
No way, you gotta talk about the.
But yeah, I can.
So much work on that.
Yeah, I can. And part of it is like, we have 30 minutes and there's 4 of us. It's like 7 minutes of
Yeah.
talking, so I just was being kind of mindful of that. But I would love to talk about Steam Fest and all the things.
Yes. It's
Not
worth it.
quite here
Period.
yet.
So we're, I'm in a hurry.
You're early.
Trying to get you more speaking moments.
I don't have much,
You don't have much to say.
I wrote down some thoughts.
Me too.
Look at all those thoughts.
Yeah.
Kaz, are you gonna mention the partnership with UAS at all? Oh, that's great.
I just talked to Aparna last night
Oh,
at,
good.
University of Alaska about our tribal college initiative, as well as, credit, move forward. Got something about our naval trades academy here.
Your what?
Naval trades.
Today's been a
Is
little
that
wonky.
gonna
There's
be
a fire alarm
part
down
of-
there.
Will the
and
Yamaha outboard motor
all sorts of
initiative be a
excitement.
part of that?
Is it wherever you
Or
wanna
will that
go?
be separate?
That'd be separate.
Okay. Cause there's an effort, to train the, technicians, which I think.
Why don't, is it on the flash drive? I'll go ahead and give it to Ike.
Technician competent kids coming out of South.
Go from there.
Absolutely. Am I supposed to look at you? Okay. Thank you, Vicky. I could sit up, I guess. It's good for my posture, neck. Actually gonna go shortly after this, and I'm gonna go work on a HUNA agreement as well. I don't know what's your plans for the rest of the day. Are you here all day? I am. My flight doesn't leave. I couldn't get an earlier flight, so I'm here. Till 7. That's when I leave. Yeah, so I'd be happy to work with you on anything, or if you have any questions. Yeah, just sit down and I can show you the stuff in cake too. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we don't have cake on our calendar, and we probably should, or I don't, maybe Jane. But we've been talking about it so much because we were doing this pilot with them. So, hopefully I get that batch signed. But anyways, if you want to go over anything, and next up is HUNA. Is HUNA okay? No. They're not, okay. No, just for Southeast, it'd be just Wrangell, Sitka, and Ketchikan. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, I can get everyone to quiet down a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and get underway with the Workforce Development Panel today. I have joining me for this session, I've got Robin Gilcrist with the University of Alaska Southeast, Charles Edwardson with Klingon Generations Southeast. I've got Jocelyn Swindle with Workforce, the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, the Commissioner's Office. And then I have also got Selle, the Executive Director for Alaska Workforce Alliance. I think we've heard a lot over the last day and a half, the concern and need for improving, increasing, retooling our workforce, and the opportunities for our communities and our citizens. It wasn't said in Meilani's presentation, but there were 16 initiatives throughout the new 2030 CEDS that reflected or referenced a need for workforce improvement or to be addressed. And so you can see just how pertinent and important a focus on workforce is. It has always been. I know that I am a product of the state, having graduated high school here and attended all 3 of the campuses of the University of Alaska system. So workforce has always been an important, but it is ever so now, especially as our population is projected to decline, yet our workforce needs are ever increasing. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and give the mic to give a quick introduction, let the panelists introduce themselves, and just kind of highlight some of the projects that they're working on at the moment. I'll just let you start, Robbie. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Selle. A director of the Alaska Workforce Alliance, and I'm going to primarily talk to you about a newly released final plan, the Alaska's Workforce Future. This is a cross-industry workforce plan. We interviewed many organizations, many businesses and students and job seekers to come up with this workforce plan. I see Commissioner Munoz in the audience. Big thanks to the Alaska Department of Labor for sponsoring this plan and really taking such a strong partnership in moving it forward and landing it. It is now final and on our website. I also see Jocelyn from the Denali Commission out there, and the Denali Commission was our other funder and they really helped us start and get started with this plan. So thank you to all of those. I know we don't have a ton of time. I think we have 30 minutes. So I'm just going to go through the top line highlights of what is in this plan. And I'm going to preface this by saying none of the strategies in the plan are magical. They're actually pretty practical, and they're going to take a lot of work. And I'm actually a little bit disappointed that I did not get to see all of Meilani's CEDS presentation, because there's just a lot of really good overlap. The first goal area of Alaska's workforce future is about career awareness and building career pathways and doing it right. So, when I talk about career awareness to people, everyone kind of goes, yes, we need to do career awareness. We need our high school students and we need the youth to know about what kind of jobs are available. But doing it right is actually pretty hard. Career awareness is not something that is easy to fund because it doesn't generate any revenue. The people who know a lot about the careers that we need to fill are industry members. They're not in the business of working with youth. And so doing it right is going to be really key here. There is currently a partnership between DOL and the Department of Education. They have launched a career guide initiative to support rural students in navigating career pathways and post-secondary opportunities. They partnered with Root Ed Alliance, BBR CTE, and See Alaska Heritage Institute so that they can provide career guidance to students, particularly in rural areas. And this is just scratching the surface. This is just the beginning of the type of career awareness work that we really need to do. I know Jocelyn is going to talk about some amazing career awareness work that we're partnering with the Alaska Marine Highway System to do. And, we can answer questions about those cool initiatives that are coming down the pike. But I'm going to move on to strategy 2, which is building a skilled and qualified workforce. So some of the strategies under this is related to pre-job forums for entities involved in the big infrastructure projects that are coming down the pike, but also looking ahead at the emerging technologies that we need. I mean, we're in an AI future, right? And we had Julie Decker yesterday up here talking about, I think she mentioned automation in the seafood industry. And so we need to be preparing Southeast Alaska for these emerging technologies that are emerging. And then retaining Alaskans and attracting new Alaskans. I mean, this is like asking ourselves, what are we doing to entice the youth, the best and the brightest in Southeast Alaska, to want to stay? Is it fun for young adults to live in your communities? What fun are they having in your towns? Are they connected such with each other and with the community that they're going to want to put down roots and stay and be contributing members of the communities? And then Dr. Palmer yesterday talked about the initiative that that UAS has, where they are serving Southeast Alaska and the students of Southeast Alaska, but they're also looking outside of Alaska at attracting new students to come in and join our communities and become new Alaskans. And that's the kind of innovative thinking that we really need to be having, because, as Caitlin mentioned, we have many, many jobs and not enough people to fill them. I know Jared Kozin from, I think I saw him on the agenda for later today, and he is going to, spoiler alert, probably talk about how we have so many vacancies in the health workforce and not enough people to fill those positions, and a huge patient population that we are going to be faced with. That's all of us needing care in a few years and not enough people to care for us. And so, we need to really think realistically about really training Alaskans and bringing new people into Alaska, attracting new Alaskans. And there's so much more I want to say, but I'm going to move on. Strategy 4 is fostering regional workforce development. I got up and took a picture when Meilani put that picture up of all of the experts in your region doing the good work in childcare and transportation, in all of the important areas. We need to foster, I mean, that is just an amazing example. Good job, Southeast Alaska, in doing that regional workforce work. There is good work also being done in other regions of our state. That communication across our regions and really having good knowledge about what's happening across our regions is, I think, going to be really important for partnership building and really knowledge sharing moving forward. And then I know Meilani talked about it, improving infrastructure access and support services, all those issues related to housing, transportation, childcare. It affects workforce stability. And I know I am a workforce person. I am not a housing person. And some of you are industry folks, some of you are education folks. But we have to partner with the experts in housing and childcare if we're going to solve this, because we can't talk about workforce without really addressing the issues related to those infrastructure gaps. And finally, the final version of Alaska's workforce, or the final goal in Alaska's workforce future, is about stability of the workforce plan. And in Alaska, we have the Alaska Workforce Investment Board. I had the pleasure to serve on that board for several years, and they are the coordinating entity for Alaska, and will be helping us oversee this plan and moving these things forward. And I'll just leave it at that. And if you have any questions, or want to dig into any of these issues, we'll do that in the question section.
This on? Here, do you want?
I think I got it.
Okay, is that on?
Yes, this is definitely on.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jocelyn Swindell. I work for the Department of Transportation Commissioner's Office. A couple years ago, I was put in a position to oversee workforce statewide. So I am based out of Fairbanks, and one of the biggest challenges that Commissioner tasked me with was the Alaska Marine Highway. I was born and raised in Fairbanks, and so I'm like, me? You want me to go do this? I don't know anything about boats. I don't even live near an ocean. Rivers I can talk about all day. I know roads, I know engineering, but maritime? The good news is when you dive in, you have to really dive in with a crash course on how many hurdles that our marine engineering pathways have. You have to get on the boats to start. You have to get these Coast Guard certifications. And to come in with an entry level job and no experience, it's going to cost you some money, and it's going to take a long time to get on the boats, because of course you got to get all your certifications so that you can safely and legitly do your job. So had to learn very quickly, but I've met a lot of people along the way. So DOT, we're air, land, and sea. And our three main initiatives when it comes to workforce right now, and Mari talked a lot about it, is students. And we can go out and we can recruit new people, and we can invest in different partners, but really playing the long game it's tough because you're not going to see those instant results. But at some point, that's going to be that next generation coming in. And then going in and really investing in Alaska. So yes, we want to bring people back to Alaska. We want to grow our population, but also we have a lot of roots here. When it comes to the Alaska Marine Highway, going out, these kids grew up on these boats. But then you ask them, have you ever gotten a tour? And to see them go up into where, the captains drive the boats, it's incredible that they've grown up their entire life seeing these, but that behind the scenes, and then they're invested and they want to be a part of that. That is their road system. That boat has taken them from good, the bad, the sad, the fun, the basketball trips, the tournaments with their other communities. And again, this is bringing communities together and really connecting. The other big initiative is so we have students and we have investing and bringing in new staff, whether you're a student coming out of high school or you're a grown adult, and then retention and making sure that we're still investing in them. It's not just, okay, now you're in, we got you a job, good luck. So we really, really are working hard on our retention, on our onboarding. And so I'm just going to kind of go down some categories here for students. We have been doing a ton of school visits, and it has been extremely rewarding to go in. And I don't think that people always realize how big DOT is, that we do the airports and maintain those runways for any state maintained airport. We do the ferry system because that's the roadway, and we do the roads when it comes to planning, design, construction, maintaining. There's a lot of fields out there. So it's fun to go around, what do you want to do? And we hit a lot of categories. We have a job for that. And so it's fun because you can come in and then you get to talk to them. Sure, maybe go try to work on the Alaska Marine Highway. But remember, now you're also gaining 3,000 plus other employees that are of all kinds of jobs. You can go work for Director Goins in South Coast, or you can go up to Northern Region and see the Fairbanks life. There's so many opportunities, and investing in them early. We've been making a ton of progress making different visuals that are aimed at exactly like that. So when kids pick this up, they can see their whole pathway on what it's going to look like coming in entry level, knowing nothing, all the way up to the top. I get phone calls and emails from parents now all the time of like, I'm trying to help my student. I hope, or my child, I hope this isn't inappropriate. And it's like, no, we have to start somewhere. And generally that would be, us working together and getting your kid set on the right path to be successful. Community partnerships are huge as well. We don't just like to go in and do a project now. We're really looking at it different with the workforce challenges and all things going on in this world. Before we do anything, we want to go in, we want to talk, and we want to see what your plan is. Sorry, I need a drink real quick. And so we get to go, and before we do anything, we listen. We just went on a recent visit to Huna. There was quite a few of us there, and it was so cool to hear their history and about their $1 million fleet that they used to have and that thriving community and how much good comes out of that community. So going there and hearing those things and then you're invested and you're like, yeah, we're going to build you guys up. Alaskans also don't want to leave Alaska. So you really have to go in with like, okay, what can we do? Maybe that's getting on the ferry from your community, going to work and coming back to your home. We do have these solutions. We have equipment operators that do week on, week off. So just really educating, investing in those communities. It's also been fun on a whole nother path of, we did a project in Hughes, Alaska, where we funded, oversaw, and trained that staff, and they built their whole Sunny Lane Road up to that cemetery. And it was a multi-million-dollar project and such a huge success. Now what we're doing in that community is getting them CDLs, and so they can grow their experience even more and they can maintain their roads, but they're not DOT or AMHS employees. So we're building those partnerships, investing in Alaskans, so it doesn't always look like your normal workforce, right? It used to be we're DOT, so we have this job and this job to come in to hire, and you have to have this, this, and this. Now we're looking at options a little bit different. You don't have to work for us. We will pay you, we will oversee the projects, make sure you're safe, and train you how to grow your skills. So that has been extremely rewarding that we're just looking at it different. Last is retention. So we were awarded by the federal highways some workforce funding. Last year, we did the funding through Department of Labor to pay for CDLs, and this year we were funded through FHWA. And so now, if we have people coming in and they're like, well, I grew up doing this, but I don't have a CDL, we can help them get that. It is incredibly expensive to get your CDL. And so to be able to help and grow their career has been rewarding, but also it just seems like the thing that we should always be doing. If you want to come work for us, we can't expect you to pay $10,000 for a CDL. So my hope is that this is a sustainable long-term solution. We have it for at least the next 4 years, and then we'll keep looking at options after that. Mari did talk about a partnership that we have going. So that is between the Alaska Marine Highway, the university, Mari's program Experience Maritime. AvTech is in those meetings. And so am I forgetting anybody?
UAS catch
Oh, UAS catch cans. So what we're doing with them is, so they're going to put on some STEM Fest, they're calling, sorry. And, we're going to bring kids on the boat. We're going to teach them about maritime. We're going to teach them what it's like. Well, I say Mari's really leading this effort along with UAF and UAS and AvTech. and get them invested, take them on the ships, have them do some courses. We're doing a pilot program in Cake, Alaska. I sent the final agreement to them yesterday. So that will, we will have port captains go out to them, and we're going to teach them, boat safety and how to tie a knot, how to fill out an application, how to interview for a job, what it's going to look like, who to reach out, who's your peers, who can help, who can I call. So that way, when we leave Cake, they have an application in with the Coast Guard. They've got their med cert. We've talked to them. They know about the Marine Highway and what their career path goals are, and then maybe where they could go if this isn't for them. And so we're really looking at doing partnerships, investing in Alaska, and going to each community and seeing what you all need and what your interests are. So I would, just like Mari ended hers, I'm going to hand it off. But if you have any questions, or please feel free to ask them when it's time for questions. Okay, passing the torch.
So, before my introduction, can you hear me okay? It's a little weird up here.
I don't think your mic's on.
Right here?
Yep.
So before my introduction, if we could stop the clock just for a second. I would like to make some acknowledgements. Good morning, everyone. I would like to first acknowledge it is always an honor to be in Akwan Tlingit Ani and to be here in Elizabeth Paradovich Hall, just days away from Elizabeth Paradovich Day. Speaking on so many pressing issues for the state has a very profound and personal meaning to many of us in the room. Elizabeth Paradovich's work began 20 years before Dr. Martin Luther King's work, and I just wanted to acknowledge that in the building here and acknowledge the land that we are on, Akwan, Tlingit Ani, Tlingit land. It's always great to be here to visit friends and family. Another acknowledgement before my introduction, I see Bill Thomas in the room. Representative Bill Thomas, can you raise your hand? So Bill was instrumental in the capital appropriations process to fund the building that I'm going to speak about here soon. The building headquartered on Prince of Wales. Bill's vision and tenacity and relationship with Senator Siedman and others helped navigate this vocational school into existence, setting into motion of where we are at today. Thank you, Bill. I hope we can match your commitment to our region. And in my presentation, I'll try to explain what we're trying to do here. Also, Senator Siedman for his staunch support. I didn't see him today. And Commissioner Munoz, I see out there as well. Always a strong supporter for Generation Southeast. So now my introduction. I'm sorry, we can start up clock. My name is Charles Edwardson. I'm the Director of Generation Southeast under Tlingit and Haida's Community Education Cultural Heritage Department. I am primarily based out of Prince of Wales, a vocational training campus. We also have a campus here in Juneau. We have a campus in Linwood, Washington, and one coming online in Sacramento, California, to be determined at that date. So I look forward to the discussion on workforce development today. It's a discussion every single year, and it's been going on for decades. So like many of us, like all of us here, we have so much to say, and we have so little time to say it. So I'm going to just go through my notes. So if I'm not looking at you, I'm not trying to not look at you. I just have to go through this rather quickly. And a lot of the points are the same points we've been hearing on the panel and in previous meetings. So our new projects specifically in Juneau and Prince of Wales, we are one of the two newest recipients of the TVEP funding stream. Thank you for Senator Siedman's office again and David Scott for his work. Representative Himshoot. The TVEP funding stream is what is making it possible for us to carry out a lot of the initiatives that we want to carry out here for Southern Southeast. Some of the projects, the newer projects, we purchased and bought VR simulators for both CDL and heavy equipment simulators that should try to engage the younger generation for something they might be familiar with, video game type situation. These are fantastic simulators. We brought them both online in Juneau and on Prince of Wales. Well, I won't go into much about the simulators, but I hope people can come and see them. So another new project is we're breaking ground on a 10 to 12 unit dormitory early this spring down on Prince of Wales for our Klawock facility. We're in an effort to make Klawock, Prince of Wales, a destination for the surrounding region, trying to make housing more affordable. We're collaborating with the University of Alaska as well. We're all collaborating together. We're all trying to do this together for dual credit courses to complement the vast array of U.S. University of Alaska Southeast programming. Again, I have a note here. We're doing this together. This is a big issue, and none of us are going to solve it alone. We're investing in capital improvement projects, updating our facilities, both the physical plants and our IT capabilities for distance and hybrid course delivery. Developing a Yamaha maintenance certification course, we discussed this a minute ago, and a natural resource academy to address the forestry sector. I refer to everything we're doing as an academy. I have a welding academy, construction academy, and natural resource academy. And another innovative thing we'll talk about here in a minute is our Indigenous Trades Academy. We're also exploring mariculture, but that is a wide, big wide field there. We got to get our arms around it. So those are some of the initiatives we're going to try to get going, and some of them are underway already. I hired a full-time welding instructor, a full-time carpentry construction CTE instructor, and those are underway now. And a lot's been talked about how our company is going to attract our youth, our young Alaskans, so they'd stay into the region. I wrote this down this morning. I was thinking about this. I think about it all the time, so that everybody in this room is thinking about this all the time. But it is unfair to expect that all of a sudden our youth once out of high school will suddenly want to work in the trades that are available in our area. It's a challenge to attract students or young adults into the vocational trades when the vocational training culture in our school systems have been slowly and painfully dismantled over the years. For the most part, I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've watched this over the years develop. For the most part, our young Alaskans are completely unprepared for the types of jobs that are available in the communities that they want to live in. And subsequently, they leave. So that's been a theme. And we'll try to tie that together here. Some innovative ways we can address this issue. We can get back to what worked for our generation. More time and school credit for vocational classes. I can go on that alone all day long. We're just not hitting the mark in our school system, and that's painfully obvious with the shortage of young people in the jobs that are available here. Some of the innovative ways we could address this issue, as I mentioned, get more credit, actual school credit for vocational classes. Also, I've noticed over the years, we need to include a behavioral health component into our training. I will have a SUD counselor to have a short presentation before every single class that I have regardless, admin 1, admin 2, welding, construction. I'm going to bring professionals in and just have a short 15-minute presentation before every class, talking about how to recognize situations to stay away from, or where to contact a counselor if you have issues. Younger and younger, our students are getting into drugs, very, very prominent in Alaska, even more so in the Native communities. Another example, how we might attract kids, how are we going to get these kids attracted to these trades? Again, we have to think outside the box. We have to do something differently because it's not working. When I teach, I'm also a teacher. I'm a certified teacher. I work with AvTech. They help certify me again after I was out of it for a little while. But when I teach a carpentry class, I teach how carpentry relates to math versus how math relates to carpentry. With hands-on practical experience, the most fundamental principle in building is square. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. It's one of the oldest mathematical truths that we have. It's the Pythagorean theorem. We use that daily as a carpenter. And once the kids understand that, math kind of clicks a little differently. You have to show them what they're trying to learn in a practical sense. When we teach them how to figure out how much concrete goes into a certain area, they're figuring out volume. How many pieces of plywood that needs to go on this wall, they're figuring out area. So fundamentally different approach to getting a kid interested not only in the trades, but if he had more time in the shop class, when he goes back to math, he's understanding this is math. I know this. So it's a different way. Speaking of different ways, another initiative we are reaching out to our youth that I'm really most excited about is our Indigenous Trades Academy. Every skill that we have as a Native community is a trade, or was a trade in the past. Alaska has a very robust Native economy demonstrated by Tlingit and Haida, the largest tribe in Alaska's success in the job creation in many sectors. We teach, for example, weaving, carving, form line, silver carving. Sea otter harvesting is going to be a really big initiative for us. Processing sea otters, marketing the product. Harvesting fish, processing and preserving food is also taught. How this is a little more innovative is, for example, cedar bark weaving and harvesting requires a great deal of knowledge of botanical knowledge. Most of our gathering of resources requires a great understanding of the environment around you, your botanical sciences. Another example is carving. Carving is all math, all day. Symmetry, volume, spacing. Northwest Carving Masters apprentices apprentice for years and learn a complex array of applied math skills. And it really does help in the Western sense as well. As people of the sea, an understanding of navigation, the effects and causes of high and low tide was essential to life itself, both in the past and present. So we purchased a boat and a truck to get our students out there for marine-related course delivery. One of the first ones that came to mind was environmental monitoring. For the kelp industry, it's going to be very important to pay attention to what you're doing. We are going to develop, in fact, Craig Tribal is already developing a water monitoring system with kelp blue. They're going to monitor the environment with some data entry. What does the environment look like now? What does it look like during the kelp farm? and then after. That's a little career for people. It's going to take that long, so we got to train people in that respect. Closing up here pretty quick. So the challenges for smaller regional funding centers, it's been talked about a lot, is funding. Trying to stay ahead of the expenses. And this is the biggest one, I believe we all might believe come along this train of thought, the lack of qualified instructors, the unrealistic pay scale that we expect people from certain trades to come in and teach. If your funding is limited and you're trying to pay like a carpenter, take that for example, your best instructors are going to be from the field. And in the field, they're making over $100 an hour. And you expect them to come into a facility and make $35 to $40 an hour. That's not realistic. It's not attractive, and it's a barrier to get tradesmen to come in and teach trades. Another example of challenges. Let's talk about the CDL, one of the most sought after certificates now, and one of the most needed jobs to be filled. There's many great programs, don't get me wrong, especially in Juneau here, they got a great program, but to attract instructors, the CDL regulatory environment is just impossible. More time behind the wheel, more classroom time in the last few years has made it very unattractive for an instructor to come in and jump through all those hoops just so he can instruct and make less money. It doesn't make much sense. Another challenge is a lack of alignment with school districts. Their curriculum, we need to align where school districts, and we have the authority, the state, the legislature, and the superintendents have the authority to alter how they teach and still meet the federal requirements for standardized testing. That I could go on on that one, but I won't. It's hard to recruit qualified trade instructors from the actual trades for many of the reasons I just said. We have to make it more attractive, pay them more. And when a facility is constantly under pressure, hoping the legislature continues funding or hoping that grant goes through, and then you tell the potential instructor, well, we'll have to wait and see if this grant gets through. No, they're not going to wait. And there you lose your instructor, which there are very few in the specific trades that we need in Alaska, southern, southeast specifically. So I'm going to leave you with a message. Economic development, we're an economic development group. Economic development in any sector cannot and will not happen in a meaningful way until workforce development is a priority at all levels of government, state and municipal. A fundamental shift in our schools has to occur in how we teach young Alaskans vocational classes for credit. We need to develop classes for credit like the old days. You can get applied math, you can get just credit hours to be there. I don't know how it works now, but they're not getting enough time in the vocational setting. It's as simple as that. They're not getting enough time in the vocational setting. There is great opportunity for jobs. We've heard that. There's jobs here, but our people are leaving. They're leaving because they're not prepared for those jobs. And that's on us, essentially. Out-of-state workers will continue to commute from other states, not establishing households here or enrolling their kids in our schools and taking that commerce back to their states. Again, a fundamental shift needs to occur in how we are preparing young Alaskans for the job opportunities that are available right now. So I want to close, you know, I don't want to be the negative Nancy up here. I want to close with a positive note. With all of our collaborations and all of our partnerships, the problems, we know what they are. They're obvious. And the solutions are right in front of us. So as Alaskans and as we collaborate together, I believe we can help start steering our state in the right way, Southern Southeast in particular. But we have to stop just talking about these collaborations and just talking about, here's what we got to do. We're here amongst our legislators. Start talking to your legislators and your educational superintendents and people of that nature. We have to, really guys, we have to have a fundamental shift in how we have our young Alaskans prepared for the jobs available, or it's not going to happen. I can guarantee you that. So we could start with credit for vocational training classes. So maybe you can help us with that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Gilcrist, and I'm with the University of Alaska Southeast. I'm in the Construction Technology program, which is part of the School of Career Education. And I couldn't agree with you more, Charles. The things that we do in our programs in career education are workforce development, and we have low enrollments in a lot of our programs. And you know, I've also been in teaching. I've been working for the university for over 18 years and working with the high schools and with community members. And the thing that we all agree on is that young people aren't getting the message early enough about the great job opportunities that do exist in our communities. So some of the things that we're doing, if I could get another slide going. Let's just go to the next one. I don't have a lot of time. But what we offer through the School of Career Education are associate's degrees, so a 2-year terminal degree. We have certificates for students that are not interested in doing a complete general education requirements that the associate's degree requires. And then we have what we call occupational endorsements. Those have been developed from the need of the community. We need skilled workers, and not all of our skilled workers are, or not all of our students are willing to stay in school long enough to get a certificate or a degree. So how do we get them a package that says, I know these particular skills? And the occupational endorsement is one of those pathways. So once we get a student into an occupational endorsement, for instance, in construction technology, they may realize that, hey, university is not bad. I can do this. Maybe I'll take the next step and get a certificate. So we've had a lot of completers in our drafting certificate, and they're working in our communities here, in our architectural and engineering firms here. But all of that is in response to collaboration, as Charles mentioned, with the people in the room, with the different school districts. Let me see what else we got here. Other way. So one of the ways that we are trying to bridge the gap between high school and the university is through our dual enrollment programs. And so that's an opportunity for a student to take a course while they're in high school that is equal to a university course. So we work as the university instructors with the high school instructors, look at our syllabus, look at our student learning outcomes, and agree on these different courses that a student will automatically get college credit and also high school credit. And they're almost all in the vocational technical fields. There are a few exceptions. And then some of the projects that we've been doing in collaboration with the CBJ Docks and Harbors the last couple of years is doing construction projects for CBJ. And again, it's an opportunity for students to try a trade, right? They're actually building something that they're going to see every day and be proud that they had a part of. So this was the Aurora Harbor shelter that was finished last spring. And then recently, the last couple of years, through a grant with the Department of Education, I've been able to go out to the rural communities with a really awesome tool set and take our tools and materials of construction class to the communities. And so this is some Heidelberg High School students last spring taking that class. So they're receiving college credit in their high school by a university instructor. And because I'm a woman in the trades, I really emphasize trying to get as many girls involved as possible. And I think the thing that I'd like to close with is just that, again, like everybody has mentioned, as educators or people that are interested in developing the workforce, it takes a community. It takes everyone talking to our youth and telling them about the great opportunities, the good money you can make. You're not kidding about how hard it is to get adjunct instructors to come in out of the field to teach a wiring class or a plumbing class because they can make so much more money in their field. But we're fortunate in that we do attract some high quality instructors. We don't always get them to return, but the trades are, the job opportunities are infinite, and we as a community just really need to get kids interested in those opportunities and the pathways. And that's about all I got. So thank you for your time. And I think we'll take questions.
Yeah, so we don't have a lot of time. I mean, we did get a pause time for a minute, but we don't have much more because we need to prepare for Senator Sullivan's Beaman. But I guess a lot of these panelists up here today are partners, and you've heard innovative ways that they're working together to make opportunities for our community members, your current employees that are out there. And there's been a lot of mention about youth and opportunities for youth, but they're also making pathways for those that are in the workforce to improve their skills or expand the capacity and capability of workers to also move up or to expand what a business can do. So I encourage you to talk to these folks. I did want to give a moment just to let you provide any announcements for any events. I know that AMHS has an event coming up. Are there any other opportunities that businesses, industry leaders should know about in the near future?
Me? Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we do have the events planned with the school districts, but something I would really love to pass along is there's opportunity right now to do things different. We have funding that we've set all around in every field, that DOT can offer for endorsements or for certifications. And so if you have an idea, please feel free to reach out. The answer probably isn't no. It may not look exactly what you're thinking, but let's talk about it. Let's do it. Also, we love to visit communities and open those invites to go to schools or go to conferences or go to, just hear and see the things and the projects that community members are asking for. So I just want to pass that along. Please don't hesitate to reach out. We love visiting communities and hearing from you all.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah.
So we are going to Sitka, Ketchikan, Wrangell, also Cake and Heidelberg, and doing career awareness outreach in those communities. We are inviting community members, businesses, industries in those communities to partner with us because we want to showcase all of the amazing jobs available in your communities related to maritime. And so please come find me if you are connected to any of those communities, or if you are on the ferry system and you want a Steam Fest to come to a community, to your community. Perhaps next year we can start planning now. Also, Women in Construction Week is the first week in March. We don't have a job fair planned for Southeast Alaska, but let's plan one for next year for Women in Construction Week. There are activities happening in Fairbanks and in Anchorage during Women in Construction Week. So, you know, if you're traveling to Anchorage or Fairbanks during that week, lots of opportunities for youth happening in those two communities.
Okay. All right, so with that, we have a really short break.
Short.
Oh,
How do we check out those simulators?
I was, that's really loud. I was gonna say, and Chaz did an amazing job, but kind of made it sound like little video games. They're really complex simulators, and you can change out the decks for heavy equipment, and it's like you're on a D8 cat, a grader, a bus. It's really intensive and cool, but come out and check them out. We have our vocational center out at Hospital Drive. Reach out to us. We'd be happy to give tours. We have the one in Coak. But the cool thing is your CDL time counts, your hours on that count towards your getting that. The other is, as we explore, we can do maritime and flight simulator, all of it, and it's all legit, counts towards your accreditation.
So one last thing, Clinton, Haida, and Southeast Conference put together a community change grant application that involved all these partners and more. I don't know what the future of that grant application is, whether it gets funded or partially funded, but it formed a partnership and a frame of work that can be pursued. So really pleased, and I really want to say thanks to the panel. But before we thank them and release some, I'll let you know, Senator Sullivan should be online in about 8 minutes. So quickly refill your coffee cup, grab a snack, which is sponsored by P&D Engineering. So please thank our panel, and let's maximize our networking time here.
I will have text simulation, but like well, I've been at Career fairs where the aviation folks bring in like.
thank you. I'm sorry for the rush around.
So if everyone would come to their tables and, thank you. That was what I wanted to say. I think we are moments away. Good thing. Here we go. Do an audio check and see if folks in DC can hear us. I'm not sure what they're seeing. We'll find out if the AV team can tell us if one camera is being used today or if they're seeing everybody paying attention. So, all right, everyone at the coffee table, fill up your cups. Let's quietly get back to our seats. Yeah, exactly. All right. Don't make me call on someone. Yes, I'm just trying to get everyone's attention because we're just moments away from the senator appearing. And we want to be ready for him. Appreciate him taking the time to greet us in person today. Here we go. There he is. Senator, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, Robert, can you hear me, see me?
We can, we're gonna need to adjust the audio on this side over here. We're gonna make some technical adjustments so we can hear you. Thank you so much for taking the time out of the schedule. How you doing, sir?
Yeah. Hey, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing wonderful. We have about 150 folks that have gathered from across the region and the state today, and we're tackling the issues one by one, and we're just excited to have you join us and give us a live report from DC.
Great. Well, we had a snowstorm here last night, so the whole city shut down. I've always wondered, like, you know, if our adversaries are really going to try and harm America, they should just somehow create snowstorms and all of Washington, D.C. shutters. But we are working. You should know that, and we're all glad to be working. But Robert, let me begin by thanking you and your whole team. I know Maria on my team is there. But thanks for the great work that Southeast Conference does. You guys do such a great job on promoting our interests, on helping create jobs, on highlighting important matters for all of us. And I really, sincerely, truly can't thank you enough. If I'm not able to be there in person at your conferences, I always try to Zoom in live to, you know, hear from everybody and, you know, maybe take a few Q&A questions. But so let me just begin by thanking you. You guys do a great job, and we're honored to partner with all of you. So pretty busy time here. What I wanted to do is just give an update on some of the things that are going on. First, I think you guys know one of the things that I really put a lot of effort into as your senator is the advice and consent role that we have in the Constitution. That's meeting with cabinet officials, meeting with deputy secretaries, undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, you name it. I always try to meet with as many as possible, you know, in my office, because it's a great opportunity to provide these executive branch officials an update and a focus on Alaska. Some of you may have seen, even yesterday, I led the effort to have a press conference with the new Secretary of Transportation and our delegation and the head of the NTSB. Of course, we had this really tragic airplane crash, the Bering Air crash out of Nome. But I told the secretary, hey, this is really important to my constituents. And sometimes, you know, when we have airplane crashes, and we've certainly had a number of them in Southeast, like the rest of the country doesn't seem to focus on. I need you guys, the top people in the federal government, to work with us to focus on these things. And so we did a big press conference yesterday over at the Department of Transportation. So we have been meeting nonstop. I've been meeting nonstop with the incoming cabinet officials and, you know, other members of the executive branch to make sure they understand our unique challenges, and always, and Robert, you've worked with me on this, get them to make a commitment to come to Alaska, see all of you, see our beautiful, great state, and understand the challenges more than ever. And so, and the opportunities. So we're doing that, and that's a lot of time. And then we're voting on these nominees. You know, I'm someone who generally agrees that the president should get the cabinet that he wants, he or she wants. Some of you might recall I voted for the vast majority of President Biden's cabinet, even at the end of Obama, when I first got here, when he had new cabinet officials. I typically give them the benefit of the doubt. I've done that on both sides of the aisle. But my focus is know Alaska, understand our issues, commit to me on working on our issues, and commit to me to coming to Alaska. So a lot of time on that, but I think it pays off for our state. We're also working on this issue called budget reconciliation, which would be big legislation that we're trying to focus on, that goes through the budget reconciliation process, that you know, Republicans and Democrats have used this process. It's under the Budget Control Act of 1974. And it's important because you can get big things done in the legislation, and to be a little bit more direct, you don't have to, in the Senate, which usually requires 60 votes on most things, on budget reconciliation, it requires just 51. So we are now working on a budget right now that would focus initially on border security, the military, and unleashing American energy. All of these things, of course, would positively impact us. And the military buildup portion is likely to have a very big Coast Guard buildup portion. So that's going to be really important. We had a big meeting on this yesterday. I'm going to be chairing, or I am chairing, the subcommittee in charge of the Coast Guard right now. So a lot going on there. A lot going on, by the way, in Juneau as it relates to the Coast Guard. We are 100% full steam ahead on the icebreaker, on building out the infrastructure for the icebreaker, on building up our Marine Debris Foundation that's headquartered in Juneau. So a lot going on that we're focused on in Juneau that I think has huge potential for our state, even for our country, for private sector jobs. So we're excited about that as well. So it's not all legislation. As you've probably seen, the Trump administration has been pretty active when it comes to executive orders. When it comes to executive orders, though, I know I've shown this to you many times, but I'll show it to you again. Maybe the last time I show it to you. This was the final list that we had from the Biden administration on executive orders, what we call the last frontier lockup. It ended up being a grand total of 70 executive orders. That's the list I have right here. 70 executive orders and executive actions over 4 years from the Biden administration, singularly targeting Alaska, every part of the state, you know, not just in terms of industry and, you know, resource development, but Alaska natives to get their native allotment, the Tongass. I mean, this was just, the list was huge, 70. So the good news is this thing is now a thing of the past. I like actually ripping it up, throwing it away, because we worked with the incoming Trump administration and said, hey, we have been targeted more than any other state. We really hope that you guys, when you come in, can help us, right? And listen to us. Nobody in Alaska liked those 70 executive orders, but they just didn't listen. So my office in particular, worked very closely with the incoming Trump administration on a day one executive order that the president announced. We are the only state in the country that got our own executive order, still the only state in the country that's gotten its own executive order. This is the executive order President Trump signed on his first day in office. It's called Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resource Potential. I would recommend to Southeast Conference, that's the back, it's about 12 pages, it's quite long. I would seriously, Robert, I think if everybody could just, especially your attorneys and those who focus on these regulatory issues, take a hard look at this executive order. It has so much stuff in it, so many things that will be beneficial to our state, so many things that focus on permitting timelines in Alaska, resource development in Alaska, our military in Alaska. It is a really important document. I'm going to be citing this, I'm sure, for the next 4 years with the Trump administration, because if they're doing things that we don't like, I'll remind them of this as well. So that was a really, really important day one initiative. And I think it has enormous potential for us. We worked really hard with I worked directly with President Trump on that and his team. And we were just really pleased that they listened. And I think that's one of the most important things. I work for all of you. What we try to do is listen and then bring your concerns, bring your issues forward. And when you have a federal government that listens, that's helpful. The last guys didn't listen. So the other thing that we've made some progress on, now this isn't really a Southeast issue, but I think it's a really important issue. Some of you may have seen that the president met with the Prime Minister of Japan on Friday, and I got a readout of their meeting. For about 4 or 5 days before that meeting, my team had been pressing everybody on the Trump team, cabinet officials, the National Security Advisor, the Deputy National Security Advisor. Hey, we really want you to highlight the giant LNG project that we're trying to get off the ground. We've been trying to get off the ground for 50 years in Alaska. And some of you may have seen the press conference between the president and the Prime Minister of Japan on Friday. President Trump made the AK LNG project a centerpiece of that press conference. And more importantly, it was a key element of their meeting. They talked about it for quite a while. I got a readout from the Secretary of Energy, from the Secretary of Interior, from the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. They brought maps. They were all in on saying this is a top priority of the Trump administration to build this LNG project. I know there's some discussions in Juneau on this. This doesn't mean it's right around the corner, but when you have a aggressive president saying this is one of his top energy priorities for the United States of America, it's helpful. There was some news after that, the usual kind of, I'm not sure how to say it. I want to be polite here. But, every state has people who are the downers, right? No, we'll never be able to do it. Impossible. We can't build taps. We can't build, I don't like to listen to those types of people because, you never get anywhere if you listen to only the downer types. So we had some of the downer types after that meeting with the president and prime minister. But again, if you got an administration who are saying this is one of our top priorities, which is what the Trump administration is saying on this energy project for our state, which would be great for Alaskans, great for our military, great for other Americans, great for our allies in Asia. It's important. And we have a Cook Inlet challenge again. This could be really the best way to deal with it as opposed to importing gas from Mexico and Canada and South Central. Again, I know this doesn't impact Southeast, but this is big for our state. A lot of discussions down in Juneau on this. And for the naysayers, I just want to say, well, what's your plan? Importing gas from Mexico? Don't count me in on that. That's insane, if you ask me, as a elected official for Alaska. So a lot of other things going on in terms of the energy projects, the Willow project, the Pitka project. It's an exciting time, and we're going to keep really focused on this. And it is just refreshing to have the power of the United States federal government saying, hey, Alaska, we're going to help you. We are going to prioritize your projects for us. So take a look again, Robert and the team, at that executive order and get back to us on what you see as Southeast Conference's priorities. I guarantee it's going to fit in the parameters of that executive order. And that thing says, look, federal agencies need to prioritize these issues in Alaska. The federal agencies need to cut through the red tape to make things happen in Alaska. It's exciting. So let me go back to a couple other issues that I know really matter to Southeast, and that's fisheries. It's something that we've all worked on together. You know, we had that big issue last summer with the Southeast, one of these radical lower 48 environmental groups suing to shut down our Southeast King troll fishery. And we all worked together to fight back on that. That was successful. We're implementing the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act. That was my legislation that passed about 2 years ago now. And then there was a report on, hey, it's looking at what's happening to some of our really important salmon runs in Alaska. Of course, some are doing well, Bristol Bay sockeye salmon runs, but Southeast Kings, Yukon Kuskokwim, Kenai Kings, those runs are really weak. So my bill says, hey, what's happening to them? Let's bring the best minds, university, tribal, indigenous, state, federal, and say, what are the research gaps we need and how can we get back to where Alaskans all want to be, which is healthy salmon runs. So I am very focused on that. I've gotten the new Secretary of Commerce to focus on that. And I've really gotten him to focus on this other unfair issue that we dealt with that I think impacts Southeast to some degree, which is the Russian seafood issue where Russia was banning the importation of any Alaskan or American seafood over the last 10 years. And we were allowing Russian seafood into our markets, made no sense, taking away market share from our fishermen throughout all of Alaska. I worked really hard with the last administration to get them to ban the importation of Russian seafood into the United States. And then when they tried to say, oh, we're going to put it through China and then evade the ban on Russian seafood by going through China and then into the US, we shut that loophole down. And you know what I've been saying is we need to make sure we're encouraging Americans to buy American Alaskan freedom fish, not the Chinese, Russian communist fish. And I got a real strong commitment from the incoming Secretary of Commerce to focus on fisheries, especially the superpower of seafood, which is us. Over 66% of all seafood harvested in America, sport, commercial, subsistence, comes from Alaska. And he got an earful from me on that. I think he's going to commit to doing that. And we're going to get him up to Alaska, hopefully to Southeast, and see our great fishing communities, coastal communities that depend on our seafood, which is the best in the world. Speaking of which, Senator Murkowski and I recently sent salmon, Alaskan salmon, to every senator in the Senate. Why? Just because we want to make friends. And when you send Alaskan salmon to all your Senate colleagues, they end up liking you more. So stay tuned on that. Hopefully we're going to have all kinds of senators who want to co-sponsor legislation with me and Lisa, because we're sending them our great, amazing seafood and salmon, wild salmon. We're also working on the farm bill. Right now, I have introduced several pieces of legislation that essentially say, hey, the USDA has all these programs which people like and, you know, we have no problem with, that deal with de-risking farmers' ability to, you know, farm and export and process farm products or products for ranchers and cattlemen. But we don't have any of those kind of programs for fishermen. You know, if there's price supports or crop insurance, you know, what's the equivalent we have for the farmers of the sea? So I've been working really hard on trying to get that equivalence that can essentially help de-risk some of the operations of being in the fishing industry, which are very substantial when it comes to foreign markets, when it comes to bad weather, when it comes to, you know, crashes of certain species. So stay tuned on that. We're working hard on that one. And then finally, let me just mention a few final things that are just reactions to, you know, some tragedies. I mentioned the aviation issue at the outset. I've been working, geez, since I got here almost 10 years on what we called the FAA Alaska Safety Initiative, the FOSI initiative. This is a huge effort to make sure our aviation in Alaska is safe. Unfortunately, we have the highest crash rates and the highest fatality rates in the country. Our FOSI initiative over the last 5 years has helped bring those rates down. Of course, we don't want any crashes, any accidents, any fatalities or injuries. So we're going to continue to work on that. We passed the FAA reauthorization bill last year. I had a ton of amendments in that. It became law that focus on Alaska aviation safety, Alaska aviation infrastructure. And if you watch the press conference we did with the Secretary of Transportation, the head of the FAA, and the head of the National Transportation Safety Board yesterday in DC, they all committed more than ever to focus on safety in Alaska for aviation. And I think we all care about that. And then finally, you know, the landslide in Ketchikan and the flooding in Juneau, we are very focused on that, searching for both short-term and long-term solutions. I have really gotten the Corps of Engineers, you've got to focus on an engineering solution to the flooding in Juneau. We have put our shoulder into this, and we are saying, you guys, this is what you do. This is a complicated project, but we can't have flooding every summer in one of our biggest cities. You know, I was out there last summer, and my God, it was, I think, but for the grace of God, that nobody was killed in that flood. And we really, I'm very, very, very focused with the Corps of Engineers. We got some things done already in the legislature. Say this should not be a 10-year project, right? We can't have this. So you have my commitment to be very focused on that. We're going to continue to be focused on that, and that and the buildup of our Coast Guard and other things that I know matter down in Southeast. So thanks again, Robert. You do such a great job there. Please, everybody, welcome Maria. She's very well known in Juneau. I'm so honored she's joined our team. She's just already doing a fantastic job, and we want to work with all of you. Challenges certainly ahead, but I think we got some exciting times. And we do have a federal government in the executive branch that really wants to help our state, and that's a refreshing change, and I think we need to take advantage of it.
Senator, I had about a dozen things to ask you, and you checked every single one of those off. So I appreciate that. You know, one question, though, that relates to some of the remarks you talked about the Alaska LNG project. We heard yesterday from the Forest Service, there's going to be a Tongass land management, forest revision plan. Those things, those business plans, those things can come together within a year, but then it go through NEPA. And I know that's something that's been in your crosshairs over the years. You've streamlined that to some degree, but it still seems to take the regulatory agencies so long. Instead of 6 months, it can take up to 6 years.
Yeah.
For more room for improvement, I hope.
Yeah, certainly more room for improvement. You're right. Look, I'm if you read NEPA, I'm a kind of an expert on this. And it passed in the late 60s. That legislation, which was really good at the time, bringing communities in to have a voice on major projects, it's become something that it wasn't intended to be. As you just mentioned, now these EISs and everything, they can take several years. They can cost millions of dollars. And then they're like 4,000 pages. Nobody reads them. They used to be like 50 to 100 pages. And so And it's not just NEPA. I mean, I know this is a huge issue down in Southeast, down in Juneau, like FERC to reapprove a license for a hydro project, 10 years. That's just crazy. It doesn't help anybody. And it's the federal government, in my view, completely not serving the people that's supposed to serve, which is us. You know, the Kensington mine, when you include the litigation, it took 20 years to permit that mine. 20 years. That's not good for Alaska, for Juneau, for Southeast, for America. So we're going to work on that. I have been making it my, life's work here in the Senate to reform some of these well-intentioned, but now completely out of control permitting laws. But I would again ask everybody, take a look at this executive order from the Trump administration. I'd rather have these things in the law, to your point, Robert. But there's a lot of things in this executive order where the Trump administration is saying, we are going to particularly focus on streamlining the permitting projects in Alaska. We're the only state that got our own executive order on day one, and now it's like 4 weeks into the new administration. No one else has gotten their own EO. We have. And so we need to take advantage of that. We need to use it. If you have federal agencies that are being challenging in Southeast, my recommendation is pull this thing out, show them the whole, both sides of it. There's Trump's signature, and just say, no, the new president told you, federal agency, Forest Service, to, this is what it says. Section 2, the policy of the United States. It has 4 things: fully avail itself of the Alaska's vast lands and resources for the benefit of the nation and the American citizens who call Alaska home. Efficiently and effectively maximize development and production of the natural resources located on both federal and state lands within Alaska. Expedite the permitting and leasing of energy and natural resource projects in Alaska, and prioritizing the development of the Alaska LNG project. So right there, that executive order says that is the policy of the United States of America. Every federal agency in Alaska needs to fall in line with that. And particularly, Robert, to your point on permitting, it's time to get projects moving, not to delay them, which is, some groups, and I would say some federal agencies, have made that their entire reason for being, shutting down and delaying projects in Alaska. It's not going to happen anymore, and we got to get on it.
Senator, thank you so much for taking the time to join us in person. We appreciate that and the work that you're doing for us. And thank you for having Maria here the entire time. She's been here engaging. And so we appreciate the work you're doing there and your team. So ladies and gentlemen, Senator Sullivan.
Thanks, everybody. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to tackle mariculture. If that panel wants to come on up, I'm going to turn this over to Dan Lesh, Deputy Director, who's the program manager for our EDA Build Back Better Regional Challenge. That is something that you saw in the highlights that put up. Whoa, gosh, don't think worse than one of me. How many of those are there? Okay. And I still can't get your attention. I don't know. If that doesn't scare you, I don't know what will. All right. Panel's got their place. Dan, take it away.
As far as it goes up. Hello, everybody. Again, Dan Lesh with Southeast Conference, Deputy Director. We wanted to use this opportunity to help kind of just show everybody what mariculture is a little bit. And, currently it's talked about a lot, but it's not always understood. It's an exciting field, but is it really growing? Where are we at in that? How big is the industry? Katie Berry's going to talk about that, some research that we sponsored. You know, what does a kelp farm look like? What are farmers doing? What does a farmer look like? Johnny's here, Nick's here to kind of talk about those topics. Got Johnny Antoni, he's got a farm right here in Juneau, Sequestered Farms. We've got Alex Holler with the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. We're really lucky to have her join their team last fall and run a lot of our flagship programs through the Build Back Better grant, which there's more information in a poster back there and these brochures about the 49 million in work that we're doing. Charlie's going to talk a little bit about the communications materials that we've been developing to help share information on the grant. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Cady to talk about the research that they've conducted.
There we go.
How many kelp farmers does it take to turn on a microphone is the starting joke. I haven't worked on that at all. So like Dan said, I'm Katie Berry. He and I are going to mind meld a little bit here to click through some slides, maybe. Who am I mind melding with to click through some slides? Perfect. Well, many of you know me, and if you've seen me speak before, you know that when Dan said, can you talk for 5 minutes to set the stage on current mariculture production, that's kind of a hard ask to keep it to 5 minutes, but we're going to do our best here. Good. So McKinley Research Group has been working in the mariculture space for a number of years, and what Southeast Conference and the Mariculture Cluster asked us to do was, let's put together kind of a barometer of the industry. What is production looking like? What are the acres of these farms that are currently permitted or in that permitting pipeline process? And then they also asked a little bit about seed supply. So today we're going to talk at a really high level, and I'm really looking forward to everyone else kind of sharing some more information kind of within this high level. I'm just clicking through all kinds of things now, but I'm going to start with oysters a little bit. So what you're seeing here on your screen is oyster production in numbers of oysters for the last several years. We also have a 2024 estimated total production and 2025. Now, some of you eagle-eyed data nerds in the room might note that these numbers might look a little different than you've seen in the past. What you're looking at here is total harvest for end consumption. So this is not oysters moving between different stages of their life cycle. This is really the oyster harvest for that final consumption. You can see the trajectory pretty clearly when you look at this graph that in 2024, we are estimating about 2.4 million oysters harvested in Alaska. For 2025, we anticipate that that will grow to about 3.9 million. One question, again, that we are trying to address with some of this research and that we get often is about capacity. So capacity in the state to produce oysters. What you're looking at here is a pretty simple graphic showing the acres of oyster production, either in blue, some stage of the permitting pipeline. So that's the process by which oyster producers get the go-ahead to start producing oysters. And then in green, you can see everything that's permitted. And what should stand out here is that of all of the permitted acres for oyster production in the state, we're seeing about 25% of those that are active, so currently being used for oyster production. That doesn't sound like a very high percentage, but as with any data, there's a story behind this. In general, what we see across this landscape is a lot of small-ish farms. So 1 to 2 acre farms, they're operating at their maximum capacity. With these inactive farms, there's a few larger spaces, so higher acreage within that are not currently active. So this is not necessarily a story of a ton of people not using their space. This is more about a couple large farms that weren't active as of 2024. So I'd like to turn now to seaweed. And the trajectory of harvest in Alaska stands in contrast to oyster production. So what you can see from this chart, are wet pounds of seaweed production in the state, peaking in 2022. In 2023, of course, you can see that went to about 384,000 pounds, and we're estimating that in 2024, the harvest was about 200,000 pounds. There's a lot going behind that number, but in general, if I could sum it to a couple of things, one would be market demand for the final product. And the second factor that really came into play in 2024 was yields. So the yield on what was outplanted. We do anticipate that there's going to be a higher harvest in 2025. We've got some new farms coming online, but you can see that that 400,000 pounds is still below that peak year of 2022. And again, looking at all of the acres out there of potential seaweed harvest, you can see that for seaweed, there is a lot in the permitting pipeline here. There's about 1,800 acres that are at some stage of that development before they get their permit. About 10% of the acres of permitted area for seaweed harvest are being used. So that's, again, a lower utilization rate than for oyster farms. So I am going to stop there because I think all of these folks have a lot more to tell us that are behind this data. But in general, if you're interested in these numbers, if you'd like to learn more about seed supply, I don't know if others have slides that they'll share. If not, we can keep this up. There's a few QR codes to a memo with some more information about this, and then to the Alaska Mariculture Insights webpage. So I think I stuck to 5 minutes.
Great, yeah. So we have a goal with this grant and of growing the Alaska mariculture industry to $100 million industry in 10 years and a $325 million industry in 20 years. That's sales. And so one of the questions is kind of what are we on target with that? And I think, you know, if you look at these graphs, so what I see is that we're roughly on target with oysters with our projections for growth. There's momentum building. There's a lot of new farms and expanding existing farms. Not, you know, we always want more, but roughly on track there. Seaweed, we're not, you know, so we're trying to figure out how to continue to adapt. But that's our competitive strength in Alaska is we're committed to continuing to pivot and figure out how do we use our ocean, how do we use our skills and our infrastructure to produce value that the world needs. We're committed because we kind of need to do it. And so you'll see a little bit of that pivoting and just the ingenuity and work that goes into figuring out how to make kelp successful. And I'll let Johnny tell his story.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. My name is Johnny Antoni. I lead a small, passionate team called Sequester Farms, just out here in Juneau, and we're working to help grow the industry here in Juneau and further Alaska. And this last year, we were awarded a joint innovation project to grow large-size bull kelp. And if you are familiar with bull kelp and farming it, it's extremely difficult. And it forces companies like Barnacle to go ahead and rely on their wild harvest, which is tough for them to expand and accelerate their company. And so we were awarded this, and we developed 3 different innovative arrays to combat and understand the best way to grow bull kelp. And those, we compared benthic arrays versus suspended arrays, and then had some interesting innovative seeding techniques that some of which I didn't think were going to work, and some I thought were definitely going to work. And we worked like hell all season through some epic snowstorms, some variable weather, and ended up with some pretty incredible results. I feel like our expectations were far exceeded come harvest time, and we were a little surprised and a little unprepared to harvest so much kelp. And so it was a pretty exciting thing that we were able to prove that it's possible to scale the production of bulk kelp. Now, I wouldn't say that we were scaling the production of bulk kelp yet. We actually got another joint innovations project to work on that this year, which we're very hopeful for. I think we'll probably triple or quadruple the amount of kelp that we'll be putting out, which is exciting, but also nerve-wracking when you think about having to harvest all of that. And so we were actually able last year to sell over 5,000 pounds to Barnacle Seafoods, which they then brought back their kelp pickles product. And yeah, it was kind of a real exciting thing. And we went on to go to NOAA's NOAA's Celebration of Seafood in DC and sell our very own kelp and salmon burgers, which is a trip. I couldn't believe it. Never been to DC before. It was super fun. And it just kind of proves the point that a small, passionate team can do incredible things. And I got a little video kind of just to highlight all the work that we did and all the fun that we had. That's all I got. Thank you. Where's that from?
The beating cell, and if this thing works, it's going to be a huge game changer.
One thing I wanted to mention real quick, I didn't get a chance, I've totally spaced it, is we had a project in that project to incorporate outside farmers and to teach people all the things that we know. And we had 2 farmers come out, and one of them has started their own farm this year. And it's super exciting to not just be a part of the expansion in ourselves, but in other farms too.
This is how we're putting these funds to work. You know, some of these other, the approaches to research and development and the other cohort of projects in the Build Back Better Regional Challenge, the EDA money that goes to this program, which by the way is fully operational, and we continue to draw down funds and everything seems to be going quite well there. So that's good news. But I was going to say a lot of the other R&D programs in some of these other projects really focused on, you know, let's put all the money at one university and they'll handle the R&D piece. We didn't do that. We chose a much more difficult but much more grassroots approach to things. We asked for businesses and anybody, could be a nonprofit, but mostly it was businesses like Johnny's to apply for and bring forward ideas to what are the barriers to growth and how can we do that. So that's just one example, but we've got a bunch of different RFP programs. Charlie will talk a little bit more about our website and our programs, but Alex Holler manages the joint innovation programs through AFDF, and I'm just really proud of the work that together we've done to have, I don't know how many, 29 different projects in that category, but overall we have, you know, 40 contractors. You know, this is the hard way, but the best way of doing these type of grant programs. So hopefully you'll get more of a taste of some of this, and especially, you know, fleshing it out, because there's a bunch of other problems in oysters and transition in different gear types that they're using, and you know, different parts of the supply chain that we're working on. Welcome questions. Keep questions in mind for the end of this panel. It looks like we'll have time. So I'll pass it off to Alex.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. All right, I am Alex Huller. I'm the new Mariculture Development Program Manager with Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation, or AFDF. I am based out of Haines and am excited to be here at my first Southeast Conference event. Our CEO, Christy Clement, will be speaking on the seafood modernization plan later today as well. But I will go ahead and just give an overview of all of the mariculture projects that we are involved in across the state. So AFDF supports the growth of a sustainable mariculture industry, and there is a lot happening right now. Like Dan mentioned, we are very involved with the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, which was formed out of the $49 million EDA Build Back Better grant, and we are sub-awardee managing the research and development and green energy components. Within the research and development are the 28 joint innovation projects. We have a seaweed tissue analysis, work happening in de-risking investments in aquatic farming, and also funding to help put on the annual Mariculture Conference of Alaska, which is actually happening next week in Sitka, and we're really excited to gather the mariculture industry. And there was enough funding from this grant as well to help with travel and accommodation for rural residents, and just getting everyone together to present and share their insights and knowledge. And also the green energy component, which I will speak on a little bit more in depth, just to give a broader overview of other large projects and initiatives happening in the state as well. AFDF is involved with the Mariculture Research and Restoration Consortium, which is funded by the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council, and a Department of Energy Advanced Research Project Agency project looking at Alaska seaweed biomining, which is super fascinating, and some Alaska processing innovations as well, funded through the Denali Commission and ABEC. To briefly overview all of the 28 projects, which is going to be impossible to do, I just broke it up into sort of the different categories that we have all of these businesses and researchers sort of grouped into. So the most are actually involved in innovations and processing. This is one of the biggest challenges we have right now, where people are, farmers are learning how to grow it, and then there's just a lot of challenges with, okay, we have all of this kelp, now what? So looking at different sorts of drying techniques and stabilizing and fermenting, innovations in farming, which Johnny just touched on. One of their projects was looking at different innovative bull kelp farming techniques with their, different array systems. We have innovations in mooring system technology, really fascinating helical anchor system coming out of that, boosting oyster growth at nurseries and farms, shellfish enhancement, and de-risking farm sites and looking at farm site suitability. So another aspect of this research and development component is the seaweed tissue analysis and also the de-risking investments in aquatic farming. And earlier in 2024, we sent numerous wild and farmed Alaska kelp species, I think about 15 different species, to a lab in Ireland to go through all sorts of different chemical testing, and the results are in, and we are now working through this data with marine biologics, and they are helping synthesize and creating species profiles and some industry reports, and going to help with market development recommendations. So this will look at if there's other species that we haven't really been paying attention to that have certain compounds or components or ratios of carbohydrates and different potential uses that could help lead product development and market development. And then the de-risking investments in aquatic farming project just started. This is a large modeling project that we're working with a engineering company, Kelson Marine, and they are putting together some validated regional ocean and wave simulations and helping us with creating a modeling system of waves and biogeochemistry, turbidity, and this will be able to be used by future Alaska farmers and those looking at where would be where's a suitable place to start a kelp or oyster farm. And with the green energy project, this is pretty much all being led by Chandler Kemp at UAF, and this is looking into how energy is used in shellfish and seaweed farming and processing across Alaska. So they have, Chandler's put together a great team, and they've been traveling to different sites across the state recently, meeting with both processors and farmers, and doing basically an energy audit and capturing baseline material so that they can put together a best practice guide for farmers that are looking to minimize energy use. And then, the couple other projects that are not involved with the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, but I thought were worth noting on, is the biomining project, which is looking at assessments of geochemistry concentration and scalability of rare earth elements from seaweeds. This is happening around a former uranium mine, Volcan Mountain, and is fascinating and could revolutionize how we look at biomining of these different minerals. Seaweeds have the ability to absorb metals and minerals from the water, and so just looking at the possibilities and if that's something that is potentially scalable. And then the Mariculture Research and Restoration Consortium, looking at sustainable mariculture development for restoration and economic benefit in the Evo spill areas. We have about 9 different partner farmers who are collecting data, and a large group of researchers and scientists who are putting this together and will be available for the industry starting this year. No, there we go. Okay. So I just thought I'd touch briefly on the challenges and opportunities that I have been seeing. And again, I am very, very new. I just started in October, and so it's been kind of drinking from the fire hose, learning about everything that's happening statewide right now. And there's so much happening. But to briefly look at this, I see some of the challenges being kind of creating a shared vision. There are a lot of different ways that people who are involved in the industry kind of see what the future of Alaska mariculture would look like and what they want it to look like for them. The capacity and time for the most knowledgeable folks in the industry right now, people are stretched really thin. And with the grant procedures from EDA, they are quite burdensome and tedious, and it makes it difficult for everyone to keep up, and makes it difficult for people to get paid on time as well. Looking at scalability, transportation, shipping, these are all not new problems for Alaska. Utility costs and trying to price match with competing markets currently is very difficult. The opportunities I do see, I have been really inspired by the collaborative nature of everyone involved and the willingness to share what they know, and just the enthusiasm around the industry has been inspiring. We have a lot of transferable skills here in complementary industries within our fishing and maritime workforce. We have a lot of funding right now, this $49 million EDA Build Back Better. We have, there's a time constraint with that, that is challenging, but we do have funding for folks, and there's just a lot of opportunity for market development and expansion and really strengthening economic resilience in our rural coastal communities in a sustainable way. So I think I'll just leave it at that and pass it on here to Nick.
Yeah, well, thanks, Alex. Thanks for all the good work of the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. Sure, I guess Julie's in the room, and thanks for getting that, the momentum started, Julie, there. As Alex said, the collaboration is incredible in this project and in mariculture industry more broadly. I think there's just a sentiment we all know that we're going to sink or swim together. And one of our key collaborations that goes beyond mariculture is with the other economic development districts throughout Alaska, especially the ones in southern coastal Alaska. So part of the core governing body and team on this grant is Southeast Conference, Prince William Sound Economic Development District, Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District, and Swampsea. Nick is joining us. Thank you for flying down. He's both a kelp farmer and the mariculture director at Swampsea. Thanks for sharing what's going on in your world, Nick.
Yeah, no problem. My name's Nick Mangini. I started kelp farming in 2016 just as a hobby, and it's quickly taken me up to sitting behind a table on stage talking to to everybody about what we're doing and the potential that I see for Alaska. Through my position with Swampsea, I've been really blessed with being able to travel to a number of events and just see the industry grow as a whole. It's pretty exciting to be a part of these different collaborations and getting to work with everybody on this stage, really. So I feel very fortunate. What I'm seeing as far as an industry overview is a real shift away from food as a main as the main focus of most kelp farmers. When we got into this, I think that was the only thing I thought about. Since then, I think that, Juneau and places in Southeast are blessed with the tourism. In Kodiak, we're not. So we're going to have to be producing large amounts of biomass and shipping it off the island because we don't have the customer base that's coming in daily to feed that to. So a number of the things that I see coming are potentially livestock feed. We did a 100,000 pound project through Denali Commission and Kodiak Economic Development Corporation, where they took kelp and dried it, turned it into a pellet form, and fed it to pigs and other types of livestock. And the results were pretty outstanding. It was about a $280 increase per birthing sow of increased revenue. So it was doing something with the gut biome within a pig to allow them to have more piglets that stayed alive. And so some of the directions that kelp has taken me are things that you never would have thought of. And I think that's what's most exciting about it. We're also seeing a really big drive towards biostimulant and getting away from using, petroleum-based fertilizers and things like that they use on arable land. So I think that you're going to see a lot of increase in those kinds of things, as well as, entrepreneurs like Johnny that are putting together all sorts of really amazing products to feed people. So I really see this shift, and I think a lot of the numbers that you shared are right on. I think that maybe we're going to see a little bit bigger of a bump in the next year or two than maybe was shown there, but just because I think that there's potential for these volumes to grow rapidly, especially in biostimulant and livestock feeds. Kelp in particular has the same issues that seafood does. A lot of seafood in the freezer isn't making anybody money. So that's why we saw that real rapid increase in numbers, and then it fell off a cliff because there was all this kelp that wasn't being sold during COVID. And, my market in particular had put up 400,000 pounds of kelp from Kodiak, and they were selling it into like cafeterias, like Google, and all these businesses that no longer have their employees come to work. So it's not so much that the drive isn't there, it's just that the entire marketing had to shift in different directions. So that's like a little bit about what we're doing. I'm excited that all of these regions are brought together through this grant, and that we can continue to work together for Alaska.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Hope folks have questions here. We'll go to our last speaker. We're lucky, very lucky last May to have hired on Charlie Harrington, Juneau resident and communications professional, among other talents, and really he's helped us up our game. And so I wanted him to speak to and just kind of share some of the work that we've done over the last 9 months to improve our communications around our grant and the mariculture industry. Thanks, Charlie.
Hello, thank you. I'm Charlie Harrington. I'm a project manager at Southeast Conference, and it's great to be here talking about mariculture. So yeah, like Dan said, I'm here to show off some resources and tools that we have for everyone to learn more about mariculture and the work we're doing, and that's shellfish and seaweed farming. And I'm glad Nick pointed out that it's not just food products. There's a lot of applications for kelp out there that we're exploring. And these tools help us be more transparent about our grant activities, and they also help us elevate the conversation and bring more people into the fold. And we think this is important work. If I can go to the next slide. Oh, cool. Thanks. Oh, it worked. Yeah, we think this is very important work. As we've been hearing at this conference, region and state need more industry and jobs. And we see a lot of opportunity with mariculture, and there are obvious parallels with our maritime workforce and seafood infrastructure. And there's also a ton of enthusiasm and passion, as you see, within this young industry. And some of that might be because we have a $49 million grant, but I think it's more about alignment. And, it's rare that an industry has this much social, environmental, and economic alignment. And we think that's really, really something worthwhile. So while the other panelists are telling you cool stories about the boots on the ground research and product development and farming, I'm here to tell you about the ways you can learn more about the grant. And conventional wisdom says that's a website. So here it is, AlaskaMaricultureCluster.com. And I wish I could scroll, but I just have screenshots. And we have, yeah, thanks, Dan, good follow. These are the various grant components. We have 8 of them if you include Southeast Conference Grant Administration. And next slide, Dan. We post our RFPs here, and this goes all the way back through the life of the grant since the beginning of time, September 2022. And we also maintain a news page where we post updates, relevant news, success stories, track the progress of the grant. Here's just a glimpse of the most recent 6. And if you go to the next ones, I put relevant examples. This is the project that McKinley Research and Cady and Siedman have been working on. Great full report about, I think it's 10, 15 pages. It's excellent reading if you're curious to learn more about harvesting and cultivation and seeding. And the next one is a summary of the second cohort of joint innovation projects. You can learn more about Johnny's plan. And yeah, that's sort of a glimpse of the website. But unless you're actively involved in the industry or part of the coalition or really just super curious, this isn't the first place I'd recommend you visit. Cady mentioned at the end of her slide, and there's a poster in the back of the room. There's the Alaska Mariculture Insights platform. And this is a really exciting AMC-funded project that Southeast Conference worked with the contractor on. And it's an open source insights platform that tells you everything you'd want to know and more about Alaska's oyster and kelp industries. And it's loaded with photos. Dan, you can just sort of cycle through some. It's loaded with photos, maps, videos, data, case studies. Here's one on barnacle. And last May, I was lucky enough to participate on a 12-day field trip with their team as we went all over Southeast. We went to Ketchikan, Prince of Wales, Hoonah, Juneau here in the region, and we also went up to Seward, Homer, Halibut Cove, and Kodiak. Nick was a great host. And this spring, they're coming back for a tour to Prince William Sound. We missed that region for more data collection. And really, it's broken down by the different stages of the supply chain. Here we have oysters as an example, and each one of these pages is like a SWOT analysis of the different opportunities and of the industry. And it's all publicly available. And, you know, as we're looking for new industry opportunities in the state and the region, I think everyone in this room would benefit from just taking a stroll through here and learning more. And next one, Dan. Yeah, and also Hatch, the contractor that helped, they have an industry news arm called the Fish Site, which gets a lot of global attention about mariculture. They call it aquaculture. In Alaska, we use mariculture. And since September, they've published 8 articles about the AMC grant and the work we're doing in Alaska on the industry. And these are also great little portraits into operators of the region. And next, I have some fun examples of what you can see on the site. So Nick, I believe, is the guy on the left, in the top left. Is that you? Maybe not. But this is called a Harvest Buddy that was used by Alaska Ocean Farms in Kodiak. And this is a machine that they use to pull kelp out of the ocean. And it was developed using ARPA-E funding, same program that Alex is talking about, where they're trying to get precious minerals out of seaweed near your old uranium mine. So sort of pie in the sky stuff, but this is a really cool project that you can watch a video of the boat in the yard there, and it just interesting things. Next, we've got frozen blocks of kelp, and it doesn't look that much different than seaweed processing. And in fact, or seafood. This is actually at E.C. Phillips in Ketchikan, and the kelp is from Mariko's farm outside Craig, Alaska. And freezing is one of 3 main ways to stabilize kelp, the others being drying and liquid stabilization with different agents. And all of them have different trade-offs, depend on the regions, but you can learn more about it. And the other thing I'd say is Johnny talked about the difficulties of farming bull kelp, and if you wanted to explore that, you could find out more on the insights of why farming bull kelp, because it wants to float, why that is so hard, and the things that they're doing with their different arrays and the progress they're making. Next one, yeah, and then oysters too. A conventional way to farm oysters is with these suspended vertical stacks. And then next one, Dan. This is sort of an innovative approach with flip cages, also Mariko's Oyster Farm. And this uses the natural movement of the ocean to get rid of some of the biofouling and tumble the oysters so that it's more efficient use of labor and leads to help you scale your business. So those are some fun things. Thanks for indulging me on that. See, I think it's pretty cool. And as we need more opportunities in the region, you know, if you're interested, this is the place to start, I'd say. And the last tool I'd show you, if I have time, this is not released yet, but this is just a glimpse. I really wish I could scroll. This is an Airtable. It's soon to be released, and this shows every single AMC-funded project. I believe there's almost 100 active projects in the AMC grant, and this you can sort by who got the subaward, what contractors did they hire, what's its status, budget, what location, what's the description, what RFP did it use, where can you find more information about it. You can search by region. It's a really helpful tool. I sort of use it as flashcard references. Just it's hard to track all the different things in this grant internally. So I think it'll be a great external tool too, so everyone can zoom out and be like, whoa, where's all this $49 million going? What are we doing, and what differences are we making? And yeah, maybe one more. And also a huge shout out to the team. There's a lot of you in the back. This is a ton of work to administer a $49 million grant and working with the EDA and compliance and all of that. So thanks to all the coworkers, and yeah, thanks for, and I guess my last point is these are just websites, and it's a lot easier to talk about this stuff. So if you have any questions, there's a lot of us, you'll see our faces there. Come talk to us. We'd be happy to chat with you more about mariculture. Thanks.
Thanks, Charlie. Great work here. Just one note on, why isn't this released yet? Well, it's really hard to figure out how to characterize everything in this kind of moving and dynamic grant program. But I love the pressure that he puts on us and others put on us to like share more information. We're trying to do that. We just also we're building this plane as we fly it, and we're things are changing, and so just what's the right level of detail, what's going to change, might change, things like that. There's a lot of pieces of the grant that are in play, and other pieces that need to be ramped up and are still in the sort of generation phase. And I could speak more about that, but do folks have questions? I hope so. Yes, thank you.
Of the $49 million,
how much do you still, like, what's the funds given out? And how much is left to spend? Just curious on.
going once.
There's a lag with people invoicing us, and so we try to keep track of this. I estimate, that we've spent somewhere, last summer it was about 4 to 5 million. We've hit some additional funds in the last fall. I mean, less than 10 million completely out the door and fully spent right now. About half the grant was obligated to subaward recipients, including Southeast Conference and others. At the start of the grant, big chunk of that is in the revolving loan fund, which is about to be released, and that's $8 million will be available for supporting loans at other institutions. So the other half, the 25 million, went out through RFPs, and through that we've obligated over about half of that already. So the most of the remaining is in the equipment program. So we're going to be buying a bunch of equipment, and that takes time. We've got one cohort out, and we got one of our active RFPs right now is looking for people, EDA eligible entities that want to purchase processing equipment or hatchery nursery equipment. That's a rough sketch based on memory, but good question. It's definitely a hard lift to spend this money, and Robert's mantra is we don't spend money, we invest money, and if we don't have a good investment, we don't do it. So that's where, there's this tension. We want to have the impact, but we need to invest in people and organizations first. That's a huge constraint in Alaska. So we've spent the last few years ramping up our ability to do good work, putting money out there where there's people ready for it. And then we're hoping all the pieces come into play over the next 2 years to really continue that trajectory and invest all this money strategically. And yeah, we're careful about.
I would add to that, absolutely spot on. But at the very beginning, when the federal government says there's this funding opportunity, tell us what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and how you're going to spend the money up front, that does not allow for community engagement. And when the rural communities and Alaska Natives were a critical component of who we wanted to reach out to and invest in place-based economies, you have to have an element of time for that engagement. And so we built in that time. And so we spent the first 2 years of this project investing in people. We set aside nearly $1 million through Spruce Root to do educational. We work with the university system. You saw the remarks earlier, 50 students are enrolled in that. We're now at the place with the revolving loan fund, with the equipment. We're ready to start investing in things, that we've invested in people and in projects, lowering the risk, attracting private investment, and making sure that rural communities have opportunities to be there so they weren't just informed of what we did, because it's what we promised the federal government 2 years ago. So there's a whole element of time that takes place, but I'm really thrilled with what this team has done with the partnership. I think we have 20 or 30, we have like 20 some odd sub-awardees and
Yeah.
20
We're
sub-awardees
getting
and
there,
30
yeah.
contractors, thereabouts.
70 contractors.
70 contractors now. I mean, the partnership on this is amazing, and it's a great investment in jobs and community. So anyway,
Yeah, and on that note of, we're continuing to try to outreach and build our coalition. We have a program called the Liaison Program, which helps do outreach and facilitate two-way conversations especially with rural and native communities throughout Alaska. So we got 4, we're hoping to have 5 liaisons operational across the state. At times we've had all 5, sometimes mostly 4. So one of them is covers Southeast, and Meilani Booth most recently held that position and is now, it's a good problem. He's so excited about the projects down there in Metlakatla that he's going to focus just on that area. And so EcoTrust, which was his employer for his liaison work, is going to be releasing a job application looking for somebody to really join this team and help bring these resources and facilitate this two-way communication that's needed, with the Alaska Native communities and other rural underserved communities in Southeast. So if that sounds like you, I'd like to talk to you. Definitely, we can share information, and the job will be posted on our website as well.
right. And speaking of that, a shout out to Jason, who is Executive Director of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, and they actually are managing that liaison program. So if you've got questions about that as well, talk to Jason. So.
Yeah, any more questions? Are we doing on time?
You got 3.5 minutes. It's all yours.
Jason, do you want to hand Jason the mic? Is there anything you want to say?
He's great for a 5-minute speech anytime you give him 2.5 minutes.
Just tell us a little bit about anything.
Hi there, Jason Lestard. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. We are the industry group for the folks doing the work in this space, made up of farmers, processors, folks doing research, and so on and so forth. And very proud to be a part of this project and managing the liaison program. We really appreciate the critical nature of the outreach that is happening to build these foundations, as was mentioned, to get this investment funding out there, but even more so to get people excited about this. I think everybody up on that stage, myself, Robert, we're all really excited about this industry, and we just want to bring that infection out around the, maybe that's the wrong word to use, infection, but anyway.
Yeah, and maybe as a final wrap up, you want to identify the rest of the Southeast Conference team that you've got working with you?
Yeah, why don't you raise your hands when I say Chase Coleman, based in Sitka there. He works with a lot of our sub-award recipients through our grant. We got Phoebe Koenig, who's going to raise her hand here. She's a PhD and a Alaska Sea Grant Fellow, working especially in our hatchery nursery sector program and our other mariculture species. So we're trying to help other species besides oysters and kelp. What are the new species that you haven't heard as much about that we're going to be important going forward? We have Cindy here somewhere. Cindy lives in Haines and is part of our AMC team, working especially with our contractors. And there's a huge lift with managing 70 contractors and all the invoices and stuff. And then there's a very special person named Haley who helps us with so much in the world of the dollar signs and keeping them straight. Stephanie Cameron's not here because she's even more instrumental and busy and doesn't with that piece. We've got Jamie Young here who's helping us set up our revolving loan fund and working with, he's a former banker, working with banks. We are not competing, we're enabling additional investments at existing lenders. And that program is rolling out imminently. And of course, Robert provides strategic guidance and vision and collaboration to the program. So did I miss anybody? No. With
So
that,
we've got 2 employees working on this project that's in your town. So we're doing what we can for each community. So
yeah. At our annual meeting this past year, we had a group of students from UAS, this program, join us, and it was really fun to see their faces. I'm sorry, we haven't talked a lot about every part of the grant, workforce development, but we try to hop around different parts of the grant every time we talk, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to note an observation as a farmer and working with all these people on stage and in the crowd is that a lot of times with grant work and government work, you can notice that a lot of funds get sucked up by administration and all sorts of stuff and never really gets down to the ground level. With this crew, they are so lean, they are so passionate. It's really inspiring to work with such passionate people all the time in my team and in their team. It's truly an awesome thing to be a part of.
And our indirect rate is the minimum 10%, just so you know.
Well, you couldn't end on a better note than that. We're going to break for lunch, which has been sponsored by Sea Alaska, and we're going to have our legislative House members as a panel. So get through the line as quickly as you can. And if you see one of them, please allow them to get food if they so desire ahead of time. Please thank our panel, our passionate people creating Mariculture.
Did him in a wait child. Let him in a long time on it. Mama, answer me. Baby boy, I better sit down. Can't listen when the sun's out. Only son, this'll be so hard to hear. Hey, I know you've been knocked down. I ain't all been. Nothing ever good is. Why you gotta wait so long? Why you gotta wait so long? Oh, I never be. God acting like it's here.
Was it something he said? Maybe something he did. I could play along with the other way. If there's something, baby, you should let them all know. It's not giving in when you're letting go. If you're thinking about taking the house. Simple baby, you just let them all know. It's not giving in when you're letting go. If you're thinking about taking a half. Now, baby, I'll get your tail on. Baby, I'll get your spell on me. Just a look at me. Love this suit. It's all right. You're out of sight. Your brother's sloppy shirt. I admit it, girl, that I can't dig it. Oh, now, baby, you're casting your spell on me. Baby, you're casting your spell on me. Look at me. In a trance, can't move. You're in the groove. Now, show is wild. Standing and posing, you got so much soul. You got your casting your spell.
your gas and your fellow. Use your gas and your fellow. I've been standing around, oh, and I'm with everybody. I never think I'll lose, but it's you think I'm breaking all the thinking that I'm gonna stay. Oh, that these men don't know each other. I got one who's working undercover, trying to solve my mystery. Look at one mistake, I'll make them know. Jumping right on them, but I know it's gonna end somehow. It one mistake, I'll make them know. Jumping right on them, I know it's gonna end. I never think I'll lose, but it's thinking. That these men don't know each other. Well, every time I lose one, I can just move on. I always find another. Look at one mistake I'm making it. Nothing right on this. I know it's gonna end somehow. One mistake I'm making it. Nothing right on this. I know it's gonna end somehow. One mistake I'll make another. Anyhow. I'll be walking around, talking a lot.
I think this might be the right height for you, but they say it doesn't quite do it for me. So can you hear me in the back okay? Yeah, you can hear me in the back okay, and even in between. So we purposefully paused we can't say pause anymore thanks to the federal government. So no, we didn't pause anything. We're just going to keep moving forward, but moving forward slowly. No, we really want to thank our lunch sponsor and ask Mr. Nelson to give us a few words, but the work that Sea Alaska does is so impactful. We heard the tribal enterprises yesterday, and the partnership and the enablement that they do for so many is profound. So as our legislators make their way up at their convenience, please thank our sponsor and welcome Mr. Joe Nelson.
Thank you, Robert. Well, most of you heard me yesterday morning a little bit, and I'll keep this very brief. I didn't do the cooking here, but let's do a round of applause for the ones who did. So at Sea Alaska, we've always known that this for-profit, nonprofit paradigm is just a false paradigm. Our first nonprofit we created back in 1980, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute, and Sea Alaska Heritage Institute's only sole member is Sea Alaska. So that full board of Sea Alaska makes up the sole member for Heritage Institute. And all of you have watched the transformation of downtown, of our capital city, and it's a net positive to have all those totems come up on the waterfront and all the programming. And we know the world is kind of spinning right now because we have somebody over in DC who's, that's part of his tactic here is to get everybody spinning in circles. But we know that right here, we're all very well grounded. We've got 60 folks that showed up to do the good work. Right now, they're actually negotiating with the governor. They're negotiating on education. So all of you who care about the future, you need to weigh in and let the governor know. He can't just sit on this. He needs to follow through and be an educator and think forward here. And that's the task we have in front of us. But they can't do it alone. So they do need everybody. All of you have constituents. All of you need to weigh in. The thing that underpins all of our economy, as I mentioned yesterday, it's having the young people going and joining the workforce and not fleeing the state and not fleeing the villages. So in Southeast, we have thousands and thousands of years of history. Native folks were all about relationships, but you can't assume that a relationship is always just a good thing. Even though we've known each other for thousand years ago, we had lots of warring ourselves. You have to develop the healthy relationships, and that requires good conversations, hard conversations, and just a willingness to do the right thing. So I want to thank Robert, all the Southeast Conference folks, and especially our legislators, because we're welcoming them here to town in Juneau, the capital city, for the next maybe 120 days, just to do the right thing. And that's all we're trying to do here. And we want the right thing to mean that our grandkids actually have schools that are plumb and full, and just doing all the good thing of being healthy human beings. So thank all of you for doing your part.
Thank you. So we're pleased that you've all found time. It's tough sometimes to get the four of you together on a time when there's so many meetings and so many meetings. And so thank you. We know that you just juggle a lot, and it takes some time and sacrifice to be here with us. What we're going to do, and welcome to the newest member of the regional delegation. And what we do is we just ask each of them to take 3 to 5 minutes to talk about their committees, their priorities for this session. And then as we get done with that, then we'll open up the floor for a Q&A. We're scheduled to go till 1:15. And if there's a lull at the end, we'll come back for close up. Otherwise, we'll just stay engaged with folks here in the room. But again, thank you for all that you're you're doing for us. And we'll begin with Representative Bynum and I'm going to go down here and then I'll be roaming around with the microphone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Robert Venables, Mr. Southeast. Appreciate that kind welcoming to this great group of people that we have here. We have here today for the Alaska districts, the best districts in the state of Alaska with districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's all of you as well, making this the best place to live in Alaska. We talked a little bit we want to talk a little bit about some of the priorities that we have as Southeast legislators, but a few things that I want to focus on as well. As Robert said, I'm Jeremy Bynum. I'm representative for House District 1. That's Ketchikan, Wrangell, North Prince of Wales, Kaufman Cove, Whale Pass, Hyder, and Metlakatla. So I think I have of all of the districts in Southeast, the best district, which many of you are from. So it's good to see a lot of my friends from District 1. I sit on the Finance Committee, the House Finance Committee, and I am assigned to 6 subcommittees on the Finance Committee. So we're a little bit busy, and I'm looking forward to addressing some of the issues with fisheries and transportation, workforce development. These are all really important things. Education. These are some of the subcommittees that I'm participating in. Some of the priorities that I see as we go ahead, we have some priorities as a state. We know that energy is a big discussion that we have. I know that the gas line is something that is being talked about pretty heavily in the state level. But for me, energy also means making sure that we're taking care of Southeast Alaska and our water power resources and making sure that we are funding those appropriately for our communities to keep reliable, low-cost energy in our communities. The couple other things that we're really looking at statewide is education, but that is also very, very important to District 1 and the rest of Southeast Alaska. Before I got to Juneau, I made a campaign to get here. This is day 23 for me. So this is a new experience and a learning experience. And I have some great colleagues at the table here that have helped steer me in the right direction and definitely tell me when I'm probably going in the wrong direction. So I appreciate that. But education is a really important thing. And one of the things that I talked about extensively before I got here was the pressure that we're seeing on education in our communities and the impact that that has on our families and our families wanting to be in our communities. And another thing that is part of that is trying to make sure that our kids have opportunities for Alaskan jobs. And so I talked a lot about during my campaign career technical education in our schools, and I'm very focused on making sure that we have that conversation as we move forward to ensure that we have adequate funded programs in our career technical education and pipelines for those kids to move through their educational experience and into our workforce in Alaska. The other thing that is a priority for us is to talk about our fisheries and protecting our fishery programs. As many of you are aware, the Board of Fish just met in Ketchikan, and they had a lot of conversations about those things that are impacting our region. And I think that I can speak for all of us here is that we stand united to support our hatchery programs and our fisheries and our fishermen. And that is something that doesn't divide across party lines. That is something that we as Southeast legislators, I believe, stand behind. And so that's another priority. And I talked a little bit about the energy component and whether or not or how that's impacting our communities. And so one of the things that's happening that we talk about every year is a renewable energy fund. And that'll be a priority that I have to make sure that we are funding those types of programs for our communities. The other one final thing, and then I'll pass the mic along, is we talk a lot about wanting to make sure that we have opportunities for our community members. An important part of that is making sure not only that we have well-funded education, but that we have good schools for our kids to go to. So I will be a strong advocate for capital investment in our schools and our school bond debt reimbursement program that we have, and making sure that we fund that. And I think that I won't get any argument from my friends up here at the table. So we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but we have a lot of opportunity ahead of us. And so I'm really excited in day 23 to be working hard for all of you and Southeast Alaska. So thank you.
My name is Rebecca Himshoot. I'm here from Sitka, but I represent House District 2, which is Yakutat to Heidelberg. I have 21 communities. I have 11 school districts. I have 10 tribes and 9 village corporations, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to see all of you today. I want to speak about my committees a little bit, and then I'll pass on to other Southeast legislators who might fill out a little bit more on some of the finance stuff that we'll need to talk about. The first committee I want to talk about is the State Affairs Committee. There was a salary study done. We need more information from that salary study because we know you're having a hard time getting services from the state because the state is not able to fill the positions. We need to understand why those positions aren't filled, and we need to solve that problem. So understanding if our salaries are competitive is a really important first step in that. There has been a lawsuit filed. That's obviously not something the legislature does, but we have held a hearing on that. We also had a hearing in State Affairs about elections. We need to make sure that everybody can cast their ballot and that their ballot can be cured if that's needed. So those are things that State Affairs is working on. In Community and Regional Affairs, we're mostly in Budget Subcommittee right now looking at Department of Corrections. And I'm hearing that the intent language that was included a year or two ago to help with community jails has gotten an updated contract. Whether the terms of those contracts are what we need them to be is something I'll still be looking into a little bit. And then in Fisheries, we have a heavy lift in Fisheries this year. There was a seafood task force. I hope the senator spoke about it yesterday. Or is he later today? Senate was yesterday. I was not on the task force, but I was able to attend all the meetings either virtually or in Anchorage. And the task force has submitted its final report, and now the real work starts of actually trying to find the things the state can do to support commercial fisheries, which is actually more limited than we'd like it to be. And then the things that we can do often involve money. And you've probably heard that the state already has a $200 million gap in our budget without adding anything new in, including an increase in the base student allocation, which we're talking about a lot in the Education Committee. I'm co-chair of Community and Regional Affairs. I'm also co-chair with my extraordinary colleague Andy Story on House Education. I have a bill in House Education called House Bill 69, and that bill is asking the state to restore funding to our schools that has been absent for many, many years through the base student allocation, which is the bottom of the entire formula that the money then cycles through to allow local school boards to make decisions about what your kids need in your communities. So House Bill 69 inflation proofs the base student allocation, which was an idea that Representative Story came up with a few years ago. People will say inflation proofing is dangerous because it ties the state budget. Well, you know what else is dangerous? Inflation. And when our school boards are trying to make a budget, they can't raise revenue. 80 to 85% of their budget is staff. So when they face inflation for fixed costs like insurance, maybe you've noticed the cost of fuel have gone up. So when they face those fixed costs over years and years and years, and the state fails in our funding policy to make the increases they need, then school districts are left with very few options. The state has a variety of agencies that we can, state agencies, that we can look at. We know we need to fill positions in those agencies. We need a strong public sector to support the private sector. That's all very clear. But where the rubber meets the road in my mind is with our children. So just to illustrate the issue that I'm talking about with us having a little bit more flexibility, we have one department, the governor's office, has decreased their budget from 2011 to now by 70%. I'm assuming they've had some efficiencies, but they've probably also not filled some positions. That's remarkable. Here's what's happened in other state agencies. One state agency has gone up 83%, Another state agency has gone up 105%. In that one, we needed to fill some vacancies. We needed to make people safe. It was public safety that's gone up a lot, and you felt that. When we repealed SB 91, I wasn't there for that. When that happened, our corrections load became greater, and our public safety needs became more acute. So we have seen increases across agencies. We had vacancies in the Department of Law that was slowing a lot of things down. We've increased that budget since 2011 by 60%. The increase to the budget for education is 8.9%. So I'm painting kind of a bleak picture here, but I'm asking for your understanding and your support. Your school districts that you all count on to develop the workforce that you need in your communities are really struggling. Fixed costs have gone up by 40%. The base student allocation that provides the funding for your local board to decide how they want to fund the school has gone up by less than 10%. So that's the problem we're solving for. I don't have the solution. My bill does say what we should do. It doesn't say how we're going to do it. So that's why we have really smart people on our finance committee. I have other bills I can talk about, but that's the one that we're really pushing in both the House Majority Coalition, the Senate Majority Coalition. It's a priority for us to do this, and we want to do it by March if at all possible. It's kind of an aggressive timeline. People say it's rushed. It's not rushed. It's expedited. We've been talking about this issue for so many years. We need to finally just do something about it and give some relief to the communities, to the school boards, but especially to our students.
Thank you, Rep. Hinshut, for that. Long talk about education. It's one of my favorite subjects and so important to this state and so many of you. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Representative Andy Story, and I am proudly representing the northern part of the Mendenhall Valley here in Juneau, and then Haines, Skagway, Cluckwan, and Gustavus. It's been fast and furious since we've started. I know Senate was here yesterday, and they probably set the stage about the budget. It's going to be a really tough negotiating year on the budget, and it's really important to hear your priorities, so we're looking forward to that today. I just wanted to mention, we heard from the Supreme Court, Alaska Supreme Court Chief Justice right before we came over today. She addressed our body, and she announced that it's the first time there's been a majority of women on the Supreme Court here in Alaska. And then we are proud to be the first house where the women are, 21 of us are the majority of the Alaska State House. So I was in front of students for our 8th graders. They come, it's part of the Capital City student visits. And they were there today, and one of their instructors was saying, okay, look at the makeup of this, and we can just see how much opportunity there is for you to serve. So that is exciting. I'm serving on 3 committees, co-chair of House Education. We've got a great funding bill right now because we currently, our state has a education funding policy that is failing our children and our communities because it's only been, we haven't had an increase since 2017 in the per pupil amount. So it's been flat funded. And we have gotten some one-time funding, but one-time funding is not a good education funding policy. It must be permanent inside the base student allocation because you guys know what happens. School board members have to have their budget to your municipalities by March, April. That's different in some communities. And so they've got to go through, when it's one-time funding, they have to minus that money and go back to the drawing board. They're coming before communities. They're saying what they're planning on, what they can cut. So then the headlines are cutting this, cutting that. Then we come in, last year we did, and we funded with a one-time funding. So then they let a lot of teachers go because if you have to sign a contract, you have to know you have the money. And so then they go and try and hire them back. They can't wait around for jobs. Some of the newer teachers coming here, they're looking in other communities. And so we want to, this bill tells people, and it forward funds, but we don't have to just work on cutting. So it tells people that we value education in the state. It's a priority. We're going to invest in it. And teachers, school staff, you have a career here. And families, be rest assured, we will be taking care of your kids. So that is really important. We'd love you to weigh in. I have another bill that we'll be hearing Monday, and I want to briefly mention it. And it's something that I hope will address and bring some in-migration to the state. And that is, I have what you call a loan forgiveness program where it is, if you are an Alaskan and you went out of state to get your degree, or and you want to come back to Alaska, you've got some student loan debt, we will pay up to $24,000, $8,000 a year if you take a job with the state of Alaska or as a teacher in our communities. There is money in the Higher Education Investment Fund that will pay for 120 people to do this over 3 years. And so it's kind of unique. We'll see what my fellow legislators think about it, but there is money to do something like that. And I think we have to be innovative. And we have had a similar program to this in years past, and it has brought some people back into the community. I've nicknamed the bill Come Back Home. And if you do if you did get your degree from one of our education systems in the state and you went out and you're working somewhere else and you still have some loan debt, you can come back and you will also be a part of that. I serve on State Affairs and Vice Chair of State Affairs, and where really the election bills are in front of us. I also am on Tribal Affairs, and we are looking at the tribal compacting schools. We've started out with that, and so that's very interesting, some of them in your districts, so we will learn more about that. I wanted to say, and then I will pass it on, I have one other proposal that I think will really help our fisheries and our people who are out there fishing for a living. And that is, I really feel we need to bring back to our food to schools program. I know SICTA called it fish to schools, but it's where we will make an investment in buying, and it can be whatever the school region needs that's locally grown and place-based. And it just cycles around. We have school nutrition concerns, and it also was part of the task force on food security. They recommended putting this program back in, and with a little bit, they're doing it a little bit differently than they did it before, but I think it would be a smart investment Alaska could make to put a capital project in for that and get buy some fish from our people who are wanting to get fish going, and our kids just eating our healthy food that we have around here. So thank you all. I really appreciate what you're doing in your communities. It's an anxious time right now in many ways, and it's so important. Your leadership, Alaska is a really strong state, and we've got a lot going for us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Representative Sarah Hannon. Okay. Or I'm just using my hallway voice. I represent District 4 here in Juneau. I'm starting my 4th term. When I first started, I also represented some of our neighboring communities. I've now got the easiest job as a representative in Southeast. I have 1 school district and 1 community. But that doesn't mean I don't pay attention to what our neighbors are doing, because Juneau understands we are a regional hub and we are tied to our neighbors. Whether you're coming here to shop at Costco or go to the hospital or just get to our international airport, we appreciate you coming to Juneau. I serve on the Finance Committee, and in the House, as opposed to the Senate, if you're on the Finance Committee, that's the only standing committee you serve on. But I am chairing the subcommittees on transportation, corrections, and DEC, all agencies that have a lot to do with our region, whether it's cruise ship monitoring and how we're doing that and how successful we are on regulating that, with industry paying the cost of doing it, to making sure that our marine highway system and rebuilding our fleet stays on track. And we have some concerns right now, although where's Craig? I saw him when I came in. Mr. Turanga is not showing any sweat or concern yet of any loss of federal monies, and still said yesterday that we expect to have the Tustamina replacement christened in 28, fall of 28 to August, which some parts of Alaska have fall already. We've got other transportation needs in our region, but of course, for us, first and foremost is making sure our region, during the winter, people can get around, and we know that predictability in schedules is important. We know that community jails are important. The highest growth agencies over the last decade, as Representative Himshoot mentioned, are public safety and correction. And then we as legislators turn around and are kind of scolding corrections and saying, why are you growing so much? When we have to remind ourselves, they're a downstream agency. They have no control and no policy setting authority about who they must care for. So when someone walks through their door, whether they're pretrial and sitting there for 6 months before a trial, or whether they've been sentenced or they're going to be there for 60 years, they have no discretion about who's walking through the door. So when we repeal a bill like Senate Bill 91 and say you're going to hold people in custody, we shouldn't be surprised that our pretrial prison population skyrockets. What probably has surprised us is we now have more people in our state correction system pre-trial than post-trial. So we have people who have not been adjudicated, they've not been to trial for a crime, who are in jail for more than a year. Corrections has started to say, we need to look at policies going to the courts and saying, even though you haven't adjudicated them, we've now held them in custody longer than the maximum sentence if you do convict them of this crime, then they could be sentenced for. So can we let them out now? We know that community jails across the state are a critical part of that. We're not in such a bad, Juneau's not in a bad situation. We have, our community jail is a state prison. But when Lemon Creek Correctional Center has some capital catastrophic collapse, and it happens to be one of the most complex prisons in the state system in that it deals with both male and female inmates, and it provides custody at all 3 levels, minimum, medium, maximum security. Most of our facilities across the state serve one. They're a pretrial facility in Anchorage. They're a maximum security facility in Seward. When you have all those different levels, we look at numbers a lot in finance, and we go, the number of beds we have and the number of people, we should be able to close a facility. But one of the other factors is your pretrial custody inmates and your sentenced inmates are not to intersect. So we've got some out of sync. We've got beds where we don't have people to fill them. Maximum security inmates on long-term sentence, where we've got inmates, not even people in custody who haven't been sentenced. You can't mix those populations. So there's some complexity of where do we find efficiencies? And if you just take the numbers, everyone can Monday morning quarterback and say, I've got a solution, just shut a facility, when that doesn't actually produce the results you want. Bringing our young people home. I see, for those of you who don't know, I was a high school teacher here for a long time. I think I've spotted 5 of my former students in the audience, and I am pleased to see them here as professionals. If you graduated from high school in Alaska, anywhere, raise your hand. Okay. That is good to see. Now, how do we make sure that all of your children are able to do that in the next 10 or 20 years? Because what we are seeing is an outmigration in Alaska of our young people, especially anyone with a professional credential of any sort. Alaska is not the only place in the country who is desperate to fill teachers, lawyers, economists, engineers. The U.S. is highly competitive, and because our wages aren't better anymore and our housing remains more expensive, we don't have the benefit packets that we used to. So we're not tempting our young people to stay here, and they become digital nomads, portable professionals, where they can still come home and enjoy our summer season and go fishing. But why would they stay here if they can move somewhere that's cheaper to live and make similar wages? And we have got to turn that around, because the outmigration of who we're losing across the state are our young, the most economic, the 25 to 55-year-olds. There's plenty of us gray hairs, sorry, boomers. There's plenty of us here. right? And we're happy to stay engaged in our community and spend our retirement dollars. But we need our communities to be stable places for families to grow. And that means housing and schools and childcare and functional transportation. But wait, how much money do I have to solve any one of those problems this year? Not a dollar more than last year. That's where we sit right now. We started with that at the beginning. I think you've heard tones of it, and I'm sure you're fully aware that a flat funded budget proposed from the governor right now, we're still 200 million short. We need another $1 billion to start thinking about solving problems. We've had a little turn, and not sure if the Senate talked about it yesterday, because for the last decade, it's been the House that will start talking about revenue generation, the evil word taxes. I do have a tax bill. I've been before you in the past and talked about. Senator Stevens and I have both run bills to run a tax on vape tobacco. In Alaska, tobacco is listed by type in our tax statutes. The last time we touched tobacco taxes was 17 years ago. Vaping didn't really exist. So it is not taxed under the Alaska tax structure. And we have been trying for 8 years, 6 that I've been on this game, trying to tax vape tobacco in Alaska. Now, in working on that, we found out there's also some other tobacco that's not taxed in Alaska. If you are direct to consumer purchasing anything besides cigarettes, so if you're ordering cigars or snuff or chew, and it's coming to you, you're not paying the state's tobacco tax. And you're probably not paying your community's tobacco taxes. Most first-class cities in Alaska have some kind of local tobacco taxes. I'm a believer that we should be taxing all products in the same type, in the same category. Doesn't matter how you consume that. It has a huge health cost to us. I also think that becoming addicted to tobacco as a kid, and I think vaping is really appealing to children, and we need to stop that addiction growth before they become a really chronic health condition that we end up having to pay for in our workforce and our communities. And just so you know that I'm not picking on just kids, the federal age of consuming tobacco for 8 years has been 21. Alaska has not yet changed our age at legal consumption of tobacco to 21. So unless your municipality is enforcing that, people can buy tobacco products at age 19. They can have them mail ordered to their house at age 19. And I'm hoping that we can close that loophole. It doesn't generate much revenue. We think 4 million a year, but in this tight, it's not going to build a ferry, but it may help with tobacco cessation processes for young people. I know we promised to take questions, so I'll start rattling on and let John do his Vanna White interpretation.
Thank you. You guys covered a lot of topics, and I kind of cringed when you asked how many graduated. I thought, oh no, oh no, oh no. But I was so thrilled when I saw those hands. I think that's really the secret of the success of Southeast Conference, is that we're Southeast strong. And these folks are from here, they are here, and they're passionate. Laura.
Well, they weren't.
Well, as one of those proud graduates who also has a second grader here at the same elementary school I went to. So thank you all for all the work you're doing on education. I want to close the loop a little bit on the conversation about revenue generation and talk about a bright spot and something I didn't hear anyone mention, but the #1 employer in Southeast Alaska, we found out again from Meilani yesterday, in both jobs and wages, is tourism. And that's how I was able to stay home and come home and have a local business here. And I really would like to ensure that my daughter has the same kind of economic opportunities in the private sector as well, because there is other revenue generation that's out there that we need to be able to sustain. And so I'm just wondering if any of you have any thoughts on how we can protect these industries that are actually the bright spots that do provide lots of jobs for young people, not just seasonally, not just college students, which I know it's how lots of us, even at this table, put ourselves through college that way. But those are the kinds of jobs that turn into year-round jobs and the kind of kids that get to stay home. So are there any thoughts on how we can protect industries like tourism and make sure it's sustainable for the next generation? It's a positive topic.
Well, I'm going to take a turn as politicians do and answer the question I want to answer instead of the one that is asked, Laura. She's a former student of mine, so okay. And I told our Chamber of Commerce this at a recent chamber meeting. It's great when we have non-resident workers coming to Alaska and spending their revenue in our economy, and that's what you're speaking of, all those folks. The downside is anyone who comes to Alaska costs us money. The private dollars that you're paying them and that they're paying are great. They're paying an income tax to their home state. I happen to be an advocate and think we should have an income tax, and people somehow translate their mind up. I'm picking on an industry on only non-resident workers. No, I mean all workers in Alaska, because when you come to Alaska, you're driving on our roads. If you have an emergency, you're going to our hospitals, you're calling our public service. It costs to have people come here. Yet the government, our state government, doesn't make any revenue off of you. Our city may. You might be buying groceries in Juneau. Thank you very much. But if you are a resident of another state paying an income tax, your wages are being taxed by your home state. The revenue they made in Alaska is going to another state, and we need to capture that. And we as Alaskans need to have a closer tie to the state and say, I'm a taxpayer. Alaskans say that all the time, but unless you're a corporation paying corporate tax in Alaska, and there's only a few, you're not a taxpayer in Alaska. You're a taxpayer to your municipality, perhaps, but not to the state. And I believe we should start with a small level income tax tied to our federal taxes, and we should make everybody in Alaska who's earning wages a taxpayer in Alaska so that we can start to talk about what we want as Alaskans. I think that helps grow and stabilize all sectors of economy. Tourism has now surpassed fisheries, because I'm sure that Mr. Woodrow and Asmi have talked about the crisis that our commercial fisheries are in. The difference is where those folks are. A lot of our commercial fishery jobs are in more remote communities than our tourism jobs. And we've got to make sure we are not letting one part of Alaska's economy collapse while another part thrives, because it's a balance. We need rural communities to be thriving so our urban, regional, and ports of call can flourish too. Sure, it's not up to me. Mhm.
That is 100%. And so I think they can both exist at the same time. And the direct impact of tourism on Alaska is $4 to $5 billion a year. So that is money that goes into the general fund, and there is money that comes off of that help cover the cost of those people being here. So there's a lot of these things can all be.
I'll point out that none of our international cruise ships pay corporate income tax in Alaska. They pay gambling tax.
Okay.
Yes, Alaska Airlines does pay a corporate income tax on the percent of corporate profit generated in Alaska.
Okay,
So I was going to take a crack at that, but from just a bit of a different perspective. Before I came to the legislature, I sat on a borough assembly for 4 years. I worked for a municipal government, and so you had a really good look about what was actually happening at the local level. And being in Ketchikan, that what tourism has done, positive things tourism has done for our community. And a lot of those opportunities just aren't from outside of the state. We have lots of our friends on the Chamber of Commerce, Ketchikan Chamber of Commerce, that are business owners in our community. Some of our business owners own, 4 or 5 small little businesses that are really shaped around that industry. But now that I'm here in the legislature, I'm taking a step back and I'm looking at all of the challenges that we are really facing in our communities. We've talked a lot about how do we get kids to come in back to be in Alaska? How do we keep our kids in Alaska? How do we fund our schools? How do we make it affordable? And so I've been working with workforce development to have them help us visualize this pipeline of workforce in the state. Everything from K through 12 into that workforce, and then even all the way transitioning into those phases of retirement. And how do we keep that here in Alaska? And there's lots of different veins that come, or pipelines that come into that and out of that. And it has to do with the tourism industry and what role does it play? Transportation with our marine highway and how important that is for our Southeast communities, to take a holistic review from a workforce development perspective and find out where tourism is going to fit in that. And then how do we link education into tourism and link tourism back into our communities? Transportation, all those things. So we're taking a holistic view at that and trying to create this vision for how we move into the future. And then getting the departments and throughout the state government to say, how are we working together? You know, when we talk about workforce development, my first question with them was, how are you directly working with K through 12? How are you working with the university system? How are you working with the trade schools? What responsibilities do the municipalities and our trade organizations have with flowing in and out of that work pipeline for our industries? And so there's tremendous opportunity that tourism brings, not just to bring tourists to our shores, but for our industries to thrive around that, whether you're welders, mechanics, or service providers. And so those are people that we want to be in our communities year round. And I think we do that by growing our communities, growing our other industries that then support that industry. And so that's at least the approach that I'm trying to take, is this new, or this step back approach. You know, under financial strain that we have at the state, that same strain exists at the municipal level. That same strain exists on your businesses. And everybody right now has their heads down and they're driving forward. And we just need to take a quick pause and look up and look around and see where we can help each other, whether it's tourism, whether it's the electrical shop in town, or the school, or the municipal government. How do we better create that pipeline? And so I think that, I don't know if that fully answers your questions, but I think we have a tremendous opportunity to use this particular industry to help our communities grow, and not just that one thing called tourism, but all of those things that support tourism.
Okay, next question.
Go ahead.
I was going to add very briefly two things. The state did support ATIA last year with some state money. And then looking from a purely local perspective, the best solutions usually happen locally. And I know that there's a lot of work going on with people in this room regionally. And that is the best way to, I think, to help community members who are more reticent to embrace tourism to come along and come on board, is if we locally work together in some of the same ways that Rep. Bynum's talking about, but also using sort of regional organizations to work out bugs and make it more seamless and make it something that it's harder for people to say no to.
And I just wanted to add that lots of people who come here in the summer came up here for work and they ended up staying and living here. And we, as we all know, have a housing crisis, and that is going to help tourism industry and all the industry. And we really need to be looking at what we can do to help with partnerships with the municipalities about how we are taking a lot of our commercial buildings that are not full right now, and what can we be doing? What can we incentivize for more housing in those areas? And that will help many industries.
Yes, I've been out of service here for about a year, but I was just thinking limited entry for sport fishermen would be kind of helpful. I don't know who would strum that along, but I see the housing crisis is connected in a lot of our southeast communities to that, because 90 to 80% of the sport fishermen owners and workers are just here for the summer. So then, they buy up the real estate, they're here just for the summer months. And then we have the workforce, we have the jobs, but no housing. And again, limited entry for sport fishermen. Everybody, of course, if you live down south, you'd love to have a business that's going to make you a lot of money and be here just for the cream and then take it back down south. A lot of these communities see that. But every other fisheries has quota, that they're abide by. And then, now everybody's getting overregulated and, the sport fishermen that are here that, started things. It's just, I hear that from people that come down south. They want to come up and start a charter business. That's their big dream, I mean, yeah, it sounds great, but again, the housing crisis is directly connected to this issue because they're all coming in swarms. And I don't know if you've been out on the water when the season is live for sport fishermen and they're, they're coming out in the buzz, you hear them and they're just everywhere. I don't
Can we
mind
ask
them.
what community you're from?
Prince of Wales.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The land of lodges.
So, and they're out in the boonies and they're not getting taxed. And then you fly out and you see all these fish boxes to the ceiling. They're not getting taxes. They're not contributing so much to the, hatcheries and things that, that I'm aware of. I could be wrong, but I feel that the other fisheries, are regulated and have a lot of regulation. And I think that needs to be monitored or because they have all the money, they have all the lobbyists, they have all the, strength.
Boy, do I
that
have
I
a bill
see.
for you.
So, yeah, so anyhow.
House Concurrent Resolution 1 is a task force, so we have to get the task force put together. And what this bill will do is ask a task force to look at what do we want to do about managed entry? Is it limited entry? Is it something more like the Big Game Commercial Services Board where there are regions? I will tell you for the last 2 decades, which is as far back as I looked, there have been many attempts at exactly what you're talking about. Most of those were top down. For the first time that I'm aware of, industry has come to the legislature and said, we want to look at a managed entry system for guided sport fishing. So just so that you're aware, Prince of Wales is the second largest. I think it's Ketchikan first, Prince of Wales, and then Sitka in terms of the number of guided sport fishing operations that you have. So they're a major part of your economy, but I can see that you would be noticing impacts. So I do have a resolution to establish a task force, and I want the people from within industry, including commercial fishermen, to come together and say, here's what we think would work going forward. So first we get the task force in place, and then they're going to tell us what the solutions are, rather than me saying from the top down, here's what we're going to do, because that hasn't worked.
Yeah, along with that, there's, there's so many of them, they're not being regulated. Like the crabbing is getting scarce, okay, we've got the sea otter and things to that nature too, but it's just a big concern with all the housing that goes vacant from, September through May, that, our that we have jobs to fill that, health workers, everybody can't find housing. And it's kind of a frustrating thing going on. So I think that has a lot to do with it because there's just so many. You hear about these people all the time that are south. They're like, oh yeah, we want to go up and start a charter business, and I'm like, nice, but it is part of the industry, and it is frustrating because I did have a restaurant as well, and they didn't share their clientele. They're all at the lodges. They don't come into town really for anything, and then when they buy their groceries, they mostly have it shipped from Costco and come up, and they don't do that as well either. So the tax money isn't you know, being used at the stores or any of that. So, and then again, most of the lodges are out of tax range and not being taxed as well. So.
Well, I'll put my taxing liberal lens on that. I think we also should have a statewide property tax outside of municipal boundaries that are already taxing property, because across the state, Prince of Wales is one of the prime examples. There's a lot of multi-million-dollar properties there's no taxation on. They're outside of local boundaries. They're in an area where there is no taxation. And if you are, you know, from somewhere that has a lot of property taxes in state, even say Washington State, where you have a variety of ways to tax property, and besides real property, you're taxing cars and boats. So you're going to register your plane, your boat, your car in Alaska, leave it at the lodge. Now it's not taxed in Alaska and it's not taxed in Washington State. It's not a conversation that most legislators are interested in doing, but we've started to hear the Senate talking about we need to do some revenue generation. I think one of the reasons it seems so easy to open a lodge in Alaska, because you're outside of many taxing authorities. But we hear from everyone who goes through an airport in Southeast or in South Central or out of Dillingham and sees all those boxes of fish going out of state, more than your family consumes in a winter, and you kind of are perplexed to, you know, are you really sure that you're going to eat 300 pounds of fish in the winter in Arizona? You don't really look like fish people. And maybe you do, but there's a lot of concern that the resource is leaving the state. But right now under law, there isn't a mechanism. If they're fishing the limits that Fish and Game and the Board of Fish have set during the season, there's no right to just cut open those boxes and see if you're taking too many yellow eyes, or really did you have more than one king a day after it was down to one king, or one king for the season. You know, there's a lot of people are finding loopholes in that, and we don't want there to be loopholes, and we want Alaskans to be the first use take on limited resources.
Final question from Julie Decker.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for your service to us in Southeast. And secondly, another thank you for your support at the Board of Fish last week. That was helpful and noted. In the seafood task force recommendations, there's quite a few of them. And so I recognize not all of them are going to be addressed immediately, and some there may be more support for than others. One of them is related to some changes to the Board of Fish, and it mentions quite a few different things, but I was just kind of curious, do you have a temperature on if there's a willingness to address that issue in particular? And then more generally, is there any standout recommendations to you all that you'd be interested in carrying bills on? Thanks.
I have not read that. I believe there's 10 recommendations coming out. There was to be a joint meeting this Saturday, and I put that on my calendar to go hear the task force final presentation. And I just saw an hour ago that meeting's been canceled. I don't know if that Board of Fish proposal is to restructure and make sure there's regional representation on the Board of Fish, which of course those from our region are pretty bent out of shape about that right now. But I don't know if Representative Himshoot, having spent more time looking at those proposals, I don't think we've taken a collective temperature, because the hand hasn't been shown completely unless you were paying attention all the way through.
Yeah, Julie, I don't know if you've looked at the final report, you probably have, but you know, there's the near term, midterm, long term, or far term or long term, or whatever they're calling it. And so we had a fisheries meeting scheduled for this Saturday for 2 hours, and that's been canceled. So I don't know what the approach is. I do know that Representative Stutes is planning for the committee to take a very active role. So it's a little bit of a non-answer, but it's not off anyone's radar. It's not like sitting on the shelf and nothing's going to happen. It's also so many of the things in there require fiscal support that just isn't available. And so the levers for the state are so few. But the ones that are there, I know Rep Stutz is really going to push forward.
There's so many things you all work on, and we really appreciate it. We could go on and on and on. I love the conversation about the untaxed assets in the unorganized borough, and would love to urge their assembly to take action one of these days. I know it's not a conversation that the other 56 perhaps like to have, but and we didn't get a chance to talk much about the marine highway system. Would urge you to hopefully the co-chairs of education can find some support for the childcare. That's one of the number one things that our business community noticed. There's just so many things, and we know you're all working at some level on all of them, and we just really appreciate you doing that. But we'll let you go, so I know you have other meetings, and we're going to take a bit of a break as well. But please give a heartfelt thank you to our legislators.
Thanks for lunch.
That's what we could do. That seems to, we got room for one.
Generate the revenues again. How much is that? Well, they're gonna be down.
Okay. Oh. So I'm just going to give you a heads up that in about 2 minutes, the schedule says we're going to have Congressman Begich. I don't know what 2 minutes mean with a time zone change, but keep your eye on the screen. And as soon as we see him, you'll know he's there. And if we get advance notice, I'll give that to you. So start migrating back to your tables, keep networking, and we'll have our congressman soon. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to order. The office has logged in, so we're going to ask you to take your seats. Hopefully you've got a beverage or a snack. As I often tell my kids, don't talk with food in your mouth. They say, there's no food in my mouth. I say, well, put some in your mouth. So I don't know. Okay, well, we lost them. But it is imminent. Here's the office. All right. Agent, can you hear me back there in the back? Yeah, you can hear me. It's just people in between that can't hear me. Okay. All right. So we're just waiting for the Congress. Perfect. You know, that's like, that's why I love you. Yeah, it's just like, hey, where'd you get the cookie? Cookies out? Yeah. That fried bread was just addictive. That was great. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have the congressman imminent. Standing by for their camera and for acknowledgement that they can hear us, and we'll do a sound check back. They're on mute, so they get to adjust their end with what they see. I'm still not sure what they see. He either sees me or he sees all of you. They got the camera. I think they only choose one. Bring Marcos up and do some dad jokes. No? Oh, okay, too early. Okay. Congressman, greetings. Can you hear us okay over here?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Okay, you're kind of, we need to just do a little adjustment here on our end to get your volume adjusted there, but you're looking great. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. We are working hard in DC. Some certainly some long evenings and long weekends, but it's been good. Things are going well.
Well, thank you for taking the time. It's been amazing to watch you like a whirlwind back there, the number of committee assignments and the appearances on the floor and at the big table there. So we're just proud to see you hard at work and appreciate that, and really thankful that you took the time to engage us. We've got the whole room full of folks from across the region. So I'm not sure if you're just seeing me, if you see them as well, but thank you for taking the time, and let us know how are things going back there.
Yeah, things are going well. You know, we're working hard, as I mentioned. There's a lot going on as it relates to Alaska, and there's some big opportunities for Alaska in the 119th Congress. And just to kind of level set, just so everyone sort of knows where the nexus is for us in the House, I am on 3 main committees and 8 subcommittees. I am on House Natural Resources, and I'm the vice chair of the Energy and Mineral Subcommittee on House Natural Resources, as well as oversight. I'm on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, obviously a very important committee for Alaska. I'm on the Aviation Subcommittee. I'm on Rails and Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Subcommittee, and Coast Guard and Maritime Subcommittee. I'm also on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. So there's a lot going on. Sometimes I'm triple or even quadruple booked during the day, but we're trying to make time for everybody who's coming to see us. We've met with a number of people from Southeast Alaska, a number of communities, both tribal and non-tribal, have been in DC already. making sure that they're surfacing priorities in Southeast Alaska, whether that be related to education or healthcare or resource development and tourism opportunities. We've been having those discussions, trying to find ways where we can take advantage of this unique moment where we've got the House, the Senate, and the presidency all aligned. Doesn't happen very often. A lot of times in Congress, you're ending up with a gridlock of some kind or another. But right now, there's an open aperture and a significant appetite to make sure that we are opening up the state of Alaska responsibly for future generations. And so we're trying to take advantage of that opportunity. For folks who had not yet seen, we were able to get a couple of bills passed here early. I was the first freshman member of the House to get bills through the House. And these straightforward, these were Mary Peltola's previous bills. I reintroduced them on day one of the House's first opportunity, first window to do that. And the reason I reintroduced those bills is because they're common sense bills, and they relate to Alaska Native issues. So one of them in particular, an issue that would open up municipal lands that have been set aside in a trust with the state of Alaska for future municipal formation. No new municipality had formed in the affected villages since 1995. It was a quick opportunity to deliver some wins for Alaska, and would open up, assuming we can get it through the Senate, open up those lands for economic development, housing, and other priorities in those villages, many of which, of course, are in Southeast. So a lot of folks may not realize most of the work that we do in Congress ends up being bipartisan. It just doesn't tend to make the news. And so we're looking for opportunities, not just on the right-hand side of the aisle, but also for opportunities that will be bipartisan in nature that we can move through quickly that will benefit Alaska. So I would encourage folks who are at Southeast Conference, if you've got opportunities for legislation that you think is common sense that could get some bipartisan support, please reach out to our office. We are representing everyone in Alaska, whether you find yourself on the right, the left, or the middle. We're here to represent you, and we want to look for opportunities where we can work together to advance common interests. So that's been important. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's being done right now, looking at waste, fraud, and abuse opportunities to squeeze those things out of the system. We want to make sure that we're being responsible to the taxpayers who have entrusted us with their hard-earned money, to make sure that's going into the right places and it's not being used for things it shouldn't be used for. So I know that sort of all hands on deck review process has raised some alarms. I understand that, and we've certainly heard from folks from all over Alaska who are concerned about whether that review is going to impact their programs. We're involved in those discussions, and we're working hard to make sure that people understand the importance of continuing to receive the support that we need in Alaska, that in certain cases there are government-to-government relationships that are different from some of the reviews that are going on right now. Those government-to-government relationship commitments need to be affirmed and sustained over time. And there are other services that we rely on as a state. We're doing our very best to make sure that people in the House understand just how unique Alaska is and how important it is for us to continue a number of these programs, like the Marine Highway System. And that's something that on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I've been talking to new members about. Some of the older members, longer standing members, are aware of just how unique Southeast Alaska is. That what some call a ferry system is actually really a highway system for Southeast, and it's very important for our communities for getting goods around, for moving people around. There are a number of other issues as well, opportunities in tourism that continue to develop in Southeast that are very exciting as we see additional investment in ports and some of that tourism infrastructure that we know is important for maintaining a strong set of community activities in Southeast. We've got a number of challenges in Southeast too. We recognize cost of living continues to be an ongoing challenge. We've got an issue with housing in a number of communities in Southeast and throughout Alaska as well. We need to find ways, and I'll be working to find ways to open up more lands for housing. And that's a priority that I continue to hear talked about as people from your communities come to our office in DC and raise issues that need to be addressed. Look, at the end of the day, we want to be, as I mentioned earlier, a partner with you. We want to find legislative opportunities to work together in ways that will enhance the economy of Southeast. We're looking at, and I know this has been a longstanding topic of conversation, but we're looking at ways to ensure that the timber industry remains strong and can kind of regain some of its lost footing. There are some chances for us to do that in budget reconciliation, and we're looking at budget reconciliation as a chance to perhaps breathe some new life into an industry that is kind of hanging on by a thread. And so we're looking at ways to do that responsibly, of course, but to provide some stability for the remaining operators in the timber industry. So that's a priority for me. Can't make any promises. I don't want to come before you today and promise the world. I'm one member of 435, but I assure you, people in the House know who I am, know what our priorities are, and know what it means to Alaskans to get those things done. So you will have an ally with me, and I always love taking my trips down to Southeast. I'm in fact going to be in Juneau here next week. And I look forward to visiting with the legislature and your legislative representatives in the State House and Senate as they surface issues that are important to you. So with that, I know you're on a clock, and I know we're bumping up against our time, but I appreciate you. I look forward to working with you. And as I mentioned, my door is open to the communities of Southeast Alaska.
We really appreciate that. Is this the season that the transportation bill gets reauthorized? Is that during this sitting?
There's a surface reauthorization that's pending. So yes, there's going to be some work on that for sure. There's going to be a focus on roads, bridges, rail, and ports. Hard infrastructure is going to be the focus of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and we've been working with the committee in these early days to make sure that they're prioritizing Alaska and protecting funding formulas for Alaska.
Great. Well, you're in the perfect spot then to be our advocate, and we appreciate that. I think I personally am Sitka for a Mariculture conference next week, so I may miss you when you're here in town, but I saw you listed as the chamber speaker as well as your other engagements. So appreciate you coming into the communities. And as always, we stand by to be a resource for you and your staff for any and all topics that you may be working on behalf of the state. So we thank you very, very much for taking the time to be with us here. Any final thoughts that you wanted to share with us?
Well, I think, let me just make mention of one event. We're all aware of what happened. It's not in the Southeast region, but it is, in Alaska, the tragedy of the Bering Air crash outside of Nome. That could have just as easily happened in a Southeast community. I know that Southeast has been affected by tragedies of a similar nature in the past. And, I'm on that aviation subcommittee. We're going to be waiting for the NTSB report to look at root causes for what may have contributed to that crash. The silver lining on this, and first of all, before I even get into that, let me just say, my heart goes out to the families. It is a tragedy. It's very difficult. These people who are on the aircraft came from all parts of Alaska. But one of the silver linings is there's an opportunity for us to make air transportation safer. I have personally spoken with the NTSB chairwoman on multiple occasions about what she's learning and her team is learning about the crash. And, my commitment is to look at the findings of that report and the reports of some of the other tragedies that have unfolded, including the one here with the American Airlines collision in Washington, D.C., to see what we can do to make air transportation more safe around the country, but specifically in Alaska. Air transportation, in addition to the marine highway system, is one of those transportation lifelines. It's critical that when people get on a plane, they know that it's going to be safe. And so we'll be taking a close look at that. But for those out there, if you know one of those people that was affected, a family that was affected, reach out to them. It's a difficult time.
Thank you. I know that there are, it's, as large a state as we are, there's very few degrees of separation, and there have been connections with folks in this room to those, and our hearts also go out to that. And appreciate your focus on safety for all modes of transportation, because the technology is there. We just need to make sure that it gets deployed around our state, because it is it's a more critical lifeline for rural Alaska than in many places of the country. So appreciate that. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Nick Begich. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you. See you next week, hopefully.
Thanks.
8 subcommittees, 3 committees. Well, maybe you don't have anything else to do when you go back to DC from here, so it might as well work. The man is working hard, and I appreciate that. I'm going to invite the Fisheries panel to come on up, and we have at least one member that's going to be beaming in. We got just a minute, so we'll just kind of make our way slowly up here. I neglected to say earlier, Representative Stutz, as you saw on the agenda, she had a conflict come up at the last minute and sent her regrets. So she's one that we really appreciate her support and advocacy, especially for the Marine Highway System. For a season, I guess that season was about 10 years, right, Martha? She represented Yakutat as part of the Southeast delegation. So we just kind of hung on to her, and oh, good, Christy's there as well. So greetings, Christy. How you doing? You hear us okay?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good. She can
Hi,
hear us.
Robert.
Well, and I also get to pass the microphone to Mr. Shear, who's going to be facilitating this. Is Marco Shear in the room? Or is he doing a see what happens when you start 3 minutes? So, a little bit early. So one of the things that I really appreciate about this panel reconvening last year, and I'll just also say that Fish and Game was invited to be on this panel and sent their regrets. There's so many meetings going on right now they can only be so many places at once. But if you recall, last year we had this committee, this panel represented with the folks that were the fish stocks, of producers, industry representatives, hatcheries, and we had, we saw a lot of smoke. What's going on with the industry? And it was like, who's going to be, leading the charge on this? And we had a good conversation last year, and AFDF stood up and took the reins, and we're going to hear from Christy in a moment about the efforts that that AFDF is leading on for the modernization effort. And their president, who's also one of my board members, is going to facilitate this panel. But we also know that there's been a lot of issues with hatcheries, and that was a topic of great discussion across parts of the state and in Ketchikan this past week. And so we've asked Scott to comment on that. So I'm going to step back and turn over to Marcos, and you've got the agenda, you know the people, you know the topics, and sir,
Thank you very much.
stage is yours.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, thank everybody, and thank the panelists. And the fisheries and seafood industry has been a critical part of my life and career for 35 years. I started as a processor in Ketchikan in 1985 and worked my way through a dozen years of that, and then worked as an attorney in the seafood industry for another 20 years before starting a mariculture operation. So, my family and I have been reliant on the seafood industry for decades, and its successes and failures and challenges have been part of our reality for that whole time. And I think it's really important to recognize that my story is not alone. It is a story that is throughout this room and throughout the state. And it's been, and I think that we used to have a thing that we said that a lot of people live on that little pink salmon when you talk about yeah, all of the people in the chain of, the value chain, from the fishermen all the way to when it's on somebody's plate. There are so many people that are reliant on the success of that for their livelihood and for their food. As Robert said, I'm also been on the board of the Alaska Fishery Development Foundations for about 17 years. I am the current president of AFDF. I've been involved in both as a fleet manager and fish buyer when we had crashes in the early 90s, and things like that. And I can say that in the 35 years, I have not seen an accumulation of events like this in any time. So we have some really interesting people to talk to you about, and let me introduce. First, we'll start on my left over here, Christy Clement, who's the CEO of the Alaska Fishery Development Foundation. Thank you, Christy, for joining us. To my right is Jeremy Woodrow, who's the executive director of the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, next to him is Scott Wagner, who is with Sarah out of Ketchikan, right? Answer out of Sitka. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. And then Julie Decker with the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. Let's see, who wants to go first on this? Jeremy.
No, really? I really want to have Christy go first.
All right, we'll have Christy go first. Okay.
Let's have Christy go first.
Christy, yeah, talk to us about the Seafood Modernization Initiative, which is something that I think is a really, really interesting project that you're working on.
That's great. Well, I guess when you're not in person, you get voluntold on who gets to go first here, right? Well, Chimai, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to beam in this afternoon. It's an honor to work alongside my fellow industry leaders here today and to talk about our Alaska fisheries, and really just to talk about what we're doing and what we're hoping to see, our vision that we see to rebuild Alaska's seafood industry, which, as Marcos mentioned, is just such a vital part of our economies, our coastal communities, and really our way of life. So I will screen share, and we'll just go right into a brief PowerPoint here, so I can share AFDF's response to the unprecedented times that we are experiencing right now in industry. Let me see if I could screen share. Okay. So you'll have to give me a thumbs up if everybody can see that, okay? It's not, oh no.
We can see your screen sharing, but we don't see the PowerPoint just yet.
Okay. Well, I know if I can't get it right quickly, I think they have a copy of it there.
I think they do. If we could, do you want to go to Jeremy? Sure. And then let Jeremy have it while we work out the challenge here?
All right, Jeremy.
Want to do that? Am I on?
Sounds good. I'm frozen up here.
Okay. All right. Well,
okay.
Take a momentary pause. This is emblematic of the seafood industry challenges, I think.
Well,
Jeremy.
We're working on hiring more IT techs for this break. So, my name is Jeremy Woodrow. I'm the executive director for the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, as Marcos introduced me. And as Marcos pointed out very well, is that there are a lot of economic factors that have come together over the last several years that have had a negative impact on our seafood industry. And I know Julie is going to address many of these from a processor sector, but yeah, so all I'll speak to is the market conditions. And you've heard us up here before the last couple of years talk about what's going on in the global marketplace. We've talked about how Russia continues to offload their species that they catch in the global marketplace, which competes directly with Alaska's fisheries. Just so you're aware, everything we catch, they catch too. They're offloading at rock bottom prices that we frankly can't compete with. I gave a presentation to the House Finance Subcommittee on Commerce yesterday, and in my presentation, what I told them was, frankly, the cost that is to execute our fisheries in Alaska right now are no longer price competitive with the global marketplace. Whether it's a farms fish of any type, whether it's, tilapia or pangasius, or they're farming cod now and they're going to start farming halibut. They actually are farming halibut too, but not the numbers that compete with us yet, but they are going to at some point in the future. We just have to be realistic that we need to find more efficient ways to produce our fisheries so that we can be cost competitive in the global marketplace. And there's many different ways that we can address those challenges, but it's not going to be easy, cheap, or done overnight. From a market perspective, though, what is ASME doing? ASME has been around for a little over 40 years now. And I would say that as an organization, we've been incredibly successful at creating a premium brand in the global marketplace. You go into any grocery store in the United States and you're likely to find an Alaska seafood labeled product, whether they're calling out Alaska on the package or they're using the Alaska seafood logo to increase the value of that product. You're going to be able to find that. So we've done a pretty darn good job. We know through our research that consumers are even willing to pay more for a product that's labeled Alaska or Alaska seafood with using the logo. However, they aren't willing to pay this much more, right? They're willing to pay a little bit more because we still have to maintain our quality and we have to give them a good food experience and make sure that they come back and they continue to buy Alaska seafood. I mentioned all these challenges that we do have, but we do have some opportunity. And perhaps the greatest opportunity we have right in front of us is the fact that Russia's seafood can no longer enter the U.S. market. And that became effective in May of last year. We know that there was a lot of inventory loading of Russian seafood product by the buyers who are still bringing in Russian product into the U.S. That inventory has probably mostly been used up by now. And so we have an opportunity to replace about a $450 million hole that was created with the exit of that Russian product in the U.S. marketplace. The challenge, though, is that that's not a given. Every single one of our competitors not named Russia has publicly identified the U.S. as an opportunity for growth as well. And so we need to go after it. We need to work with the industry closely. ASME needs to be aggressive in the U.S. marketplace, and that is our number one goal, is to grow Alaska seafood sales in the U.S. marketplace. We're appreciative that the governor has added $10 million to his FY25 supplemental budget, which is a multi-year appropriation. So that will give access to that $10 million over the course of the next 3 fiscal years, so 25, 26, and 27. So ASME can increase its focus on the U.S. marketplace. And I would encourage everyone in this audience to support that budget number as well, too, because that will really help ASME help the industry in our number one market, which is the U.S., and help grow that market. So I'll stop there, and maybe Christy's now available, or if Julie.
I think I'm back. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Okay, I think
logo, by the way.
What was that?
I love the new logo, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad the board approved it. Okay, so well, let's see. So I was going to share a little bit about AFDF's response. So it's been a year actually. So February of 2024, the AFDF board met and did some strategic planning, and that was the day of you wake up in the morning, you see the news, and there's another cannery that's either closing in one of our coastal communities or selling. It just seemed like every day there was this perfect storm unfolding, which Jeremy was just speaking about with market fluctuations and whatnot. And so the board sat down and said, what can we do within our role? We support all of industry across the state of Alaska, from harvester to processor to supply chain. And what can we do? And so what came out of that meeting was a unanimous vote to adopt the Seafood Modernization Initiative. And so we've been gaining some momentum, and I want to just share with you some of the key components of the initiative. Let me just make sure I can actually switch screens here. So just a little bit of background. We've all recognized that the seafood industry is a cornerstone of Alaska's economy. It's vital to our coastal communities. It's a huge part of our way of life, particularly in the southeast region, as well as all regions across the state, as we heard from Meilani this morning on the economic development plan. Right now is unprecedented times with the numerous multifaceted challenges that are facing industry from, just all angles. And so that's where this initiative came from. And since that initiative was put into action, NOAA came out with their Alaska Seafood Snapshot. And this actually identifies and puts statistics to the severity or some of the severity. So we see now as of fall time when the report came out, they've calculated a 4.3 billion in loss for direct and indirect costs, or excuse me, revenues, and that's impacting our local communities, and it's spread out all throughout the lower 48 and the U.S. We've seen over 38,000 in job losses, and that's fishers, processors, you name it, throughout the sector. And this last statistics, 269 million in losses of tax revenues to our communities. That really, is a large part of the economic driver of our communities. And so these are really significant statistics and really start to show the severity of the industry and the state that we're in. So the key objective, really the goal for AFDF and for our response and what we are trying to do and to collaborate and partner with all of our amazing community partners is really to modernize Alaska's entire seafood industry and raise all of industry for sustainable growth and resilience. And our vision is really to maximize the value, to be more efficient, increase efficiencies, create opportunities, and truly maintain just a sustainable system for our future generations. And so it's really about innovation, collaboration, and, as Jeremy said, finding and making this opportunity and really securing the future of our fisheries. So some of the key components, we have about 6 of them. The first one is more of a large-scale economic study and really trying to further define and put, collect the data to be able to showcase and to be able to, tell our story, Alaska's story, to, our state and our federal legislative bodies to be able to invest, and private investors as well, to just identify these critical industry challenges. And so we've already started down this path. We're working with the McKinley Research Group right now and doing an onshore, it's more of a like a cost comparison within our seafood processors to really start to evaluate some of the processing challenges and compare that to different regions. We're looking at 3 sites in Alaska, 1 in Washington State, and comparing it with another site in China. So there will be a report that will be forthcoming in May. The second component is really about new technologies and really trying to integrate new systems, AI, more automation, more efficiencies into our systems and into our infrastructure. We have, AFDF has the Startup Accelerator, and so we would like to leverage that to start to drive some of this innovation. Thirdly is just a value-added seafood product development and full utilization, promoting new seafood products. We're working really closely with ASME on this and the marketing side. And we have a fun project going on right now. We're working with ASME as well as the Iceland Ocean Cluster on maximizing value of side streams and full utilization of our species. The next one is on workforce development. We recognize that there is indeed an aging or a graying of the fleet, and want to continue to partner with many of the Alaska state partners that are specifically working on workforce development and skilled trade programs. And so we heard from Marcella today. And so AFDF is working closely with them, and we really want to bridge the gap of building out skilled trade programs within processors and starting to make some of those collaborations and connections. Fifth is our expanding the awareness and the sales of seafood. Within our Alaska Seafood of Symphony program, We are planning to develop a retail partnership program, and we'll be working closely with ASME on that front as well. And lastly is really just this vision to see Alaska as the global standard of excellence in sustainability, and really to develop a unified statewide strategy that drives our long-term sustainability. So we recognize, even just here at Summit, the power in community collaborations. And so, you know, this is a multi-year plan, and it's going to take a lot of us all working together. It's going to take collaboration with all of our stakeholders, our research groups, our government agencies, to really drive innovation and problem solving. And so I've had the pleasure of working with Southeast Conference through their CEDS report, and we heard from Meilani this morning that one of the key objectives is on the seafood industry. And so I'm looking forward to collaborating, continuing our work together. It's been an amazing team doing great work in the Southeast region. We also, which I know Julie will speak to, and maybe Jeremy as well, will speak to the Alaska Legislative Task Force, and they just had a final report that came out on January 29th. So if you haven't seen that, you should take a look at it. They came up with about 29 recommendations, and it's also multifaceted, recognizing that you know, we will all need to work on this and unify together to really make lasting impacts. I love working with the ASME team and with Julie and PSPA. I mentioned our workforce development. We're partnering with Alaska Workforce Alliance and the Alaska Research Consortium. Just a lot of really amazing people doing great work for our state and for our regions. And so we just want to give a shout out to everybody. And you know, we're all in this together, and some of our expected outcomes and what we really hope to see is increased efficiency and start to streamline our operations and reduce some of our waste, and to just really be able to have higher yields or profitability for harvester all the way through processor and supply chain. We want to see market growth and expansion. There's just so much opportunity, especially with the mariculture industry and the growth that we see in that sector. And lastly is just about overall industry resilience and enhancement of our adaptability as we navigate some of these market changes, and really think about the long term for our coastal communities. And I guess just in closing to this initiative, you know, AFDF has submitted a proposal through the EDA to start this work, and we've got a couple other proposals and through the appropriations as well. And we're continuing to just you know, get the word out and work with SEC and some of the other regions with Swansea, and want to grow some traction to be able to have this become truly a statewide initiative that we are all a part of, and that we are all you know, moving the needle forward for our people and for our families and for our communities. It's a defining moment for us in industry, and this initiative has, you know, become our starting point and our roadmap for true sustainability. So thank you again for allowing me to beam in today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christy. Thank you for that work on the initiative, and for the work that AFDF does. For those that are not as familiar with AFDF, AFDF's membership is made up of fishermen and processors from throughout the state. The board is made up of fishermen and processors. There are designated board seats for fishermen and processors from each region to provide really a statewide perspective on how that industry utilizes this. And AFDF has been doing projects like this for 55 or 60 years. And one of them was the Alaska Mariculture Initiative, which was about 10 years ago. It began that, and And that's part of how we got to the mariculture cluster. So I'm really encouraged by the work that you're doing, Christy, and AFDF, and thank you very much for that. And I think we'll have some time for questions at the end. So let's see. So who's next up?
I'll go.
Julie. All right, Julie, you're up. Julie Decker is the president of the PSPA, the Pacific Processor, the Seafood Processor Association.
I know, all those acronyms. Well, thanks. And I know we talked a little bit yesterday morning about the seafood industry, and we've been talking about this a lot. So I won't kind of rehash how we got here. But I will say 2024, we spent a lot of time trying to wrap our arms around what was exactly happening as it was happening in real time. And there were a lot of changes coming down, and then trying to communicate that, amongst all of our stakeholders and partners, like fishermen, processors, communities, our state policymakers, our federal policymakers, and then, try to chart a path forward. So I think all of us on the stage have a different role in that, charting the path forward. And so hopefully, I think, we hope for some stability coming, and then growth, I think, is the idea. And that not just growth in value, that's one way, but in increased efficiency, as well as innovation in fisheries, really leading to a brighter future, to not just thrive. Not just survive, but to thrive. That's what we really want for coastal communities as well. So I wanted to touch on a few things that the seafood processing sectors has done to address issues in the sort of short term. Again, as things were happening very quickly, processors had to sort of step back and reevaluate and refocus the businesses. In some cases, that meant right-sizing, reorganizing, or even expanding some of the seafood processing businesses. We've also seen a doubling down on companies' core strengths, leading to reinvestment in those areas. That could be in value-added, products direct to consumers, branding programs, even purchasing of some of the facilities that went up for sale. So there's kind of a variety of different approaches by companies, depending really on their core business strengths. The processors tried to increase efficiencies and reduce costs right out of the gate, and then create synergies and partnerships that would be helpful in moving forward. There's been a lot of focus on innovation. Sometimes it takes some time, but innovation, efficiency, and value are really sort of the three bottom line goals for the industry. I wanted to kind of give a shout out to some folks that did actually, get us some help in the short term, throw us a lifeline. The federal delegation worked really hard on the Russian ban on seafood. And then as well, getting USDA to make record purchases of Alaska seafood in the last year or two. That really helped when we had sort of a lot of product around. So we got inventories down, which is positive for prices in the future. A big part of what the seafood processing sector has prioritized in trying to, adjust to this time period is looking at the stakeholders that we serve, which is fishermen and communities. We are interdependent with processors, fishermen, communities. There's no doubt about it. We're totally linked. And when one is not strong, the others are not strong. This has been really well demonstrated and painfully demonstrated, I think, in some of the communities. So a lot of the processors have kept that really in the forefront of their decision making and trying to make things as the least disruptive as possible, while continuing as much operations as possible. So moving into the future, the legislative task force has really identified a few immediate issues that I think can be helpful. I kind of looked through the report here earlier to kind of carve out some things to bring to your attention. Christy gave a good little overview of, there's over 20 different recommendations, and as one of the legislators mentioned, they're in short, mid, and long-term kind of buckets. So some of them will take sort of different additional analysis and discussion amongst Alaskans. But for kind of immediate purposes, the list I kind of pulled out of these recommendations that I think deserve attention in the short term is the ASME funding and the supplemental budget. That's something we can all support and can do some positive things for everyone. The potential to expand the tax credits. Right now, there's tax credits for fishery product development. And there's potential to expand those to encourage further modernization efforts by the industry. The issue that was brought up also in the legislative panel about Board of Fish changes. There's a variety of Board of Fish changes kind of on in the recommendations. Encouraging prioritization in communities for renewable energy grant funding. So AEA, Alaska Energy Authority, has a grant program for renewable energy projects. And a recommendation is to sort of increase the priority of those projects from communities that have seafood processing in their community, because there is such a reliance on energy from the communities to the seafood processing manufacturing sector. Department of Labor, looking at better alignment of their programs with the needs of seafood processing and manufacturing. When we talk about skilled, core skilled trades, there's still a huge need, but also emerging technologies, and trying to look at what is the future of labor going to look like when we see more automation and AI integration in the state of Alaska? It's something that could be used as to be a strength for us because we don't have a lot of population, frankly. But how would we go about that? And we want Alaskans to be sort of front and center in being able to benefit from that. And then last on the list is the state can really do a lot to help advocate on the federal level for policies that can be helpful to the industry and overall. So that's my spiel for the moment. I'll pass the baton back to you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie, and appreciate that. And we will have opportunity for some questions. And next is Scott. I misplaced you with NSERA, but I just
That's right.
a little story is in the 90s. I spent the better part of several seasons as a fleet manager buying fish in Deep Inlet and Hidden Falls, and we had a floating processor. I think it was tied up to Sampson's dock, and we ran a lot of chum salmon through there over those years. So I'm intimately familiar with the shoreline in Deep Inlet.
Well, thank you. My name's Scott Wagner. I'm the general manager for Northern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association based in Sitka. And just before I kind of get through my notes, I just wanted to point out, we're here from ASME and others, but I'm going to speak specifically to salmon in my discussion here. But 90% of the salmon consumed in the world is farmed. So that's really what we're competing against relating to salmon, trying to get the market to shift more to wild. But farm salmon continues to expand and grow, and that's really what's a challenge for us in the industry. So NSERA is one of 5 regional associations in the state. There are 2 in Southeast. So you heard mentioned before, SARA, or Southern Southeast Regional Ketchikan, is the second one. In addition to regional associations in the state, you have private hatcheries, and so there are 3. And to be a hatchery in Alaska, you have to be a nonprofit. You have to operate as a nonprofit. And so there are independent private nonprofits that are non-regionals. So you have one of the largest ones here is DIPAC. A lot of you are probably familiar with DIPAC. On the south side of Baranof Island, there's Port Armstrong Hatchery, or Armstrong Kita. And then in Sitka, we have the Sheldon Jackson College Hatchery, which is operated by the Sitka Sound Science Center and is why I came to Sitka over 30 years ago. I graduated from Sheldon Jackson College, so that's where I touched my first salmon. And just to highlight, regional associations were funded entirely by commercial fishermen. They tax themselves 3% on their ex-vessel value, which returns the regional associations to offset our operating costs. Additional operating costs are derived from cost recovery, where we harvest a portion of the returning salmon to offset and balance our budget. Last year in 2024, Instraw celebrated its 45th year of operation. And in 2024, we have a record number of fish return in our past 45 years yet. We were only 10th out of those 45 years in value. Statewide hatcheries annually provide an average economic output of about $600 million with an ex-vessel value average of roughly $120 million. On average, hatcheries provide roughly 25% of the value to the salmon fishermen in the entire state. And of note, in 2024 in Southeast, hatchery salmon economic value was about $34 million in ex-vessel value paid directly to commercial fishermen. And the hatchery portion of the total in Southeast of their harvest of all salmon, all species, was 46% hatchery fish. So it was a huge component of the value to commercial salmon fishermen in Southeast Alaska. And our value made up about 13.4 million of that in straws. Just a little bit about us. So we operate 4 hatcheries. We're based in Sitka. We have about 50 full-time equivalent employees. We have 2 hatcheries in Sitka, one at the Gary Pax Industrial Park and down the road at Metaviji. We operate the State Hidden Falls Hatchery on the east side of Baranof Island. And we also operate the Gunnock Creek Hatchery in Cake. We're currently building our largest recirculation hatchery facility in Sitka at the industrial park, and to produce up to 2 million additional king salmon annually. And that is being funded through the Pacific Salmon Treaty Mitigation Funds. And so that is covering the capital construction costs. We'll be responsible for operating in the future. But our hope is to have fish in the building in 26 and begin releasing in 27 additional 2 million king salmon. And then just region-wide in northern southeast, we have multiple partnerships. We partner directly with the Sitka Sound Science Center in Sitka, maximizing their production and working on research. We partner with Port Armstrong Hatchery, once again helping them maximize their production. We're partnering with NOAA at the Little Port Walter Research Facility on Baranof Island, developing a new king salmon broodstock from the Kita River. Then we also partner with the University of Alaska Southeast with their Fisheries Technician program, trying to get more education and training to employees that would come into the industry. So, we're talking a lot about economic factors, and just, the past 2 years of very poor market conditions have resulted in most aquaculture associations statewide, not just in Southeast, but not meeting their cost covering needs for 2 years in a row. Several operators have had to utilize operating loans from the Department of Commerce just to keep their doors open. And just to kind of highlight the dramatic change in value to us in 2022, our returns and value to the fleet ranked second out of our entire years of operating. The next year, more fish, we dropped to 23rd. And then this past year, once again, even more fish the year before, well, now we're back up to 10th. So it's kind of trending the right way, but the main driver is just prices that are being paid to commercial salmon fishermen. And anything that the state or the various organizations here, ASME or the processors, can do to bring up the value paid to fishermen is going to float all our boats. And then just once again, for us in particular and in Southeast, we're looking at a strong return in 25, which is encouraging. The prices aren't great, but if we have enough volume, it'll help make up the difference. And I think in addition to chum survivals coming up, king salmon survivals are looking better too. So that'll benefit the sport and charter fisheries as well as the commercial. And the encouraging thing is, it's kind of been mentioned, but the markets really seem to have stabilized since 2023. Prices are still well below where they were 2 years ago, but they seem to have stabilized, and all things are indicating they're going to trend in the right direction. So that's kind of the recent economic things, and just some of the other recent challenges. It's already been mentioned here, but Board of Fisheries proposals. So this past few weeks, I got to spend 2 weeks in Ketchikan at the Board of Fisheries meeting, and proposal 156 to cut chum and pink salmon hatchery production in Southeast by 25%. That failed on a 5-2 vote, but really that was thanks in part to the overwhelming support for the hatchery program in Southeast, We're slightly different in Southeast than up north in the Anchorage area. But it was really encouraging for us in the industry, the hatchery operators, to see the support from all the different components of the communities in Southeast. And I was just going to highlight some of them, but there were over 200 individuals opposed. There were 11 cities and boroughs in Southeast, 7 tribes, many involved in the sport charter industry, opposed by 4 chambers of commerce, 3 economic development organizations, Southeast Conference being one of them, so thank you. Opposed by 22 organizations directly involved in the fisheries in Southeast, and as well as 10 advisory committees in Southeast. So there's really unified opposition in Southeast, which is helpful. This was just a Southeast proposal, but similar proposals have been before the board 4 out of the last, at the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Board of Fisheries meetings. So this same proposal keeps coming back. We have to keep battling it. The support in Southeast really helped, but it also highlights the issue, kind of inadequacy of the process, is that for several years, Southeast has had no representation on the Board of Fisheries and very little for coastal communities. And so that's something that, needs to be addressed. And it was also mentioned as brought up earlier today, but also it's one of the task force recommendations was to look at the Board of Fisheries and maybe a way to modify that. So when they are making decisions in different regions of the state, they really have the knowledge of what's going on in the region, and they're not bringing other preconceived notions from thousands of miles away. Another just kind of point from the Alaska Legislative Task Force recommendations, and I just highlighted this one because it references this group, but encourage Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation, AFDF, and the Southeast Conference, the Southwest Alaska Municipal Conference, and other nonprofits to prioritize research and projects supporting fisheries modernization, including fishing gear development, harvesting and processing automation, product development, quality improvement, vessel design, and startup development. So that was just one of the many that have been mentioned already. And then that effort, that task force didn't directly address hatcheries and how we can potentially get assistance, but it was mentioned in the introduction. I was just going to read it. Another important sector of Alaska's seafood industry acknowledged by the task force, but which fell outside the scope of this final report, was in regard to our hatcheries. Alaska's private nonprofit salmon hatchery programs, in particular, contribute significantly to production of salmon, vital to the financial recovery of the seafood industry. Maintaining permitted production levels for all species is critical to provide stability in assisting these recovery efforts. If you heard it mentioned from processors, stability is really what the industry needs now. Dramatic changes, reductions would definitely make a hard situation even worse.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. A couple of things that came to mind here is that's really interesting. I did not realize that the commercial harvest component of hatchery fish in Southeast was that high. I thought it was 20%, not 45. And that's pretty remarkable. That means 45 cents on every dollar that fishermen make in Southeast that they earn for sale of fish is coming from the hatchery program.
That's particular last year.
Yeah, but
last year was not a great pink salmon year, so that tends to drive the value in Southeast.
But it's regardless of the year, over the last 40 years, that's pretty significant. And so, do you have good numbers for subsistence harvesters, what component hatchery fish makes up for subsistence and private sport fishing and things like that?
No, there's not good numbers on those. Sportfish does have Creel surveys, but that's not directed at subsistence. But for sport fisheries, they do their Creel harvest and surveys, but there's not hard data. Really, the data that they have to try and extrapolate from those Creel surveys is their annual mailed surveys. So sportfish data isn't quite as fine-tuned as commercial fisheries data.
These hatchery fish run with the wild fish as well, right? And when they come and go,
Correct.
And if there's a fish in the water, and only a certain percentage of them have their fin clipped, right? So it's not that easy to discern. Huh?
Correct. It varies by organization releases. We only mark maybe 10% of our king salmon. Yeah.
So, if a subsistence fishermen, they'd be, they're harvesting, if they're out trolling, they could be harvesting hatchery fish as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting. Do we have any questions? Anybody want to ask this terrific panel or Christie about any of the projects that what we've got going on here? There's a lot going
Can I
on.
add something to that?
What's that?
Can I add something?
Yeah,
to-
please do.
I just want to summarize some things that everyone said here that I think is important for a takeaway is what we're really all talking about is how do we make more value out of our fish?
Mhm.
And that's really, it's going to really help our hatcheries. It's going to help our fishermen. It's going to help our communities. When Christy's talking about, and Julie especially about the seafood modernization efforts, is how do we take this 25 cents a pound pink salmon on a good year and turn it into a 40 cents or a 50 cents a pound pink salmon, where we're not just selling the fillets to China, but we're actually getting a lot of value out of that product. That's why ASME is teaming up with AFDF on some projects, working with the Ocean Iceland Cluster. We hear all the time in the industry, at least that I work in, and I know you don't have to hear it as much as I do, but there's this old adage in Iceland that the least valuable part of the cod is the fillet. Might be the easiest to eat, but it's the least valuable part. How can we do that with all of our fish here in Alaska? Something that Scott said is that, yes, the salmon that we have in the state of Alaska only represents 10% of the global salmon market. That means that we're more and more of a niche product in the marketplace. So if we're going to be a niche product, we better be a high valuable product, because otherwise we're really going to lose out in that marketplace. So that's what, everyone at this table here is collectively working on trying to do, is how do we create more value out of the fish moving forward with the legislature's help? And how do we continue to be this high impactful part to Alaska's economy?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jeremy. And one of the concepts in the initiative is also, bringing value added production back and rehoming it in Alaska. So we're doing that value added production here rather than shipping raw material out, making value added products, and then selling that into the marketplace in other locations that, there's the quality and efficiency and a variety of things, but that takes a lot of capital and planning and things like that, which are part of what we're trying to put together in this process. Yeah, Julie?
So on the issue of creating value, I wanted to speak to something that I don't think was captured in the task force report, partly because I don't think the legislature could figure out a way for them to encourage this, but a big part of value is quality. And quality needs to be increased for us to better compete on the world market. And that's across the board, right? It starts on the fishing boats and it goes all the way through tenders, processing facilities. And I just want to ask everyone in this room, because it's afternoon and people getting sleepy, but how many people have been in a grocery store and seen salmon and seen a fillet of wild salmon and seen a fillet of farm salmon next to each other, and the wild has bruises and gaping and the farm salmon looks beautiful? I've seen it.
I've seen it, yeah. I
And
still
so-
buy the wild, but,
I mean, I agree. I buy wild when I can, but I think that that's evidence enough to know we still have a lot of work to do there. And it's good work. It is work that will increase the value of our products and allow for additional value added manufacturing, because the higher quality product you have, the more you can do with it. So anyway, I just want to put a plug in for that. And that may come in a variety of different forms, partnerships with fishermen and processors and such, but any creative ideas to encourage that is a good thing for everyone.
Yeah, I really to highlight that and go back a few decades when we had another similar time in the early 90s where we were having challenges with quality, and ASME was instrumental in creating materials and programs and best practices that really changed we went from dry boats to no dry boats, from the quality begins at the rail concepts and consistency and quality. That was an ASME project. They did a great job. We're not there yet, but boy, it has come a long way in 40 years, and that at least that I've seen it been around the industry. And I think
Agreed.
that's a really important point.
And I mean, part of that big push for quality improvements, where we did make a big leap, was during the salmon crash in the early 2000s, right? And so again, out of necessity to compete better, like we made a big leap at that time.
Yeah, and the early nineties did the same thing.
Yes, and I think now the rest of the world has made another leap. And then quite frankly, this is not because like we're like bad people. Honestly, if the operations of a wild fishery are much more difficult to produce a quality product than if you have a farm and you can, you know where your fish is just, it's going from here to here. It's not moving all over the place. You're not moving it from boat to boat to boat multiple
You don't have to
times.
catch it.
Yeah, it's not, your harvest isn't all in 3 months, I mean, we have so many challenges to overcome because it's a wild fishery that it makes those things harder. So just, I want to make people clear, like it's not because we're not trying or we're doing a bad job. We just have harder challenges.
We have more variables in that process. I was in the Faroes a while back and it was described to me, there was a Baccafrost plant there where they were harvesting, they could harvest salmon from their farm, run it through the plant and have it in New York on the shelf in 24 hours. From the water to the case. And that's pretty tough, right?
The Faroes are in the middle of the North Atlantic, like they're highly remote, right?
Right. So that's part of the standard that's out there that we're competing against. So we've got to, we've got to find new and innovative ways to address those challenges, to highlight the value of Alaska's really wonderful premium seafood products. Any questions? Oh, over here? Yes, sir. We have a.
Hi, James Valentine, Representative Petersburg. Question, when you had said that they had stopped Russian imports coming in, which is great, and then you said there's this hole that's open in the US market, and now, of course, the globe, what really wants to chime in there. On our end, with us trying to find and fill those holes, are we going to be now opening new markets, or are we looking to expand in existing markets, and or a little bit of both? Plus, will we now see, because of the openings in the US, will we see our fish be even further south, even further east than it currently is? Are we going to be seeing more of that because of these openings and things that you guys are working on?
That's a good question. So so the $450 million hole is US specific only. So that's an opportunity in the US marketplace to replace that. And that was primarily of salmon, cod, and pollock products, maybe a little bit of shellfish as well that was coming from Russia. So that's an opportunity in the US marketplace. That does, though, make some shifts in the global market as well, too, because then where does that Russian product go? And something I didn't speak to in my general overview is that in any given year, about 65 to 70% by value of Alaska seafood is actually exported overseas. And so there is right now, as we're seeing, there is some movements of where our most important markets are for Alaska seafood and who our most important customers are. There is a shift going on because Russia still has to find a place to put that product as well, and they're selling it at even lower costs. And so one of the markets that I would say that we haven't completely lost, but we're losing on is China. And China, for all the bad things you can say about China, it represented $1 billion worth of exports prior to 2018. It's now about $500 million worth of exports for just Alaska seafood only. So we've had to make a dramatic shift away from China and find other markets. And that's one of the things that ASME helps the industry with, is develop those new overseas markets as well, too. There's no single other China in the world, I think we all knew that, right? And so so to find that is going to be multiple other little markets to build up that extra $500 million shift of product.
No, thank you.
Question for
Thank you for that.
Scott.
Anyone, any additional questions?
I've got one for Scott.
Yeah.
The hatchery, motion that failed 5-2, two people voted for it. Does that represent a growing threat, or just reflects the fact that there's always somebody that'll vote for something?
I'd say both. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting process. It's still a very good process, but there are some who, no matter what information you present or how much you can communicate, the harm voting one way or another would go. They still have their inherent bias.
I'll add a little to that. My perspective is that those two people that voted against it, and in fact, one other who didn't vote against it, but kind of spoke against it, or excuse me, spoke against hatchery production. There was a bit of building the record for future, right? And so, and putting on the record that this is not a dead issue from their perspective, that they still have concerns about hatchery salmon and competition and, you know, things that, you know, we thought we provided evidence about, but there's still questions in their mind. And so I think it's going to continue to be seen. How frequently, how strongly, that's to be, I think, debated, but I think it's still going to be out there.
Isn't there's a 10-year research project that's been going on in Prince William Sound to address some of the
And
science
Southeast.
and Southeast, to address some of the questions that are pending on it from a real analytical basis of what does it mean to be involved in hatchery production and ocean ranching?
Scott, would you maybe just give a super brief summary of that research?
Well, it's 10 years ongoing. Most of the work is being coordinated with Fish and Game at the state. It was funded by the hatchery operators, processors, to try and answer some of these questions related to hatcheries and straying. So they focus on Prince William Sound and pink salmon, excuse me, Southeast and chum salmon. They are finalizing that work in Prince William Sound. The final report for that should be out in 25, and then chum salmon should be out in 26. So it's a very long process. I think it was up to $14 million now total cost so far.
17 million.
17, sorry, who's counting?
Somebody's counting.
But yeah, so that information will be out in another couple of years, and it's on the Department of Fish and Game website, the progress on the project, if anybody's interested. But,
Well, I think it's terrific that, you know, to use science to respond to questions that are not always based on good facts. And I think that the fact that the industry invested that much in a collaboration with Fish and Game is really a remarkable story. Any other questions? We have another question in the back of the room here.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Joe Emerson. And there it goes. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I'm also a seafood wholesaler and retailer. And there's a couple things that, okay, I'm learning here. Is a lot of these ideas are really great ideas, but they're all going to take time. And they've come a little too late for most fishermen, because we're really at the state of almost near bankruptcy for a lot of the small fishing processors and small boats. And but there are some things that we could do immediately that it's almost a necessity. And that is some kind of tariff on imported farm salmon from Chile, Norway, and New Zealand. And you might seem to think that some people might say, oh, that's not reasonable. They have tariffs on French wine. They've got tariffs on automobiles. In fact, the Trump administration just put a 100% tariff on Chinese automobiles. And why did they do that? That was to save our American automobile industry. Well, our Alaska seafood industry is on the teetering on bankruptcy. I know, I'm one of those people that's been fishing for 52 years. And now at the end of my career, I'm broke. So that's one thing that I think could be an immediate relief, is some kind of tariff, you know, on imported salmon. The other thing is the quality that was brought up. I do believe that everyone who handles commercial salmon or fish should have some sort of minimal training as far as how to take care of fish, how to handle it, because a lot of Alaska's product is that it's terrible. Now, when I've been marketing fish, I go around the entire United States, the Midwest, East Coast, And in our business, we have kind of a small, business and kind of focus on kind of boutique grocery stores and what have you. And one thing I've noticed everywhere I go, ASME has done a good job to market wild salmon. But unfortunately, most of the people behind the counter, they frequently buy farm salmon and they put a wild Alaska salmon label on it. And why do they do that? They do that because the guy running the counter, he's trying to impress the manager of the grocery store. And the best place he can do that is, best way he can do that is make sure that the seafood counter makes a huge profit. And the best way they can do that is buy a cheap farms king salmon from New Zealand and then put a label it as Alaska wild salmon, and they'll make a $20 a pound profit on it right off the bat. And it is rampant. I would say 50%, at least of the king salmon that I've observed around the Midwest and East Coast, it's farmed. It's not Alaska wild salmon, although it's labeled as that. So I think those are some of the things that need to be dealt with pronto. And, there's been a lot of talk about efficiency. Well, efficiency is real great in some respects, but really the most efficient way to harvest salmon is with a factory trawler or a fish trap. And we know that's not necessarily a good idea for small Alaska communities. There are some benefits to inefficiency too, because more people are employed. And so that's something to consider. But I do appreciate all the work everybody's been doing. And ASME, really appreciate them. But I personally think that we have to have some relief really quickly. And the only thing I can think of right off the bat would be a tariff. And here we are in an environment where we have an administration that's very tariff friendly and is going around protecting other industries. And it's time for them to protect ours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really good points. Anyone, have tariffs been discussed on?
Oh, I
Yeah.
haven't heard the word at all. I think, there's a tremendous amount of discussion about that right now. And so I have no idea where it's going to lead, but the conversations are being had.
Yeah, that,
I'll just, ASME actually does quite a bit of work on studying tariffs. We try to put together as many documents as we can, though it is a very complex topic. And we try to put together topics to help policymakers, advocate for Alaska seafood. And what, you brought up a lot of great points, and a lot of those were all federal issues that definitely our state delegation can maybe advocate for, but I would say that our delegation in DC is very well aware of, and they, it's a challenge. I will just say that to get through some of the federal bureaucracy to actually think of seafood and police seafood adequately is always going to be a challenge. We just don't have the same playing field. When you think of like USDA, we are, we just are an afterthought when it comes to USDA, and that's where a lot of this enforcement comes through. So those are things that we definitely advocate for, and we haven't been as successful as we want to be, and we'll continue to shout as loud as we can from our little soapbox we have until someone listens.
yeah, and I know that, issues with labeling and product form and hydration of product to add weight, and there's just there's a thousand ideas of how folks are trying to game the system with selling product, selling skate wings as scallops, and I mean, you just, it is a constantly moving ball to try to enforce that, but it's certainly something that is not. It's like you say, it's not like folks aren't aware of it. It just keeps happening.
I'll add that the using the Alaska premium brand name, we know we've done a great job at ASME because it's not only an issue in the U.S. We don't own the Alaska name outside of the U.S. and other products use Alaska. Russian products or other products from other parts of the world will use Alaska as a premium name on their products in foreign markets such as Europe as well. So, I mean, I guess we'll take a compliment that yes, we're doing a great job, but it is frustrating because it's undercutting our fishermen and our industry at a great expense as well.
So I have an elder here that has a little bit of fishing experience, a little bit of policy experience, maybe has an opinion or
just a quick comment. I only fished 4 years longer than the guy behind me, but I had 28,000 pounds of quota when it was issued. After the last International Halibut Commission, I'm down to 8,000 pounds. I lost 20,000 pounds, and I see pictures of the lodges with a little bitty fish on there. In Haynes, we don't get halibut anymore. People saying, why is that? I said, when you keep taking the babies, nothing's going to grow. And I'm in 78, 78, 9, and 80, 1, 2. We used to get letters from the Halibut Commission because we use the old J hook. We used to just slam them off the back of the boat, or, and they said to cut your ganyons. So we did to protect the future. They said, that's your future. Don't take the little fish. But now they do. Everybody does. Subsistence people. It was embarrassing in Haynes, and I went to Hoona for my halibut fishing, and I left 8,000 pounds because I had 12,000 I was going to fish for other people because there was no fish. So anyway, it's not just the salmon industry; it's the halibut fishery right now is, it's destroyed.
Well, I think that's one of the remarkable aspects of this particular challenge we're facing is it's across species. It's not just salmon, it's not just halibut, it's not just ground fish. It's it's every species is having the same challenge at the same time. And often you want to be up and want to be down, and and you kind of balance it all out over the course of the period. And it's kind of the collection is well, I think probably the most remarkable part of this challenge. One other thing that we didn't talk about is RFM. Do we want to talk about RFM?
Do we have 45 more minutes?
During the break or after the break?
Well, just to say that there is that RFM is a sustainability certification that was started in Alaska, and it is something that they're working hard to to let Alaska's that standard be not just a national standard but a global standard, or just briefly outline what that is, and without the 45-minute class.
Want me to jump on this? Okay, sure. So RFM stands for Responsible Fisheries Management. It's a third-party certification program. The reason why you need a third-party certification program for your seafood is because consumers don't trust government. I think we all can raise our hands to that to a certain extent, depending on the part of the government you don't like. So the reason why we need a third-party certification is consumers need that verification of their products in the marketplace. There are different eco labels, you could call them, programs out there when it comes to seafood, whether it's wild or farmed. RFM was actually created by ASME as a response to certification programs that have propped up, over the years, and to our what we would say continue to move the goalposts, and not in the benefit of fisheries, but more into maybe some evangelistic views on how fisheries should be managed across the globe. RFM is a much more affordable alternative for our fisheries, whether it's in Alaska or whoever else wants to be certified by RFM. I guess the elephant in the room is, what's the alternative RFM? It's MSC. MSC stands for Marine Stewardship Council. It's a pay-to-play program. You want to use their logo, you pay them for it. That is a cost to the business that has to execute the fisheries, and that cost is passed on to customers. I was just talking about earlier how customers are very price sensitive right now. Well, if we're making fish more expensive, that's going to keep customers away from the category in general, especially Alaska seafood. So RFM is growing. It's becoming a more used eco label across not just Alaska and the US, but also the globe. And that's one of the things that the task force identified as showing some support for as well, too. It definitely will help our fisheries separate themselves out in the marketplace as well, too.
Let Alaska continue to be a global leader in seafood and seafood branding. Yeah, I think my time is up. I see the hook coming over here. It's not subtle when you see Robert kind of moving his way across the room, and but I want to thank our panelists, Julie, Scott, and Jeremy. Thank you so much for your time today. And thank you.
We got a short break here, sponsored by Search, and then
Hey,
we're going to
Christy, I'm sorry. And Christy, I didn't mean to leave you out, Christy.
No, we're going to get the whole
Sorry.
panel. We're going to thank the whole panel, but we're going to come back. Don't go too far. We're going to have a spotlight on healthcare issues, and then Nils Andresen is going to lead us through kind of stew pot of other issues that we couldn't devote another day to. So please thank our facilitator, our 4 panelists, and the work that they're doing in our fisheries, which is represented by my favorite tie. Always.
Scott?
Good job, Scott.
Okay, this is still live. And so is this conference. We're ready to kick it off the last innings. I'm gonna invite Joe to come on up. I'm gonna invite you all to come on down, have a seat, and suspend the conversations just for another. What was that, Jamie? Oh, he wasn't saying anything? All right, good. So we've got our healthcare spotlight, and then we've got one final panel that we want to squeeze into the day here. It's been a great 2 days, but this is important to us because Bartlett plays a very pivotal role in our regional healthcare. Both my babies were born there. I lived in Haynes. And so even though Bartlett seems to be Juneau's hospital, it's the hospital of a lot of communities. And so we appreciate the services, and we wanted to kind of hear from Joe, who's been about there for about a year now as CEO. And so anyway, would you all please help me welcome Joanna to the podium? Let's keep it quiet.
Well, thanks for having me here. When Robert first invited me, there was a panel discussion that was kind of the onus of the invite. So that's easier to say yes to than a spotlight where I'm up here by myself. So I guess what I want to start with is the hospital over the last 12 to 16 months, actually a couple of years, we've struggled financially. And over the last 12 months, we've had a refocus on trying to become sustainable or as an organization. As many of you know, that was kind of highlighted throughout the spring in the newspaper. We had several public meetings, but with the support of the board, the support of the CBJ Assembly, and the support of the community, we were able to right-size the hospital, get back to our core services. And over the last 8 months, we've actually had sustainable bottom lines on a month-to-month basis. So one of the big wins that hospital has seen in that transition is we are in a much better place financially. We've gone through the first 6 months of this fiscal year with a positive bottom line. We're on target to end the year with a positive bottom line. So we've kind of accomplished our sustainable goals. We've kind of turned the corner. We want to refocus on why we are here at Bartlett, and that is to care for patients. So in the hospital, as you go around, we're going to be telling stories about the successes, the great care we provide on a day-to-day basis. And as we look at some of the wins we have, or what Robert wanted me to go over was kind of the wins, challenges, opportunities. And so as I go through this, one of the big wins I see for Bartlett is we have an amazing staff. We have amazing nurses. We have amazing doctors. It was earlier this week, we were sitting in a meeting and we were going through our lean presentations, trying to work on our processes, the business of the healthcare. And then there was a code blue called over our intercom. And if anyone knows what a code blue in a hospital is, it's a medical disaster or bad news. And so I see all these nurses and clinicians jump up and they run out of the room. They go over to the OR where there's the code blue happening. And then as we go through the hospital, you find out that several of our coworkers, several of our patients know the patient. They know what happened. There's people crying. The outcome was great, but what it kind of brings home to us is that at Bartlett, we care for our neighbors, we care for our friends, we care for our families. So we know most of the people that walk through the door, and they're there to give the best care possible on a day-to-day basis. And I just like to kind of highlight the care that goes into our patients on a day-to-day basis and the great patient care that everyone receives when they come through the door. Other things that the hospital has been working on over the last 6 months is we have stood up a mobile crisis unit. In conjunction with CCFR and JPD, we've been able to put a clinician with a mobile integrated health team that goes out in response to crisis or patients in crisis. The goal is if we're able to get the clinician to the person that's in crisis at the point of care, ideally we can de-escalate the situation, get that person taken care of so where they're not responding to ER or the situation escalates beyond a point where unfortunate and bad things can happen. So that's been a great success. We did a soft rollout in November. Over the first 2 months in November and December, we were able to respond to 57 patients in that time. And that's without even kind of advertising that the program's been out there. So since then, we're putting the word out. We have high hopes for this program, and we're looking to work with CCFR in the future on that. One of the other things that kind of came out of our financial struggles this last spring was we've been able to strengthen a lot of our relationship with community partners. In particular, we've been able to work closely with GHS on some of the substance abuse patients that we are have in the community. We're able to help them get their program stood up, both from a technical standpoint, getting them furniture, and we're also embedding one of our clinicians or one of our psychiatric mental health providers in their on their footprint to help see their patients on a day-to-day basis. So that's been a great win. And then over the last couple of months, there's also been some expansion of service at the hospital. So both the hospital, we brought in an orthopedic specialist, Dr. Eric Wilbur, who specializes in major joints such as knees and hips. But we've also had our partner JBJC also has added Dr. Brown. And so we've gone from 2 permanent orthopedic providers to 3.5 in a short period of time, which should be a win for all the patients in Juneau. We've been able to stabilize ophthalmology to make sure that patients can get their injections, then don't have to leave town. We're also working with that provider to try to make him a permanent Juneau resident. So I had a conversation with him earlier today. He loves coming in and doing clinic in Juneau. He sees the future here. So we're actually starting to have talks about next steps to try to see what we can do to make him a permanent resident here. Some of the challenge the hospital continues to face is we do have an aging facility. Our hospital's last major update was in 2005. So the major part of our hospital is coming up on 20 years old at this point. We're still doing asbestos removal, which hasn't really been a thing for a lot of people in a lot of years, but that's how old our facility is. Some of the things we're trying to do to mitigate that and try to bring our hospital to the modern age is we're looking at an ER renovation project that'll start here shortly. CBJ just did a appropriation to help get that off the ground. What this will do is basically give us a modern ER with negative pressure rooms, let us face some of the modern diseases such as COVID and all the other things that seem to come off the cruise ships during the summers. We have 2 flu seasons here in Juneau. I don't know if everyone knows that. When all the cruisers show up and then the normal one. Other challenge that the hospital faces, probably a lot of challenges you guys face on a day-to-day basis. Staffing, trying to find enough appropriate people to take care of our patients. We currently have 53 contract employees, which is roughly 10% of our total patient or employee population. Some of the things we're doing to try to alleviate that is we're doing our train our own programs. So we have CNAs, we do classes of CNAs twice a year, trying to get our CNAs in place for both Wildflower Court and the hospital. We have programs to get LPNs trained, and so that's going well, but they're also transitioning to RN roles, trying to get the whole continuum of care for the nursing standpoint. We're also trying to look at some of those other modalities throughout the hospital. How do we get enough imaging staff? How do we have enough surgical techs? And so we're looking at different training programs and different partners to try to bolster those areas as well. Staffing is a challenge statewide. AHA just put out a report and it shows that we need to have 4,000 new healthcare providers hired every year just to keep up with the current demand in healthcare and the turnover rates that we face. On a national standpoint, one of the things that we're still facing from a healthcare organization and an industry is prior authorization process. You probably heard about this on the news quite a bit. So every time you go into the hospital and you need a CT, we have to have our doctor ask your insurance company if it's okay for that CT to take place. And so it's our perspective that the doctor is the expert in the medical field. And so we're trying to argue with an insurance company on what the appropriate level of care is for people. And so I know AHA has some bills out, and then there's some more stuff happening federally to help get that prior auths. But that's one of the major challenges that's kind of a bottleneck for patient care at our hospital. As we look into the future, some of the opportunities we see, we have excitement around being able to work with Virginia Mason recently. So we've recently signed a kind of a master service agreement where we're going to work with Virginia Mason on bolstering the specialists that come into town or are accessible through Bartlett or Bartlett's clinics or accessible via telemedicine. So we're working on a large list of specialties that people currently have to leave town to access. So can we bring a robot in where you can access them via telemedicine through one of our clinics? We're also looking to see what kind of specialists we can access. So patients can receive care in our hospital. Currently, we have to ship out a lot of people for various cardiology, nephrology reasons. So if we can work on telemedicine, get the technology to help us get the specialists to keep those patients in the hospital, that's one of the things we're working on today. The other thing that's kind of other opportunities that the hospital has explored is we've also looked at critical access status. You've probably heard about that. It's been in our board meetings. And so that was kind of put into place so we can kind of make sure that the hospital is there into the future as we look at kind of the challenges coming at us through the industry. That's currently been put on the shelf as we work with the state. Senator Sullivan has been great, and Senator Murkowski in introducing the SOLS Act. And that is specific to Alaska hospitals, trying to get us the reimbursement that right now we're reimbursed like every other hospital down the lower 48 with a much higher cost of living. So basically it evens the playing field for Alaska hospitals with the SOLS Act and gets us additional reimbursement so we can, you know, provide the care that needs to be provided. I guess some of the concerns that are facing us into the future, we all see the news on the day-to-day basis. We are relatively dependent on Medicare and Medicaid programs. They make up about 60% of our business today. So any major cuts from the federal level either of those programs could be devastating to the hospital. And so we wake up and watch the news every day to see what's going to happen. Other things that they're pushing for that's always a concern for us is increases to Medicare Advantage. From a hospital's perspective, this increases the workload. The number of prior auths that are required for Medicare Advantage compared to Medicare is massive. And so more people, more prioritizations and more staff, and it's just more expensive to provide care in that kind of environment. Those are kind of the highlights. Did I go through it too fast? Do I have time for questions? I can keep rambling so we don't have time for questions.
How much do you see from the communities coming in? Do you track those numbers from as far as Juneau-centric to what comes in from?
Yeah, and so we get a lot of patients from all the outlying areas. So we have patients that come in from Petersburg, Wrangell. It depends on what they're coming for. So we have general surgeons in town that aren't accessible on some of the other areas. I was able to meet a patient that wanted to actually gift the hospital a painting because of the incredible care she received on med surge. So she came from one of the outlying villages, came in for surgery, stayed with us, actually came back a second time and was very complimentary of the service we provide. But we get a lot of patients from outside. We have the Bartlett House to help kind of house people when they come in from outside communities as well, as many of you know. So we try to serve all the patients in the Southeast.
Having been from out of community facility that is, I know is well utilized and appreciated from those in the other communities. Question.
I'm just interested on your thoughts on the nurse licensure compact, and do you support it?
It's a good question. Thank you. From my perspective, so I came from a state that had the nurse compact. And as we went through the COVID crisis, it was beneficial to our state. And so we were able to pull nurses from all over the United States. You don't have to wait for licensure. They were able to float in, do their 13 weeks and float out. And you had a much larger pool of nurses to pull from than I think there's 8 non-compact states now. There's 42 that are in it. And so we're in the minority on that. So from my perspective, I'm in support of it.
What about some of the other programs like behavioral health and things that may not be traditional medicine that you have to support there? How does that fit into what the work the Bartlett does?
Well, we currently have our Bartlett outpatient psychiatric clinic. So we have psychiatrists, we have clinicians that we still provide outpatient services. We have our 12-bed mental health unit. So we have an inpatient psychiatric unit. We're also providing services to patients all across the state of Alaska. And then we also do the crisis care services where we have clinicians integrated with mobile integrated health.
Question around your telehealth. Do you currently have a platform you're working with, and will it be only, can you hear me now? For your telehealth, are you currently using a platform? Are you looking for platforms? And then are you utilizing local, or can you go to the lower 48 for the people to participate in the telehealth? How does that work?
So right now we currently have telehealth on our inpatient unit. So we have telestroke, we have tele ICU. And so both of those contracts are with Providence out of Anchorage. So the doctors are actually in Anchorage. They see our patients in our beds here. We do some outpatient oncology telehealth for visits. So patients need to see their oncologist. We have that platform set up in our oncology clinic. As we look at more opportunities for telemedicine, some of that depends on the partner we're partnering with, because it is a secure platform that's HIPAA compliant. So some of it depends on who we're working with and what kind of platform we get. But I could tell you we have 2 different ones now.
Hi, I'm curious if the hospital is exploring the possibility of on-site childcare for its employees.
That's a good question. That's actually comes up. I mean, it's one of our issues too. So we have a lot of staff that struggle with childcare issues. And since staffing is a big issue for us, we've looked at it repeatedly. It's trying to focus on, is that sustainable for us as we've gone through kind of this transition? Do we want to add something that's gonna may not add to the sustainability of the hospital? So we are exploring options, trying to help come up with a solution to that problem. It's causes some of the same issues as some of the non-core services did. So as you add things that aren't reimbursable, Medicare doesn't really pay for those pieces. So it hurts the hospitals in more than one way financially. So we need to find a model that's going to be sustainable, and we're still looking for that.
What would you say to those in the room of how they can help in the causes that you're struggling with?
Well, I think one of the things I'd say is, I mean, we're like every industry. I mean, shopping local does help. I mean, I know that you can have, everyone has the chance to seek healthcare elsewhere, but I would say that Juneau, in the community of Juneau, we have excellent providers. We have excellent facilities. The hospital is top notch. I know there's always opportunity to go out of town, see a specialist, but I mean, if you're able to provide care at home, there are benefits both to you and to kind of the local industry, I guess.
Well, we have a Southeast Conference for the staff and for the institution, Bartlett Hospital, and for your time here today. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. The panel we've all been waiting for. It's the last one of the day. If you all want to come on. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was just the panelists. Okay, come on forward and got a couple of waters up here. If anybody needs one, just grab on your way by here. And Mr. Andreessen, thank you so much for facilitating this, and we'll let you just take it from here.
I'll say stuff.
Here, I'll just turn it over to you. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. 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 The last exact.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. So we're just coming in.
Does anybody else want to join this panel? Going once? This is not the case of one of these things isn't like the other. It's all the things are not like the other. But it could just be called last panel of the day, and we would be clapped for, right? There would be applause. Really appreciate you sticking with us through this event. Always an outstanding job. Thanks to Robert and his team at Southeast Conference for organizing this, bringing the communities from across Southeast Alaska and beyond together. My name's Nils Andreasen. I'm the executive director of the other AML, Alaska Municipal League. My job at AML is to strengthen local governments. And I often argue that I've got the best articles of incorporation in the state. And many of you may not
care. But part of what I like about our articles of incorporation is just how expansive they are. So for a nonprofit that is statewide in scope, that is very much focused on cities and boroughs and making sure that they've got the resources and capacity to do good things on behalf of their communities. Our articles also say we should do good things on behalf of our communities. We're supposed to be paying attention to all the building blocks of community, and it looks different all across the state. But there's also a lot of things that ties that bind us. And I actually think of the speakers today and this panel in a very similar way. These are kind of the building blocks of community that are common across Southeast communities and connect this region to other regions of the state. These are challenges and priorities that residents are thinking about and focused on, that communities are preparing for, and we're all grappling with in one way or another. And hopefully they can find a home in Southeast Conference where they can inform the next steps that this organization takes as it starts to develop its comprehensive economic development strategy. A CEDS which has seen national acclaim. So the work and the effort that Southeast Conference puts into its CED is really remarkable. It's unlike and special in ways that many of the other ardors, haven't really found the secret for elsewhere in the state. So it's really a rewarding process, or it's rewarding to be part of this process in some small way. And I really appreciate all the panelists for being with us today to help us think through what else goes into strengthening communities. Yeah, we have a great panel with us. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and a little bit about their organization. If I did it, it would be a long list of bios, and you know what that looks like. So I think we decided on favorite color. What is your retirement goals? What are your, no, we had like a secret question we were all gonna, we didn't really. Blue, can I start with you? Not answering any of those questions, but maybe who you are, who you're with, and what this topic maybe means to you right now.
Okay.
For whatever topic that applies to you.
Okay.
And feel free to move the mic closer.
Is it on?
Don't let it drive you. You drive it.
Okay. My name is Blue Scheibler. I'm the
Nope,
executive.
that's not going to work. Like really just get in there.
Okay.
Right up. Yeah.
Is that better?
Right like this, yeah. right there.
Blue Scheibler. I'm the executive director of the Association for Education of Young Children. We are a 40-year-old nonprofit working to support a variety of programs for families and children. My key focus area is childcare. I was actually a childcare provider for 25 years before moving to the nonprofit sector. So I've done a lot of work in advocating for a better childcare system in the state and in our region, and a lot of research on what the core problems are. And I'm excited today if we get a chance to share some solutions.
Perfect. Thanks, Blue. Rachel?
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Rachel Lord. I am the Advocacy and Policy Director for the Alaska Food Policy Council. I also get to work with Nils. Sometimes I serve as the mayor of the city of Homer, and it's nice to see Cady down here. Alaska Food Policy Council works across the food systems for the state of Alaska. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're a nonpartisan organization. And the focus really is looking at food systems, again, kind of from all the different sectors. So that includes production, agriculture, subsistence access, traditional foods. It includes distribution, how our food moves from one place to another. It includes our food and farm businesses, processors, manufacturers. It includes our schools and childcare centers and hospitals, and it also includes our food waste management and how what happens with our food post wanting to eat it. So I'm really pleased to be here and to be able to share a little bit from AFPC, and really also to learn from you all about where food intersects with the Southeast economy and with your visions for a strong Southeast moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Chris, I turn it to you next.
Hello, everybody.
And feel free, yeah, move the mic up to you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Cotta. I'm the Public Works Director in Petersburg and also the chair of the CSWA. And a lot of you might not know what the CSWA is. That is the Southeast Alaska Solid Waste Authority. And essentially, that's a group of municipalities that are working together to address solid waste issues in our region. We were formed in 2007. We have 9 member communities. And at least on paper, we are a public corporation that has the ability to implement solid waste projects and function as an actual authority. However, in practice, we are more of an advisory and policy shaping group thus far. But we have teamed up with Southeast Conference and City and Borough of Sitka to obtain some Denali grant funds for regional solid waste management planning. We obtained a $500,000 grant last year, and working with our partners, we recently issued an RFP for planning services for a consultant to undertake some detailed study of waste flows and resources in the region. Those RFPs were due on January 31st. We got 5 responses, and selection has been made. I don't have any announcements today, but I think there is one forthcoming from Southeast Conference soon. And hopefully after that, we will get to work with the consultant and start addressing some of the larger issues that involve solid waste in the region. Some things like transportation and disposal costs going up. Some communities are running out of landfill space. There are certain types of waste that some communities have trouble dealing with, like tires, electronic waste, household hazardous waste. And there's a growing problem of electric vehicle disposal. So those are just a few of the things we're going to take a look at in this study, and hopefully look at the broad range of options that are available for dealing with waste. Things like composting, diversion, recycling, possibly waste to energy. What are the landfill options? What are the transportation options? We're going to be taking a look at each individual community in Southeast, profiling those communities, their waste flows, resources, and then overlay that onto basically a GIS map will be created of the Southeast region. And with all that information, we'll be able to see what are, the best solutions will be, not just for individual communities, but maybe for the region as a whole. So that's a little bit of the work that CSWA is doing, a little bit about what we do. And I'm happy to be here tonight to answer any questions you guys might have. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Chris. If you want to pass the mic down to Alyssa, is that right? And
Yes.
she gets a +1.
I do.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Fernandez. I am the Community Relations Director over at Riverview Senior Living. We are a newer resource to Southeast and currently serving all of Southeast. So we have residents from all over the community, touching today on aging topics and just how we can continue to be a resource and learn more about the community.
Thank you, Alyssa, and thank you for strong-arming me up here. This is unplanned. I'm Erin Walker-Tolis. I'm Executive Director of Catholic Community Service, and Catholic Community Service runs Southeast Senior Services. We operate 10 senior centers throughout Southeast Alaska. I also happen to be co-chair of the Southeast Regional Elder Care Coalition. That's a fairly new coalition. We are a group of senior services providers. Riverview is a member, as well as advocates, elder representatives, and caregivers. So we're really looking at some of the challenges we're having in Southeast Alaska. We have one of the fastest growing senior populations in the state, and Alaska has the fastest growing senior population of any state. So Southeast is the place to be. I hired somebody recently who worked in senior care in Florida, and she said, I think Juneau has more seniors than Florida does. So we definitely have this growing population. We see community need for senior services, especially for seniors who are still living independently. Folks want to age in their own homes. They want to age in their home community. They do not want to have to relocate from their home community, sometimes their traditional home community. They want to stay in their own home as long as possible. I think we all want that. What we're facing right now is a crisis in-home care providers. We do not have enough in-home care providers. I'm talking about personal care attendant, someone to help you with your medication, maybe give you some chore service, maybe a little bathing. Just that little bit of help that helps a senior live independently, safely, for as long as possible. We are having a massive crisis in this situation. So the Southeast Regional Elder Care Coalition got together and with Juneau Economic Development Council wrote a grant application to a foundation, which does not like publicity, but they granted $2.5 million so that we can address this workforce issue, this lack of workforce for in-home care for seniors across the entire region. So we went to the 4 biggest providers of in-home care in Southeast Alaska and offered them $1 million to use in a way that seemed reasonable. Bonuses, signing bonuses, incentives for longevity. And every single one of those providers said, no thanks. The system is broken and we're not interested in growing our services or increasing our workforce. So we pivoted our project. We are now in the process of evaluating community need. We are interviewing and gathering information on every single senior who accesses services through Catholic Community Service. We also do an elder needs assessment every 3 years of tribally enrolled seniors in 10 communities, not Juneau or Ketchikan, but 10 other communities. And so we are gathering information and we're trying to look at what are those barriers to growing this industry, because it's desperately needed throughout our region. And yet agencies rightly tell us that there are too many barriers to doing this service. It's not just money, because if we could throw money at it, we had $1 million. That's not the fix. It has to do with the system of care, the regulations, the program rules, the compliance. It's complex, but this coalition and JEDC is looking at what are the challenges and what recommendations, what needs to change so that we can engage businesses in growing this service that over 25% of people and maybe 60% soon will be needing throughout Southeast Alaska, continuing to live here, because you know, seniors have a huge economic impact in our region, and if they have to leave Southeast Alaska to get care because it's not safe for them to live here, it is going to impact all of us, not just those individuals who have to leave. Thanks.
Great. Welcome. Thanks for joining us for this unplanned visit. Sabrina?
Thank
that
you very much. Thank you for having me. My name is Sabrina Grubitz. I'm the Public Safety Manager for Tlingit and Haida. So the Public Safety Department has been in existence for quite some time now, but more specifically, my focus is on emergency operations. And so in 2020, in response to the COVID pandemic, President Peterson tasked the Public Safety Department to support our employees initially. And so through that, the Office of Emergency Management was created, and then therefore the Tribal Emergency Operations Center, which is stood up during disasters, that helps us respond to disasters in an organized way with set methods that are tested, tried, and true. So expanding from responding to the pandemic with just our employees, there was seen, you know, a lot of value in responding to all of our tribal citizens, and how can we support them through the pandemic. And so through that, we worked with various communities throughout Southeast to set them up with a Connex container. And these Connex containers not only hosted PPE items and COVID test kits, but we also saw it as an opportunity to really get these communities started with thinking about emergency preparedness and providing them with a handful of tools right away that they may need, that being water purification systems, water pumps, emergency lighting systems, hot water heater, small things that, are more difficult to get out to our more remote communities, very quickly. A couple tools that would get them by before a team could get out to assist them in a major disaster. So when COVID, wound down, it came to an end, each of these communities were provided with a Connex throughout Southeast, in addition to the fact that they were all supplied with a week's worth of emergency preparedness food. And that's not just for tribal citizens, that was for every single person that lived in that community. And if you mix in, more traditional foods or harvested foods, I mean, you could stretch that for almost 3 weeks at a time. Really thinking about how, yes, taking care of our citizens was important, but we also are understanding that a healthy community, healthy tribes, they all interplay with each other, and how important that truly is. And so after the pandemic had wound down, we were then tasked again to think about how we can support our communities through natural disasters, climate changing, situations, potentially man-made disasters. So through that, we've been building our team of now 14 within public safety to respond to disasters, ranging from the Haines and Wrangell landslide, the most recent Juneau flooding here. And with our annual training each year, I think that we're really working towards being prepared and, really supporting our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks and welcome to all of our panel. So I want to, some of you, covered a lot in your introductions and some maybe less so, but I do want to come back and ask each of you to maybe expand on your opening remarks. Where does childcare, for instance, or the needs that you see in that industry, what are the challenges? Where do you see solutions? How does this fit into, other activities in Southeast communities? Or how does it fit into economic development? But where are we at, and what can we do about it? Blue, if you want to start. You don't all have to answer childcare questions. Okay.
Well, first I'd like to tell Aaron that I would never turn down $1 million offer. And
It's actually $1 million under each of your chairs if you.
I'm certain that we can somehow find strategies that help the childcare and the senior care workforce. So just come talk to me about that. Yeah, so Southeast Alaska and the whole state has an issue with childcare supply shortage. And that intersects with the economy because it limits workforce participation of families who can't find care. So yesterday and some of you might have heard about Meilani talking about this great job growth that we're having in the region. And my first thought was, well, who's going to do those jobs if they don't have childcare? This supply shortage has actually existed for a long time, which is kind of working in our favor right now because there's an extensive body of research that has been done to examine the root cause of the shortage. And I would point to most recently, last year, the Department of Health partnered with the McKinley Research Group to do a cost of care study. So they examined operating costs of childcare businesses at all different levels, and then they put that up against what parents should and can pay for that cost or for that care. And the gap is pretty significant. In Southeast Alaska, it's an average of $600 a month per child. And if there's not a public subsidy to help cover that cost, there are two choices. You jack up your prices and try to squeeze it out of parents who already cannot pay more. And we've heard about the high cost of living here and the high cost of childcare. Or what is happening more often than not is the childcare providers themselves and their employees are subsidizing that gap by earning really low wages. And that's not sustainable. And that issue is preventing growth in supply. That gap, that operating gap is the reason that you don't see a bunch of entrepreneurs out there rushing to start new childcare businesses when demand is really high and supply is low. You know, in other businesses, when you have those market conditions, entrepreneurs can come in, charge whatever they need to charge to make a profit for their service or their product, and it works out great. In childcare, that just can't happen because there's a limit to what you can charge before you price parents out of the market. Do you want me to pass it, or do you want me to talk about what we're doing in Juneau?
Yeah, I don't know, but maybe, hang on, yeah. Alyssa, maybe you would, I'm kind of thinking inputs and outputs, right? But how does what Blue described related to childcare, is that similar to kind of the aging challenges or issues that you see, or is it really a different kind of conversation or quality to it?
I would say everything pretty much interconnects. I mean, childcare, of course, affects the aging process as well, not only because of our workforce. We have mothers coming in who need to have childcare provided for their children, or they can't come to work. So if they can't come to work, we can't provide the services to our seniors. So I would say it does all interconnect, and it is a great point for me to add in. I don't know if you wanted to add in at all, Erin, but at least at our community level over at Riverview, that is something that we've also been talking about. And I know someone in the audience asked about childcare at Bartlett, and that is something we also considered over at Riverview because it is a need.
Is Riverview, if we gave you $1 million, would
Absolutely.
you
Just
would
kidding.
you would take it, right? I mean, in the childcare industry, I mean, or I don't know, industry, I feel bad saying, in that sector, I mean, it's a funding issue, right? Are we paying people enough? I mean, there's other systemic barriers, and we heard kind of in the aging, it's a systems issue, but is it also for Riverview, is it a funding issue? If we paid more, could you do more or differently?
You know, I'm more so on the community relations level, and I'm sure this is more so an operational question. So as of now, I don't have an answer, but if Erin does want to give any input, she's more than welcome to, but
Right.
that is more so an operational.
Or maybe Erin, yeah, could you speak to what the system issue, what is the issue? Whose fault is it?
Whose fault? I would like to point the finger now. It's a number of items. Obviously, the cost of doing business has gone up and up. We're doing our best to increase wages to stay at market rate. Unfortunately, a lot of nonprofits, especially those serving seniors, what happened during the pandemic was that some nonprofits expanded to meet this increased community need, and others shrunk down to kind of shelter in place because they had concerns around COVID. So when you're talking about my agency, who provides Meals on Wheels and congregate meals and activities and case management and senior rides and paratransit, we saw that, oh my goodness, all these seniors are now homebound seniors. Homebound seniors need nutrition. We're going to advertise, and all of a sudden we went from getting 80,000 meals out a year to 140,000 meals out during COVID. We, unfortunately, now that folks know we're here, that community need didn't disappear when COVID ended. We thought perhaps some seniors would drop off the rolls, but before COVID, 50% of the people we served, seniors we served, were homebound. They need that meal delivered to their door and a wellness check to make sure they're okay. And the other half were coming to the senior center, activities, taking rides. Post-COVID, and this is a national trend, not just in Southeast Alaska, it's more like 85%, 15%. COVID was really hard on older seniors, and many seniors became permanently homebound through the experience of that isolation and lack of activity. So on the one hand, those kind of services for seniors, the community need has exploded, but now that relief money's gone, right? So we've already had to scale back. 90% of senior centers in the state report wait lists or reduced services due to lack of funding. So that's one issue. On the other side, during COVID, those in-home care providers who came in and were washing dishes or helping people, toilet or giving them a bath, there was a deep, true concern going in and out of multiple homes that they would be sharing COVID from senior home to senior home to senior home. So many in-home care providers kind of shuttered down. One worker, one senior, or one worker, two seniors to kind of do a pod thing and keep them safe. That really dramatically shrunk that workforce. Post-COVID, they're encountering these other challenges of increased demand. The demand is there, but the workforce isn't there. And ultimately, the system by which they get paid, sometimes it's Medicaid waiver, sometimes it's a grant, sometimes it's pay as you can, the individual paying for themselves. But regardless, the funding is not adequate so that it's not sustainable. That, coupled with high compliance and documentation standards, which are good, it's getting more and more expensive to administer the programs, and the funding, again, is flat funded, and then the workforce disappeared. It has to be rebuilt. So there's multiple challenges there, keeping those agencies from thinking this. They rightly believe it is a money-losing endeavor, and they can't endanger their entire agency for the sake of this one particular line of business.
Yeah. Lou, didn't COVID break childcare too? Isn't it COVID's fault? It put a spotlight, right, on the challenges that of that sector. And then what are you doing in Juneau as you're searching for solutions?
Yeah, it put a spotlight on it. And actually I was still a childcare business operator when COVID hit. And the first thing that happened was that I lost all of my older employees who were the knowledge bearers, who had the skill and expertise, because they were scared of getting sick. And so they went away, and a lot like what Erin's saying, they have not come back. And so, childcare itself has its own workforce constraints, and it's causing workforce constraints in other sectors too. And so when we talk about solutions, I think in order to increase the supply of childcare, we have to look at how we fill the cost of care gap. And now I get to brag about my community and thank the community leaders who are in this room, current and former. Lauren, I see you back there, who recognized even before the pandemic in 2012 that the childcare sector needed help. They recognized the value that it added to the community by supporting this sector and helping it grow, and started investing in it. And so I get to run a grant program with city funds that basically is addressing this cost care gap. The city puts money in its budget every year, and I get that money out the door to license childcare programs through a monthly operating grant that's paid out on a per child and per employee basis. Right now in Juneau, we're averaging around, just an average, $300 a month per child and $600 a month per employee. And what that has done is it stabilized the sector immediately. So we didn't see the closures of childcare programs like the rest of the state saw. And then the employee subsidies have brought starting wages from $13 an hour to $20 an hour in a matter of 18 months. So that was pretty remarkable. In addition to stabilizing the sector, we're actually seeing slow but steady growth. So we still have a supply deficit, but it's slowly growing. We're opening one to two new programs every 12 to 18 months. And I just want to recognize that I think it's hard for a small community, to find money like that in their budget, but it's an investment that provides a really important return to your community. I think we've heard here from multiple other speakers that families are the cornerstone of a local economy, and we're just not going to get them to come and stay in our communities if we don't provide quality childcare for them.
That's awesome. And we point to Juneau often as a success story for the investments they've made, even as they're working, still to make improvements. Rachel, Erin kind of brought up the scaling up of need that was highlighted during the pandemic. And certainly these last few years, we've heard more attention to food security. Probably there's probably like a recurring theme for Alaska for any of these issues, right? But right now they're all front and center. Where are we at with Alaska's food security? What do those challenges look like? And are we food insecure? Are there
Yes.
Should we just pay more? Is it a money issue?
We will also take $1 million.
Okay, just to be clear.
Just to be clear.
Okay.
But also, but also a point well taken that $1 million is not going to solve the issue, right? So, from Alaska Food Policy Council, like I said at the beginning, we work across sectors, and food really touches everyone. I'm wearing my button because it is right now Food Security Week, and our buttons all say everyone eats. Everybody eats. Aaron, I've been able to be with Aaron for the last few days with the Alaska Food Coalition, the Food Bank of Alaska. Starting today, the Farm Bureau, the Alaska Farm Bureau is here, the Alaska Farmers Market Association, the University of Alaska, and we work closely, as close as we can with the governor, with the governor's office, with the Division of Agriculture. I was just in a House Resources hearing because the governor has released an executive order to create a Department of Agriculture. And the way Commissioner Boyle was talking about that was he was saying how COVID really brought to the governor's attention, brought front and center how vulnerable we are in our food systems, right? And we all know that. And I think, I think especially those of you in Southeast who live so connected to that transportation system, if you are not on the road, you have a much higher likelihood, I feel like. I do live on the road. So this is a guess, but like I would guess, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that your supply chain is much more regularly interrupted with air travel, with barge travel, with ferry service. And so elevating the issue of food security through the governor's office is wonderful. That is a piece of the puzzle. And I think one of the continued efforts that we need to continue to work on, and that could be benefited through the Department of Agriculture, but it's really understanding that there is a need to be looking at really all the lenses, right? So it can't just be a production. It's not just about more farmers, more ranchers, more fishers. That is not going to solve our food insecurity. There has to be more production. There has to be more markets. That market establishment of understanding where are those products going to go. If you're talking about places like hospitals and schools, what kind of processing might need to happen before those products can actually get used? In what quantity do they need to be coming? At what price point can our producers subsist with certain price points? And then the food has to get there, right? So that's that supply chain piece of how do you fish, how do you grow your food, how do you raise whatever products you're raising and get it to market. I was asking, we've been working a little bit with the Petersburg School District and talking to their student nutrition director. And I said, oh, do you guys use Alaska barley? Because she's been doing a lot of really cool work with Farragut Farms and looking at different ways to get local food into their menus to increase the health of the menus in the school district there in Petersburg. It's an incredibly regulated and complex. The compliance is unbelievable. I am only beginning to appreciate. But I said, well, what about Delta barley? Do you get barley down from Delta Junction? And she was talking about how difficult it is to get food from the interior or the South Central down here. And that they've really worked to redefine what local means to actually include Washington, right? Because she's going to be able to get produce that is so much fresher and cheaper from Washington State than she can from Delta Junction or the Matsu Valley. And I think that so those are really important considerations, and it really takes the ability for big open tables and a lot of voices at the table. And one of my interests here, and I'm delighted to be able to be here with you guys, is to really just share with you a couple of the things that Alaska Food Policy Council and our partners are working on right now. It's a very short period of time that we have together in this moment, but to know that this is something that I want to make sure that Southeast is heard and the issues facing your communities are represented in the work that's happening statewide. So, the three primary ones that I want to mention. One is Alaska Food Policy Council is the regional head the sub-regional head for the Alaska, or for the Regional Food Business Center. So it's essentially a large regranting program through the USDA. We work with the islands and remote areas. So it's Alaska, Hawaii, and all the territories, Guam, American Samoa, US Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, CNMI. So we have money, we have funds for both technical assistance, we have funds for networking and collaboration efforts, and we have funds for direct grants to food and farm businesses across the state of Alaska over the next couple of years to help build capacity, and grow markets. So this is post-production efforts, growing your business, working on value added, figuring out what kind of processing equipment you might need, maybe purchasing some of that processing equipment, going through the procurement process and understanding how do you get into US food, say, cold chain issues. So it's a really exciting opportunity, and we have just started. We will be rolling out technical assistance contracts now that I don't think they're frozen. I don't think they're frozen. So I think they're going out. They were supposed to go out a couple weeks ago, but then they didn't. That is intended to be statewide. And so we want to really make sure that your food and farm businesses down here in Southeast see those opportunities and benefit from those opportunities as well. And then also your food and farm businesses. That includes your grocers. Anybody who's working in the movement of food, the selling of food, that's one piece. Another piece that I really want to highlight, and is what I had reached out to Robert a couple months ago and staff here at Southeast Conference. We have the funds through USDA and Division of Agriculture to do two things through a brand new project, which is one is a data dashboard. So we say all the time that 95% of the food that we eat here in Alaska is imported. That is from a quote from some talk in 1970 something, which is probably true. I'm imagining it's accurate. It does not include traditional subsistence foods, for sure. And there's no actual data backing it up. So we are working with Dewberry Associates and others to really create a spatial database platform that we can pretty much collect whatever data sets you want to collect that you know of, that we could try to start developing to really start to create and host that repository of food and food systems information for the state. Alongside that, we have the resources available to work again statewide on a supply chain coordination council. And that's going to mean different things for Prince of Wales than it will for the YK Delta, right? Than it will for Delta Junction and Homer. But we all are trying to move goods and services around the state, and the food that comes in from outside and the food that we create, process, manufacture here, harvest, also needs to move around, right? So trying to get those players at the table to figure out where are the choke points, where can we have better communication, where can we take advantage of backhaul, where can we understand. I really want to make sure that it's really better understood across the state, because I don't think it is, how important the Alaska Marine Highway System is to food security throughout Southeast Alaska. And so those are the three pieces that I really wanted to share and to make myself available and our organization available into the future as a resource to you all, and making sure that Southeast as a region is represented and reflected through this ongoing work.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, Rachel. Sabrina, the others have talked about kind of getting their arms around the issue, right? So whether an RFP to do an assessment or just do an assessment, a lot of searching for answers, what's the problem statement? How do we go about addressing it? And some moving toward solutions. You're just kind of doing stuff. Is that right? And then what does that look like? How do you scale up? What do you need from communities? Are you linked to others doing work elsewhere in the state? Could you or maybe I missed something in that, but anything else you want to add too?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to float around a little bit and I hope I'll touch on a couple of those items. So in emergency management, I actually felt really connected to each of these panelists because I really feel that emergency response and management flows in and out of many of these subjects. You know, when you're talking about emergency response, you have to think specifically about our vulnerable populations. How are they going to respond to a disaster differently than someone else who has resources readily available to them? So there are methods to calculate these types of things ahead of time. Working in partnership with, you know, your communities to prepare for these disasters is extremely important. That brings me to, you know, the work that's currently happening now between, you know, CBJ and Tlingit and Haida. We've gone and decided to work on a multi-jurisdictional all hazards plan together. And so really what that will do is identify what you know, both of our entities see as a potential threat or hazard in our communities, and then come up with a plan on how we would respond to that together, you know, what resources we currently have available, you know, in order to respond to those disasters. There's been very dutiful work through Tlingit and Haida within our smaller communities and neighboring communities to assist, you know, we're welcomed and asked to assist with small community emergency response plans. These plans scale down to and up to whatever the community identifies as their needs. A lot of the time, something that threw up a red flag for me is the logistics of supplies. You know, when we have a disaster, you know, Haines is a perfect example of this. When the Haines landslide happened, their airport was completely flooded. It took a team getting in there to pump that out, our team getting in there to pump that out so that other responders could come with those supplies and logistics. And it's having those partnerships with the community, with other responders in the area beforehand so that we're able to get those plans laid out or at least have a communication on the outside of the disaster so that we can be support. Some challenges that I do see within emergency management and specifically tribal emergency management is, you know, I would comfortably say 98% grant funded. And for us, obviously, this can be a little problematic in thinking about providing this service to our citizens and the community and as a whole, and trying to be strategic about how we're going to find the funding to continue this activities. This is something that we find very important and want to make sure that we're able to continue doing. And so support for, you know, consistent funding would be extremely important for tribal governments when they're looking at emergency management and response. You know, and bringing additional training into the state of Alaska for preparedness. This is certainly an area where I see there's a movement of increased training bringing into Alaska, but checking the federal resource today and seeing how many are going to be happening in the state held by the feds, I think there's roughly 5. I mean, having additional access to those resources are going to be huge because that will be able to front load the response so all this preparation can happen on the front end so the human impact, the economic impact when the disaster happens later is lessened. We want to make sure that we are doing everything we can on the front end and curbing off that impact later. So I'll stop there for a minute. I think I answered a couple of those questions.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks so much. And then Chris, is there anything that you would add? I know you're trying to get your arms again around the problem. I imagine, I mean, communities have just been dealing with solid waste, you know, for just as they always have been. Are we looking for new models? Is there a secret to sustainability when it comes to solid waste or a regional approach? What are you thinking that's new or different to this issue?
Well, I wish there was a magic bullet, and I don't know that there is, but we're going to look at all of the options. And, you know, the CSWA conducted a large scale study about a dozen years ago. And so this is, you know, a good time for another assessment. One thing that's changed, you know, is that the largest player in the region is now investigating options for waste disposal, that being Juneau. And so that wasn't necessarily the case the last time we did a study like this. So while Juneau is not part of the CSWA, we have been sharing information with them and keeping them in the loop as to what we're doing, because there might be an economy of scale. You know, there might be some opportunities for you know, lowering costs through more participation across the board. A lot of communities, you know, have been trying to go it alone, and that's not very effective. You know, we've been doing piecemeal contracts here and there. Some of the communities that ship out, you know, have seen huge cost increases. Petersburg, for example, our cost in the last 2 years for shipment and disposal has gone up about 40%. So what we're hoping to achieve is to find the most economic solution for not only for, you know, our community through participation in CSWA, but hopefully for a lot of the communities in Southeast. I don't know that we're going to find a one-size-fits-all solution, but we're trying to benefit the maximum number of communities and lower the costs as much as we can. I feel like our contribution to this could be, you know, it's more of a contribution to the local economy and reducing costs so that, you know, solid waste disposal doesn't become a burden to business or to individuals. And so those businesses have more cash to put into other activities, and same with your, you know, just individual residents.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I think we've got a few minutes for questions before we wrap up, and so I want to give you that opportunity. Otherwise, I'll keep talking. Yeah, I think we've got one. If we could make Robert run, so don't raise your hand yet, sir, in the middle. We'll go here and then far across the room and then back. Or however he wants to do it, I imagine.
Thank you. It's really awesome to see this panel and how all these different things can intertwine. Touching back a few conversations with childcare in workplace and hearing an answer of, we haven't seen a sustainable model yet. My question is, have you been able to, in a sense, make a sustainable model with the research that you have at your hands?
There are lots of examples of successful employer-sponsored childcare programs all across the country, and we have a really shiny example in Anchorage at Providence. And yes, it's not necessarily cost-effective because we know childcare is not profitable, but the benefits to that are seen in other places, like increased productivity, reduction in absenteeism, and it becomes an attraction and retention tool for employees.
Some would suggest that there is a sustainable model out there. It's called K through 12.
Yeah, let's just extend it.
Not
I mean,
everybody has
that's
kids
sort
in
of
school.
that's sort of what the Juneau operating grant model does, is it looks at funding childcare on a per child basis, so like a base student allocation, with the recognition that parents can't pay at all. I'm going to take this moment to say that I think, like the K-12 model, this problem, the gap can't be closed by a municipal government alone. It's too big. And so we do need state and federal partners to contribute to it, just like a public education system.
Local communities do what, 4 mil equivalent?
Right.
I'm pretty sure that Catholic Community Services very rarely gets gratitude. I was teaching on the East Coast, and I came back, retired from the military, came back to Alaska, looked at my parents, and saw that they were getting older. And it's amazing how old somebody can get in 2 years. And so I came back and I saw that they were much older. just in 2 years. So I made the decision to move back. And Catholic Community Services helped both my mom and my dad throughout the whole time that I was here. I had 9 good years with my mom, and I had 10 good years with my dad. I just want to say thank you. I know it's probably a thankless service that you guys provide, but I just want to say thank you. And it reminds me, when you were talking, it reminded me of Dr. Walter Sobolov when he says, take care of the old person that you will become. I think that's really, really poignant. And for childcare, I just feel really sorry for single mothers. My sister was a single mother, and you have virtually no choice. I mean, there's no choice out there because, and I did the numbers real quick, let's just say $20 an hour. And she wasn't making that much at that time. This is about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But let's just say $20 an hour, that's $3,400 a month, right? After taxes, that might be $2,500, $2,600, right? Childcare, $600 to $900 a month. And it leaves you $1,600 a month, right? Rent is $1,200 a month. That leaves you $400 left for food, electric, and transportation as a single mother. And I felt bad for her. I mean, she was calling me all the time, asking me for money. And I wish I had the $1 million that's going around up there, but I just didn't have that option. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad the panel is here addressing the issues of care for when I get older, which is not too far now. And, and when the younger people are seeking help to get childcare, it's a struggle. And I'm really glad that you're here to put this together and put this panel together. Thank you.
Yeah, I just say the ideal model of childcare looks like parents paying no more than 7% of their income, whatever that is, for the care. Hopefully we get there someday.
Any other questions? Let me just, then I'll wrap up. Really appreciate this discussion today. I guess when I imagine net out migration has come up here and there over the last couple of days or should have, and it's something, we're facing across the state. It's something that is extremely pertinent to Southeast Alaska. And I mean, for each of the perspectives and priorities that our speakers today have highlighted, these are building blocks, right? These are burdens or barriers to living in communities. And it might not be the first question that people ask when they decide where they're going to live, but it will be a frustration if it's not there, right? And it will be the reason that people leave. So all of these, if you do have $1 million, they will take it. And if you don't, let's all at least commit to collaborating, working to make sure this is represented well and effectively in the Southeast Conference's CEDS, so that we've got really clear goals to move forward, so that where there are solutions, we can expand on those. And for all the resources that each of you bring, I hope they're able to be leveraged on behalf of the region and the state. So thanks again to our panel. Thanks, everybody. I will turn it back over to our chair.
During the flood, so I really appreciate it. It's a fantastic.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. I'll tell the team.
All right. Well, we are going to wrap up. Let's give a hand just to the whole thing, if you will, mid-session. Especially, I think about the staff back there. These things do not run themselves, so a lot of work and preparation goes into it. Thank you. Many of you out there were speakers, active participants, and so we really sincerely hope that you get great benefit from this, not only from the sessions, but also we know the just interactions in the halls, so to speak. Also, they don't happen without sponsors, so I just call your attention to the program and all the many wonderful sponsors that help things go, and to our executive director emceeing throughout. I will point out that it is not completely done here. We have a very important symposium tomorrow. That is our transportation symposium. Registration and breakfast at 8 a.m. Boo. See, I didn't think I was going to get booed. It's like my final moments up here. Now I'm going to go for 20 more minutes. But truly, thank you very much. Thanks all. We're happy to have you, and we will see you in September in Sitka for our annual session. Yay. Yeah, that's how we wanted to end. Thank you very much, everyone.